You probably thought the recent discovery under the pyramids of Giza was profound, right? Well, there's something much worse. In today's episode, I'm going to tell you about something far more terrifying than any of that. And worst of all, several people have died because of it. You won't want to miss this one. Before sunrise on November 6, 1922, a 48-year-old British archaeologist named Howard Carter was standing in Egypt's Valley of the Kings, staring down at 6 dusty stone steps he had just uncovered in the torchlight. He begins thinking that if this isn't the entrance, then it simply doesn't exist. Howard had been out here for 15 straight years, just digging, sketching, begging, and lately, arguing. Now, at the very moment, he finally finds something. His patron, Lord George Herbert, a 56-year-old English aristocrat everybody called Carnarvon, is 250 miles away in Cairo, sound asleep. So, Howard climbed back up the hillside, brushed off his knees, and hustled to the little field office tent. He grabbed the rickety field telephone, cranked the handle, and told the Cairo operator that he needed the telegraph desk right now. A few minutes later, on a single sheet of paper, he wrote out these words: "At last, I have made a wonderful discovery. Magnificent tomb with seals intact." Then, he signed it simply Carter and handed it off. And at that point, he felt like he might throw up from sheer excitement. At this point in the story, Carter and Carnarvon should have been celebrating together, but the truth was, 2 weeks earlier, they'd almost broken up. Professionally, anyway. Carnarvon had finally admitted to Howard that he was flat out broke. Funding 15 years of empty trenches and broken pottery had eaten through most of his fortune, and he told Howard that after this season, he was done. And so Howard, who by then was obsessively convinced there was one last undiscovered royal tomb, King Tutankhamun's, had begged Carnarvon for just one more winter. Carnarvon sighed, lit a cigarette, and told him, "I'm a gambler. I'll back you for one more toss. If it's a loss, then I'm through." And that conversation happened in a smoky hotel room on the Corniche in Cairo. The room smelt like Carnarvon's favorite Turkish tobacco, and there were 3 half-eaten buttered scones on a tea plate between them. Little ordinary details Howard would remember for the rest of his life, because in that moment, his entire future rested on a single sentence. Now, here, 2 weeks later, unable to sleep, pacing around a desert campsite because he had found the thing he bet his life on, and suddenly, Howard begins to think that what if somebody sees the steps while I wait? So, he ordered 2 foremen to pile debris back on the top of the staircase and to post a guard with a rifle. Then, he grabbed a thermos of tea, sat on an overtuned box, and stared at the sand-covered entrance for 36 hours straight until Carnarvon's car finally came rattling up the valley track. He climbed out, still wearing his city shoes, and asked the question Carter had prayed he would ask. Carter told him that the seals looked unbroken, and when Carnarvon asked, "Can you see anything?" Carter held up his candle to the tiny hole he just chipped through the plaster and said the most famous understatement in archaeology: "Yes, wonderful things." So, in the pre-dawn hours of February 17th, 1923, with Carnarvon, Carter, Carnarvon's daughter, Lady Evelyn, and a handful of Egyptian officials standing shoulder to shoulder, they cracked through the final wall and walked into a room that should not have existed. Floor-to-ceiling gold-plated chariots, statues, alabaster jars, and a shrine in the middle that concealed a nested set of coffins. Inside the innermost, a 19-year-old pharaoh's mummy wearing an 11-kilogram solid gold mask. For a minute, the party stood there in the torchlight, nobody speaking, because 3,300 years had suddenly collapsed into a single breath. Carter would later write that it felt like they were intruding on a person who had only just lain down to rest. But then, almost like the valley itself objected, the wind picked up out of nowhere and a violent sandstorm blasted through camp, tearing tents, snapping guy ropes. Everybody scrambled for cover. When the storm had stopped an hour later, one of Howard's Egyptian workers pointed up and shouted. They all looked skyward and saw a lone hawk circling toward the sunset, the exact same flight the ancient Egyptians believed a dead king took on his journey to the afterworld. Nobody said it out loud, but at that moment, the idea of a curse stopped being a newspaper headline and started feeling like a possibility. The first omen happened the next morning. Howard had brought a canary to camp weeks earlier because the Egyptians joked that the little yellow bird would bring luck in finding a golden king. The moment the tomb officially opened, a cobra, the symbol carved on the very brow of King Tut's mask, slithered into Howard's quarters and swallowed the canary whole. Local workers told Carter that was the boy king's warning. Leave now. Carter just laughed it off, but later admitted he felt a strange unease. Now, I know what you're thinking at this point. Like, okay, it's a weird coincidence, right? Big deal. But 2 months later, Lord Carnarvon woke up in Cairo's Continental Savoy Hotel with a tiny mosquito bite on his left cheek. He shaved, nicked the bite, and within days developed blood poisoning that raced through his body. On April 5th, 1923, at 1:55 in the morning, he died. And here's where things get stranger. At the exact minute his heart stopped, all the lights in Cairo went out. The entire city, boom, blackout. 2,000 miles away in England, Carnarvon's beloved fox terrier named Susie let out a long single howl and then laid back down. Because it was so loud, it startled everyone there, and the housekeeper checked the clock. 1:55, the exact same moment. Well, a week after his death, Carter and the Egyptian doctors finally opened Tut's mummy. They peeled back the linens, leaned in with their magnifying glasses, and one of them gasped. On the left cheek of the boy king's mummified face was a scab in the very same spot where Carnarvon's fatal mosquito bite had appeared. And so, word of the curse exploded across the world's front pages. The New York Times, the London Daily Express, the Cairo Post, all running versions of Pharaoh's vengeance strikes again. Now, you might expect Carter to pack up and leave, but instead, he doubled down. He kept working through the summer, and one by one, people connected to the tomb began to die. Arthur Mace, Carter's close friend and co-author of the tomb's catalog, fell into a sudden coma and died in the same Nileside hotel as Carnarvon. A visiting railroad magnate named George J. Gould toured the burial chamber, marveled at the gold, declared it a site fit for kings, boarded his yacht, and died of a fever by nightfall. A radiologist named Sir Archibald Douglas Reed, who x-rayed the mummy, left Egypt boasting that ancient superstitions were nothing more than nonsense. Well, 2 weeks later, he was dead. Now, by the end of 1924, at least 7 people linked to Tutankhamun's tomb had died under sudden or strange circumstances. Newspapers counted, exaggerated, and even invented tallies. 21 dead, 30! But even the conservative list was unsettling. Now, by 1929, Carter himself was sleeping with a loaded revolver on his bedside table. He told friends that he was simply exhausted, paranoid, and felt watched. Most nights, he wandered the Cairo Museum after closing hours just to make sure that Tutankhamun's treasures were still behind glass. And yet, for all the strange, disturbing coincidences, there were many. Every scientific panel that reviewed the facts said the same thing. No mold, no radiation, and no poison gases. The so-called curse was in people's heads. But Carter would write in his final diary that on more than one occasion he heard the unmistakable laughter of a child echoing behind the sealed walls, while he worked alone inside the burial chamber. Interesting. And what's even stranger is that Carter died of lymphoma in 1939, 16 years after opening the tomb. Now, it didn't take long for people to figure out what was going on. The tomb of Tutankhamun was cursed. And while skeptics laugh off this possibility, there were good reasons for people to jump to this conclusion. I mean, after all, most Western magical practice has roots in ancient Egypt, and it is an established fact that curses, pharaonic curses, or mummies' curses, were often used throughout Egypt to discourage grave robbers from looting tombs. Whether or not the curses were real lays in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes, these curses were even featured in inscriptions in the tombs of pharaohs. A typical example might read, "Cursed be those who disturb the rest of a pharaoh. That shall break the seal of this tomb shall meet death by a disease that no doctor can diagnose." Another curse, found in the tombs of the builders of the Giza pyramids, reads, "All people who enter this tomb, who will make evil against this tomb and destroy it, may the crocodile be against them in water, and snakes against them on land. May the hippopotamus be against them in water, the scorpion on land." Interesting. King Tut's tomb was no exception, and in fact, it was said that his tomb contained two inscriptions with similar warnings. The first was supposedly written in hieroglyphics on a clay tablet discovered in the antechamber, and it translated as, "Death will slay with his wings whoever disturbs the peace of the pharaoh." The second curse was allegedly located on the rear of a statue in the burial chamber. This warning said, "It is I who drive back the robbers of the tomb with flames of the desert. I am the protector of Tutankhamun's grave." Unfortunately, neither of these inscriptions were photographed, and if they existed at all, have long since been lost. Over the years, though, people present at the exhumation of the tomb swear to have seen these curses. They claim that Howard Carter of Lord Carnarvon destroyed these artifacts because they didn't want their Egyptian workers to get spooked. However, there's far more to this story. On the night of September 23rd, 1979, we're jumping ahead in time here, a 44-year-old former San Francisco police officer named George LaBrache was sitting alone inside the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. George had taken an off-duty security gig for extra cash, and tonight, he had pulled the graveyard shift, midnight to 8 a.m. That's rough. Guarding the traveling treasures of Tutankhamun exhibition. So, just after 1 a.m, George was thinking that watching a room full of ancient gold masks had to be the easiest money on earth he could possibly make. But then, he heard a coughing behind him. At this point, George knew every other guard had finished their rounds and had checked out already. The museum was supposed to be empty, except for him and technically King Tut. So when George spun around and saw no one in the dimly lit gallery, well, the hairs on his arms stood straight up. He reached for the small flashlight on his belt, clicked it on, and began sweeping the beam across the glass cases that reflected his own nervous breath. No footprints, no shifting shadows, just rows of millennia-old artifacts staring back. George told himself that he was being ridiculous, that old museum buildings creak and echo, and he went back to his stool. Minutes later, something smacked the glass display that housed Tutankhamun's golden burial mask. The thud reverberated through the gallery. George leapt to his feet, heart pounding, and rushed forward. Again, no one. Both security doors were still locked from the inside. He radioed base, but the static-filled handset crackled with nothing but dead air. And that's when the temperature in the gallery dropped fast. George could see his breath plume out in front of his face, even though it had been a mild September evening when he arrived. And suddenly, he remembered the stories, the tales each guard traded on smoke breaks, that the tomb of Tut carried a curse. And for the first time anyone ever talked about a pharaonic curse was more than 4,000 years ago. Builders at the Giza carved warnings into limestone blocks, promising crocodiles, scorpions, and snakes for anyone who dared disturb a royal grave. In one case, a thief reached for jewels and a stone slab crushed him where he stood. His bones wound up resting right beside the mummy he had tried to rob. And over the centuries, simple threats turned into legend. Jumping way back in time to 1699, a Polish adventurer bought 2 preserved bodies in Alexandria, tossed them aboard his ship, and pointed the bow toward home. Halfway through the voyage, a storm erupted out of a clear sky. Sailors swore they saw gray shapes pacing the deck, and only after the crew heaved both coffins into the sea did the skies finally calm. Word spread, pharaonic curses, people said, keep away. But back in the gallery, George brushed cobweb tales aside. He decided the temperature drop had to be a busted HVAC vent. Still, he kept an eye on the mask as he resumed his seat. 20 minutes crept by, and now it was 1:44 in the morning, and his eyelids began to sag. He was exhausted. And that's when he heard a low, guttural moan rolling across the tiles. So he quickly jerked upright, and the sound had come from right behind the display case, right behind King Tut's face. George wasn't the first museum worker to feel that presence, though. More than a century earlier, in 1865, a British traveler named Thomas Murray purchased an ornate coffin lid on the banks of the Nile. Days later, he accidentally shot himself while duck hunting. How do you manage that? Servants who had helped load the relic died in freak accidents too. The lid, later nicknamed the Unlucky Mummy, eventually landed inside the British Museum, where overnight janitors complained of sudden nausea and faint whispers drifting through the locked corridors. George, of course, knew none of this, but what he did know was that a raspy voice was now murmuring behind him, and it sounded like ancient words dragged across dry bone. He spun, flashlight trembling, but again, the beam only showed gilded statues and a single spot of breath fog on the inside of the mask's thick glass. George watched closer, and a patch of condensation spread, like someone inside the sealed case was exhaling. And suddenly, the room tilted, and George felt a stabbing pain at the base of his skull, and then numbness down his left arm. A thought had flickered. A stroke. He lurched for his radio, but the world fuzzed at the edges, and he collapsed onto the marble floor. His eyes locked on the boy king's frozen smile. Hours later, another guard found George semi-conscious and mumbling that Tut had reached for him. Doctors confirmed he'd suffered a cerebral hemorrhage at 44, in perfect health. When reporters asked what happened, George told them the same thing over and over, that King Tut's spirit did it. Newspapers devoured the headline, of course. Curse of the Pharaoh strikes again, and at this point, everyone from tabloid writers to serious archaeologists weighed in. Some claimed what really killed previous tomb raiders were ancient microbes sealed inside for millennia. Others argued for toxic molds, but a few experts, like Egypt's famed archaeologist Zahi Hawass, quietly admitted they never joked about curses. Interestingly, Hawass once helped transport 2 mummies and, in the span of 3 anniversaries, lost 3 close relatives. Coincidence, he told colleagues, maybe, but he never ignored the warnings again. 6 years before George's incident, another Egyptian antiquities doctor, Mohammed Ibrahim, dreamed a man in royal headdress told him not to let Tut's gold mask leave Cairo. Ibrahim begged his superiors to cancel the Paris exhibition. They refused. After his final plea, he stepped into traffic, was struck by a car, and died within 2 weeks. Still, the mask toured. Its next stop after Paris? London, where Ibrahim's successor, get this, died of sudden circulatory collapse. Folks, you can't make this stuff up. This is wild. So by 1979, Tutankhamun's artifacts had already racked up a very unsettling scorecard. Yet curators kept shipping them around the globe to inspire, to educate, and frankly, to sell tickets. George Labrache just happened to be the lone night watchman when the pharaoh's patience, as he believed, finally ran out. In early 1982, George sued the San Francisco Retirement Board, insisting a supernatural force had ruined his health. The court, of course, rejected his claim because no medical textbook lists ancient Egyptian wrath under stroke causes. But George told reporters that in a soft slur, the left side of his face never fully recovered, and that he still felt the curse, quote, hovering, waiting for the bite. He lived the rest of his life, half convinced that Tut would eventually finish the job. Modern science has continued the search for rational answers. In fact, one group blamed long-sealed tombs burping out staphylococcus spores. Another team in 2024 detected unusually high radiation levels inside old kingdom chambers and suggested that could damage cells. But none of these theories explain why servants who never entered the tombs or security guards 3 continents away also collapsed under mysterious circumstances. Today, the unlucky mummy still rests inside the British Museum. Hawass still won't say a pharaoh's name aloud inside a closed tomb, and King Tut's death mask continues its world tour. Now, one of the most mysterious casualties of King Tut's curse was Lord Westbury, the father of one of Lord Carnarvon's associates who had helped document treasures in the tomb. Westbury jumped 7 stories to his death in London, leaving behind a disturbing note. I really cannot stand any more horrors, and I hardly see what good I am going to do here, so I am going to make my exit. Did Westbury's motivation stem from grief, or did the curse radiate from his son's involvement in opening the tomb? There's a third option, though. At the time of his death, Lord Westbury's bedroom contained an alabaster vase from King Tut's tomb. The curse even exuded its effect after his death, the day of his funeral. The hearse carrying his body knocked over an 8-year-old boy in the street, fatally wounding the child. At the same time, the custodian for Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum died on the operating table. Folks, there is no stopping this mummy. There were more deaths, but I won't go into them all because there's just too many to list. Besides, even if I did, some of the deaths are pretty unremarkable. And there's another reason why I won't go into all the people afflicted by the curse. You see, there's actually still a lot of conflicting information about exactly who died and when. Sometimes, the death dates are wrong. Other times, their connections to the tomb are actually pretty weak. There are even some people who allegedly died from the curse whose names are listed differently, depending on which source you use. For example, Joel Wolfe, Lord Carnarvon's friend who drowned in the Nile, some sources list his name as Joel Wool. So we're dealing with at least some misinformation here. The question is just how much, and it really depends on who you ask. But there are some who try a different approach. While ruling out anything paranormal, they're interested in offering explanations for at least some of these deaths. One idea is that, having been sealed up for thousands of years underground, tombs like King Tut's are simply unhealthy places to stay for any length of time. All types of poisonous gases toxic to human beings could have built up in that amount of time, and anyone succumbing to their effects is then deemed the victim of a curse rather than simply being poisoned. Another idea arose in 2024. The Journal for Scientific Exploration, researchers put forward the idea that King Tut's tomb was actually filled with radiation, of all things. They claim that high levels of radiation, perhaps coming from leaks of radioactive gas, were responsible for all the premature deaths, citing unusually high measurements and ruins from many Old Kingdom tombs. In fact, the researchers wrote something along the lines of, both contemporary and ancient Egypt populations are characterized by unusually high incidences of hematopoietic cancers of bone, blood, and lymph, for which a primary known cause is radiation exposure. Modern studies confirm very high levels of radiation in ancient Egyptian tombs, in the order of 10 times accepted safety standards. Do you guys remember one of the examples of a curse mentioned earlier? How those who disturb the tomb shall meet death by a disease that no doctor can diagnose? Sounds like it might fit. These explanations for what King Tut's curse actually was are very interesting. There's just one problem. These explanations only provide answers to why people who visited the tomb died. Yet there are plenty of people who seem to have gotten caught up in the curse who were never there on site. So how do you explain those? Simply put, a curse is a curse, no matter how you die. Even if the deaths have a natural explanation, toxic gas, radiation, what have you, at the end of the day, they still died. Just because a curse is fulfilled by something we understand, it doesn't mean that the motivating force isn't something unnatural. I mean, take for example Lord Carnarvon's death. No one is saying that the mosquito was King Tut's ghost or the infection was caused by an Egyptian god. But the series of coincidences in such close proximity to the tomb's discovery, it should be enough to raise questions about whether or not supernatural forces were involved. Another good example comes from another tomb, one found near Egypt's Mitam Pyramid. Author Stuart Gordon described what was found there in his 1997 work, The Book of Curses. And Stuart wrote this, that a cursed tablet found in the antechamber, the spirit of the dead will wring the neck of a grave robber as it were that of a goose. 2 corpses were found in the chamber, one mummified, the other not. The second corpse was a victim of the curse, a grave robber, killed by a stone that fell from the ceiling and struck him even as he reached out for the mummy's jewelry. A culture capable of building the Great Pyramid could also build traps to deter robbers. The curse keeps out the faint-hearted, the traps kill or maim the bold or desperate. And besides everything we've talked about, the real truth behind, is there really a curse inflicted from these old ancient mummies? Or is there simply something else going on here that we just aren't seeing? Whether it be supernatural or completely rational, folks, it remains a mystery. In August of 2011, Blake and 6 friends headed to his family's remote Wisconsin cabin for what should have been just a carefree weekend. However, only hours later, creeping dread began to take hold. But the true terror waited until 2 a.m. when he nearly came face to face with the unthinkable. In today's episode, I'm going to be telling you 3 eyewitness encounter stories that are going to make you rethink twice about ever going camping or hiking. You won't want to miss this one. On August 19th, 2011, around noon, Blake was loading camping gear into his pickup truck. It was a hot August day, and he kept having to wipe the sweat from his forehead as he packed everything up. And there were 7 people going on his camping trip. They were all heading to this piece of land that Blake's family had owned in Wisconsin. It was just a small cabin next to a lake, so nothing too fancy, but he just drove his pickup truck behind his older brother's SUV, and he would occasionally check his rearview mirror just to make sure all the camping gear he had loaded was still secure and none of it had fallen out. And so after hours of driving, Blake was ready to finally get out and just stretch his legs. They arrived at the property around closer to 3 in the afternoon and immediately began unloading everything. The cabin itself stood in the middle of the property, and it was a bit weathered but still fairly sturdy. It had been in their family for generations, but they didn't actually sleep in it. They mainly just used it for storage and as a shelter in case the weather got really bad. And everybody pitched in, carrying tents and coolers and sleeping bags from the vehicles to the campsite. Blake's older brother took charge and directed where each tent should be set up. And so finally, by about 4 or 4:30, they had pretty much everything ready. They had set up 4 tents in a semicircle facing the lake with a fire pit in the center. But because of the time of year, it was like 85 degrees outside, and Blake's older brother suggested they all go for a swim. And as you can imagine, the water felt absolutely incredible after all that work setting up the camp, and afterwards they just laid out on towels, just letting the sun dry them as they talked about random stuff that they had done that summer. Now, as evening approached, Blake's older brother started the campfire while he and his friends gathered more firewood nearby. And they did all the typical camp stuff, right? They cooked hot dogs and burgers on this portable grill that they had brought, and they passed around bags of chips and drinks. And as it got darker, they could finally see the stars beginning to appear in the sky overhead. And it gets to about 10:20 p.m. and they started making s'mores, and someone in the group suddenly just pointed upward. And there was this brilliant blue light and it was actually streaking across the night sky, and it was so bright that it had the entire area lit up for like a second or two. And everybody just stopped mid-conversation to watch it until it faded from view. None of them were sure what it was, until Blake's older brother piped up and said that it was probably just a meteor. And everyone agreed, and it was pretty cool to have seen it. And after a little while longer of sitting by the fire, just lost in conversation, people began trailing off to bed one by one. Blake's younger brother was sitting across from him, close to his girlfriend, just talking quietly by the fire, and he was getting tired but wasn't quite ready for sleep yet. He turned to his girlfriend and was about to suggest they head to their tent for some privacy. But mid-sentence, something caught his eye over the tree line on the far side of the lake. And he stood up so quickly that he knocked over his camp chair, and he began pointing at what he was seeing. Now, his girlfriend immediately asked him what was wrong, but she followed his gaze across the water. Both Blake and his younger brother just called for their older brother, who just kept saying, "I'm busy, leave me alone, go away." And after calling again and insisting it was important, his brother emerged from his tent looking irritated. But the moment his brother saw what he was pointing at, his expression completely changed. And now all of them are now saying to each other, "What the hell is that thing?" All fully alert. Hovering just above the lake's surface was an object unlike anything they'd ever seen before. And it moved silently, drifting slowly from one side of the lake to the other. And the object emitted this soft glow that illuminated the water directly beneath it. But the most striking thing was the complete absence of sound. There was no humming, there was no engine noises, and by now, everybody in their camp group had come out of their tents and were watching. Acting quickly, Blake's brother sprinted to his SUV and came back with a pair of binoculars. And he's looking through them, and he could see that the object didn't have any real distinguishing features. It was just this almost solid glowing form hovering there. And for about 2 or so minutes, they all just watched this thing slowly glide across the lake, and suddenly, it's like a light switch just got turned off. It was gone. There was just complete darkness, and except for a faintly glowing circle on the water surface, I mean, that's it. And within a minute, even that faded completely, leaving them all just staring into darkness. And you can imagine just how stunned this entire group of people were, because for several minutes after, I mean, nobody really said a word. It even took a couple moments for them to really regain any composure, and then they just kind of all looked at each other in complete disbelief, convincing themselves internally that what they just saw had been some sort of dream or hallucination of some kind. Now, Blake's older brother just suggested that it might have just been a ball of lightning or maybe an odd weather phenomenon of some kind, and they happened to be lucky enough to witness it. But you could tell that the entire group didn't buy it. In fact, Blake's girlfriend was visibly shaken, and she did not leave his side for the rest of the night. It's all the entire group could talk about for another hour or so before finally going to bed. Now eventually, even through the adrenaline, Blake managed to drift off to sleep around midnight or so with his girlfriend curled up beside him. And at about 2 a.m, he woke up uncomfortable and needed to shift positions. And he opened his eyes, and just enough to see that the campfire was still smoldering, so there's just a little bit of light, and noticed that one of the battery-powered lanterns was still on. He just figured one of his brothers must have left it on by accident, or that one of them was still out there, maybe sitting by what remained of the fire. And as he quickly sat up, he looked down and checked his phone and saw that it was a few minutes past 2. And he kind of chuckled to himself because he was just going to get up and turn the lantern off and, maybe go pee and come right back to bed. And as he stirred and started to get up, he saw a shadow pass by his tent, and then a second, and then a third, and then a fourth, all in a line. And immediately, he knew that these shadows were not his brothers because the shapes were very different from the physique of his brothers. The figures, they were extremely gaunt, they were thin, really long arms that kind of hung down past the knees, and they moved very deliberately around the campsite, kind of just examining things. And obviously he froze, right? I mean, he's listening very intently, and he couldn't really hear anything other than just these soft shuffling sounds, as he could sense that they were moving between the tents. And so he just held his breath, terrified that they might decide to look inside. Fortunately, his girlfriend was fast asleep beside him, completely unaware of what was going on. And that thought trail was broken when he felt something run the outside fabric of his tent. It was a hand or a finger tracing the material. The touch was pretty light but very deliberate, moving from one side of the tent to the other, and he just closed his eyes, praying that they would leave him alone without getting into his tent. And for roughly 10 to 15 minutes this went on, and he was just stuck, frozen. Eventually, he heard them moving away from his location, and it appeared that they had left in the same formation they had arrived, which appeared to be single file, one after another. Blake was just too terrified to get up from the comforts of his tent to really investigate, having no idea what awaited him out there in the darkness. I mean, after all, it could have been an ambush or something worse. And about 10 minutes more goes by, and Blake can see something. There's like a flash of lightning and then thunder rumbling off in the distance, and then there's more thunder and more thunder, but each time it's getting closer, and within only 5 or so minutes, rain began pounding against his tent and campsite. And I can only imagine how fast his mind must have been racing, just trying to find a logical conclusion to all of this, but there's none. And it took quite a while for the adrenaline to leave his body enough to where he could finally fall back asleep. Now, fast forward to early the next morning, and he heard his older brother's voice outside his tent, and he was calling Blake, asking if he was awake yet. And as Blake stirred, he's like, "Hey, did you guys move stuff around last night? Me and Cassie heard a bunch of commotion going on out here. Is everything all right?" And without responding, Blake just got up out of his tent and looked around, and the campsite was rifled through, the coolers had been moved, chairs were rearranged, gear was scattered around, but his brothers just assumed raccoons had gotten into their campsite during the night. Blake couldn't really say much because the thoughts of last night were so fresh in his memory. He just kind of took a deep breath and told everybody who was now awake and sitting around the campfire what he had seen. Now, obviously, everybody listening was pretty skeptical, and they just tried to tell him that it was probably a bad dream brought on by the beer and campfire food and, of course, the strange light they saw. No one seemed willing to consider that what he saw might have been real. After breakfast, Blake walked around the perimeter of their campsite, just wanting to double check things. And near the edge of the woods, he found something very strange. A perfect circle where the grass was flattened. It was about 6 feet in diameter, and every blade of grass was pushed down in a clockwise pattern. So he called the others over to look at it, and his older brother knelt down to examine it, kind of just touching the flattened grass with a puzzled expression, and just tried to calm everyone by saying that it's probably where an animal bedded down for the night. Oddly enough, he said it in a way where he was trying to convince himself of that. Fortunately, the rest of their camping trip just went on without any issues, and they all returned home safely 3 days later. However, there's a twist to the story. Blake got a Facebook message from his younger brother who sent him a link to a local news article about a farmer. And he just told Blake to read it, that this is wild, you gotta check this out. So Blake, not really thinking much, just clicked on the link and he began to read, and what he read really upset him. This farmer, who lived not even 5 miles away from the area they had camped at, was complaining about copious amounts of dead livestock that he had been finding over the past month. These animals all had no visible wounds or any sign of struggle. There was no blood, but most disturbingly is that they had been arranged in a perfect circle. And within days, that article was removed from the website. To this day, he still doesn't know if anyone believes what he saw that night, or if what he saw was even real, or maybe it truly was something supernatural. Sadly, it remains a mystery. On the 4th of July weekend in 2023, Valerie, a camper, had pulled into a familiar spot in Tuskegee National Forest in East Alabama. This was a place that she had been camping at for the past couple of weeks with her fiance, but this time she was all alone. She had arrived around 7:30 and immediately started rushing to set up before she lost daylight. And the campsite that she had set up was positioned in this kind of small area that was between valleys, and her tent door was facing her vehicle, which was pulled just off to the side of the road. So looking out from the tent, there was this almost kind of shallow valley that led to some really thick trees, and behind her camp was a similar valley with another tree line. And if you look to the left, there was a slight slope where the road disappeared into the trees. To the right, you could see about half a mile of brush in this winding dirt road that went uphill. So basically, this camper was in a small clearing completely surrounded by forest on all sides. And as she set up camp, she could hear some of the other campers off to the left. Now, these folks were just riding four-wheelers, playing music and drinking, just being really rowdy and, unfortunately, inconsiderate. Pretty normal stuff you got to deal with if you're camping anywhere near other people. And after being exhausted from her day, she settled into her tent around 8:15 or so, and she just watched a few videos on her phone before laying down to sleep right around 9. And eventually, she fell asleep. Now, at some point, she woke up briefly, maybe more than once. It was more like twice during the night because the neighboring campers were just really loud. But she did not let that bother her and stop her from enjoying her little outing. And then she was woken up a third time. It was right around 1:45 in the morning. But this time, though, instead of being woken by the campers being noisy, she's just rolling over trying to get comfortable. But she realizes something that wasn't making any sense. It was this short, strange kind of whooping sound that was coming from the left just inside the tree line. Hearing a sound like that really startled her, and so she started listening closer, and she realized just how quiet things were. She could no longer hear the other campers who were just rowdy and making noise not that long ago, and so she's thinking, okay, maybe this is a coyote. I'm out here in the forest. I don't know what this could be. I've never heard this sound before. And after going through the mental Rolodex of animals, she's like, all right, it's either got to be a bird or a fox. And she laid there for probably about 10 or so minutes, just trying to force herself back to sleep. But then off in the distance, heard the sounds of dogs barking from the right, kind of up on top of the hill. So she thought to herself, all right, I guess I'll stay awake just a little bit longer just to maybe monitor the dogs, wondering if these dogs were going to approach her camp. But eventually, the dogs moved further away, and everything got quieter. So she went back to trying to get comfortable and fall back asleep, and at this point noticed that it was completely silent now. And it wasn't just the kind of quiet where, nighttime quiet. It was, her gut was screaming at her that things were not okay. I mean, her stomach was in knots. And by this point, she had heard absolutely nothing for like 30 minutes. But instinctively, she felt like she was being watched. Suddenly, a crunching sound was coming from just to the right of the camp, right outside the closest cluster of trees. She sat up, trying not to make any sudden movements because if there was somebody coming to investigate her camp, she didn't want them knowing that she was awake. It could be someone coming to rob her or worse. And so she just strained to listen and identify the sounds, hoping that, if it was somebody approaching, maybe she could just shout out and let them know that she was armed. But she couldn't tell if it was crunching wood or bone, and whatever it was, regardless, the situation was terrifying. She was simply too scared to look outside the tent, so she quietly began searching for her phone and car keys. And then that same crunching sound started coming from the left side of the camp too, and this new sound was noticeably louder and closer than the first one. Breaking silence again was this nearby owl that suddenly began screeching and screaming. The owl's sudden alarm really intensified her fear, and now she's at a point where she realized that things were escalating quickly and she needed to be ready in case things got bad. Whoever was out there obviously had ill intent, and so she grabbed her pistol, disengaged the safety, and now the crunching sounds were coming from multiple directions simultaneously, from left, from the right, and from behind. Folks, she was surrounded. She described it as sounding like bones or thick wood being chewed on, and deciding that she had no choice and had to leave, she put her phone in her pocket, grabbed her keys, chambered around in the pistol, and very slowly and cautiously opened the tent door. She was ready to make a run for it as fast as she could. And the moment that she emerged from the tent, all the crunching sounds stopped. It was just sudden, complete silence. But then a new sound began, and it was what sounded like human weeping. But it was coming directly across the road in front of her camp. And it was this really animalistic sounding voice that clearly intentionally mimicking human crying. It actually reminded her of the scene in Harry Potter where Professor Lupin transforms into a werewolf. And in that moment, her fight or flight kicks in. She doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't care. It's either do or die. And so she just takes off into a full-blown sprint back to her car that she can see, all while trying to stay alert to any noises around them. And so she reaches the car, she throws the door open, she jumps inside, she slams the door, she locks the car, and she's running through all of her options now. Does she turn the car on? Does she drive back home? What does she do? Does she leave everything behind? Well, no, because all of her belongings and valuables are there, like her wallet and other expensive equipment. So leaving right now isn't an option. And so just after battling with herself for a good few minutes, she realizes that she's just going to try to do her best and stick it out until morning, until she can go out there, strip everything down, pack up, and go. And even through the remainder of the night, they could still hear the strange random noises here and there, and all of them alluding to her invisible guests close by. Unfortunately, whoever or whatever it was that had visited her campsite that evening remains inconclusive. The morning of October 8th, Trenny Gibson woke up, got dressed in jeans, a blue blouse, and this blue and white striped sweater. She put on her favorite jewelry, this diamond and star sapphire ring that she really loved, and while she was eating breakfast, she chatted with her brother Bob, who was home on leave from the Navy. It was actually a pretty chilly and rainy morning, and so on that drive to school, Trenny saw another student walking and rolled down her window to ask if the field trip was still happening. She was kind of surprised it hadn't been canceled due to the bad weather. And so Trenny had her lunch packed for the trip, but she left her purse and all of her school books in her mother's car. She didn't even bring a coat with her, thinking that they might just stay inside at school because of the rain. At school, Trenny boarded the bus with 38 other students, and she sat in the back with a senior named Robert Simpson, who was a friend of her brother's. Before leaving home that morning, Bob had actually asked Robert to keep an eye on his sister during the trip. And this was a bit unusual because Trenny hadn't really been away from her family for an entire day before. The teacher, Wayne Dunlap, had kept their field trip destination a secret just to build up excitement among the students, because it was only after everyone was seated on the bus that he announced they were going to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. And the students were very excited because this was a much better trip than they had ever expected. They'd actually be hiking to a place called Clingman's Dome, and it's actually the highest peak in the Smokies. The bus arrived at the parking lot around noon, and it was still pretty chilly and rainy with misty fog hanging over the mountains. Trenny was visibly shivering because she didn't have a coat, so Robert Simpson just let her his brown, orange plaid wool jacket. Wayne Dunlap gathered everyone together for instructions and explained that they'd be hiking the Forney Ridge Trail to a place called Andrews Bald and then back. Everybody needed to be back on the bus by 3:30 p.m. at the latest. The students were told to not take any side trails or disturb any plant life. Mr. Dunlap had them all raise their hands to confirm they understood these rules. Great. Then the group spread out, naturally breaking into smaller clusters based on who was friends with who walked at similar speeds. Trenny and Robert hiked together down the trail, and the Forney Ridge Trail descends from near the summit, going through this really dense forest. It kind of has these steep drop-offs and thick undergrowth on either side, and the trail was really wet and slippery that day because of all the rain. And about 1.8 miles from the parking lot, Trenny and Robert reached Andrews Bald. This was basically a grassy clearing at roughly 5,920 feet elevation. Normally, the view from there would be spectacular, but that day it was just all shrouded in mist and rain. So Trenny and Robert just sat down and ate their packed lunches. After they finished eating, it was right around 1:30 p.m. and Trenny explained to Robert that she wanted to head back to the bus and she wasn't having as much fun as she had wanted. Robert understood and said that he actually wanted to stay longer at the Bald. So Trenny, still wearing Robert's jacket, just started back on her own. And as Trenny headed back up the trail toward the parking lot, she passed several groups of her classmates who were still heading down to Andrews Bald. She first caught up with a group that included Angela Beckner, Lisa Mickles, and Bobby Coghill. Bobby briefly walked with Trenny since she was moving faster than her friends, and then they caught up with another small group that included Scott Troy and Anita Rounds. Trenny walked with them for about 5 minutes until the group stopped to rest. But Trenny was cold, she was miserable, it was really wet outside. She just explained she didn't want to stop, that she would just rather keep going. And at this point, they were about 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile from the parking lot, and up ahead, there was another group of students who had also stopped to rest, and they saw Trenny coming and invited her to join them, but she just declined again because she really wanted to get to a place where she could be warm and dry. And so this group watched as she suddenly stopped and crouched down on the trail. And she appeared to be looking at something interesting off the right side of the path. Then she stepped off the trail, heading downhill into dense vegetation. But then, moments later, another student named David was coming up the trail, and he saw that there were no signs of Trenny. And they were calling her name, but there was no response. There was a small creek running nearby, but they didn't hear any splashing or movement, and so they just figured that she had just gone ahead of them somehow, that maybe she cut through the forest as kind of a shortcut to get back to the bus. So they're all just like, you know what, she probably beat us there. They just continued to the parking lot. Everyone expected that Trenny would be waiting for them, but by 3:40 p.m., most of the students had returned to the bus. But Trenny wasn't among them. Mr. Dunlap then started asking if anyone had seen her. Robert Simpson returned by this point, and he said that he'd hiked to Andrews Bald with Trenny, but that she'd left to head back while he had stayed behind. And according to Robert, he'd spent some time tracking a bear after Trenny left. No one had hiked back with Robert, so there wasn't anyone who could verify his story. As minutes continued to pass, concerns started to grow. And Wayne Dunlap and another student actually hiked back to Andrews Bald looking for Trenny, but there was no sign of her anywhere. And about 4:30 rolls around, and a park ranger named Sammy Lale arrived in the parking lot. After being briefed on the situation, he began searching the area, specifically the Andrews Bald area himself, but there was nothing. And so he decided he was going to file an official missing person report. And that's when the National Park Service launched a search op. Meanwhile, the bus with all the other students returned to Knoxville. Strangely, many of them believed that Trenny had simply run off with someone and that this wasn't really a serious situation. But National Park Service employees from both Tennessee and North Carolina realized that this wasn't a simple misunderstanding. It was a very dire situation. And by evening, conditions had become extremely challenging with more rain, wind, and fog. And around 8 p.m., Hope Gibson received the phone call that no parent wanted to get, that her daughter was missing in the vast wilderness of the Smokies. After Trenny's father, Robert Gibson Sr., returned from a business trip to Louisiana, the parents drove to the park themselves, and they brought clothing that Trenny had recently worn to try and give scent to the tracking dogs. They arrived around midnight, desperately hoping to get good news. And the search continued until about 3 in the morning, when poor weather forced them to suspend operations. All night, you can imagine how much anxiety and terror the Gibsons dealt with as they waited, just imagining their poor daughter alone in the cold, dark mountains. Now, on the next day, October 9th, a full-scale search op began at first light. You had 6 dog teams with bloodhounds and German shepherds who were also deployed. A ranger by the name of Jack Linehan had coordinated all the search and rescue efforts, and you had a road between the Clingman's Dome parking area and Newfound Gap was now closed to the public. The search was actually pretty dangerous because one searcher fell and broke several ribs, and every inch of the trail from the parking area to Andrews Bald was thoroughly examined. Trenny's uncles even joined in on the search with their own dogs. You had National Guard helicopters that were brought in, but they couldn't fly until late afternoon just because of how much fog there was. And just the combination of haze and thick foliage and, fallen leaves, it made the search very, very difficult. The only silver lining in these black clouds, no pun intended because of the storms, were a few broken ferns that were found on the trail kind of close by to where Trenny was last seen, but there was really nothing conclusive there. But they did find 3 cigarette butts and a half-empty can of beer nearby. Tracking dogs picked up Trenny's scent at the intersection with the Appalachian Trail, and they followed it past the Clingman's Dome observation tower. And some of the dogs detected the scent along the roadside about 1.5 miles from Newfound Gap, but then something strange happened. The scent trail suddenly stopped, as if Trenny had just vanished from that spot. The following day, 8 cigarette butts of the same brand were found at that exact location. It was almost like someone had been waiting there. And the search for Trenny continued all the way until October 22nd, 1976. A limited search remained in effect until November 2nd. And in total, you had over 750 people, all of who had searched for Trenny in some capacity. The search was officially called off because there was just simply no physical evidence ever suggesting, as crazy as this is, that she was ever in the park. That she was still in the park. However, park staff still remained vigilant and they stayed alert for any signs during their regular duties, but there were none, even going into winter. The following spring, Robert Gibson Sr. organized another search. You had 230 people who spent 2 weeks searching every trail, drainage, and ridge, every nook and cranny within a 15-mile radius. All the area between Andrews Bald and Elk Mount in Tennessee, which is roughly 15 miles. The chief ranger just told reporters that he was almost certain she was never in the park to begin with. But on October 11th, while the search was still going on, Trenny's parents revealed a troubling incident. A year prior, a Bearden High student named Kelvin Bowman had tried to break into their home. Hope Gibson had shot him in the foot, and he was arrested. And he was sentenced to 2 years in a juvenile facility, but he had only served 6 months. By the time of Trenny's disappearance, he was back at the high school. And even during his court hearing, Kelvin had allegedly threatened to harm Trenny when he got released. Some students claim they saw Kelvin following the high school bus to the mountains that day, but the school principal, Frank Hall, insisted that Kevin was in class and that Wayne Dunlap denied seeing any cars following the bus at all that day, and that he was never actually there. Of course, rumors circulated that Kelvin and Trenny might have been in a relationship at some point, but it's pretty unclear. This would have been very controversial in the 1970s in Tennessee, just, due to all the racial differences, but some people wondered if Trenny had arranged to meet him in the park. Robert Simpson's behavior raised a lot of questions as well. He was a year older and seemed very fond of her, and they often went on short rides together in his car. But after she vanished, he visited the Gibson home, and he told Trenny's younger sister, Tina, flat out that if Kelvin Bowman has Trenny, he will kill her. If he doesn't have her, he thinks she might have run off with some horny hitchhiker, which was pretty odd from someone who supposedly cared about her. But the FBI began investigating her disappearance on October 12, 1976, and their case file was never released to the public. So what did they discover in their investigation? Did they find evidence pointing to something like foul play, or did they determine that she had left voluntarily? Without access, these questions remain unanswered. When she did disappear, she was wearing a star sapphire pendant and ring. These were Christmas and birthday gifts that she really treasured. Sometime after her disappearance, the items were found in the possession of another Bearden High sophomore. But the girl could not satisfactorily explain how she came to have them. How did Trenny's jewelry end up with this student? Did Trenny give these items to her before vanishing, or did someone else give them to this girl after Trenny vanished? We don't know. There are really 2 main theories about what happened. The first is that she was abducted, and some believe that she might have been taken where Andrews Bald Trail intersects with the Appalachian Trail. Perhaps she was hidden somewhere, like in a storage area, or who knows. And from there, she could have been taken to the spot on the road where the dogs lost her scent and then removed from the park by vehicle. But the second theory is that she voluntarily vanished. One of her friends, Kim Pouncey, would later say that somebody was waiting for her and that there was a parking lot very close by, and that she always had a feeling that Trenny just planned the whole thing, but that was her way out. Which, if that is the case, would be interesting because she had left her purse in her mother's car and she had $200 in her drawer at home and $1,000 in her bank account, none of which she took or accessed, or at least tried to access. Not to mention, she left the trip without a jacket and had to borrow one. So if she was planning to run away, why would she hike all the way to Andrews Bald and back first? Why not just leave from the parking lot? Additionally, she was supposedly taking antibiotics for a foot injury at the time, so again, it just doesn't make sense. You know, such an event would definitely inflict a lot of trauma on a family. The Gibsons did everything they could to keep their family together, but they would sell their home and move to a new neighborhood to try and escape the painful memories as time went on, but, you know, the loss eventually just took its toll. The parents eventually divorced, and Trenny's older brother, Robert Jr., the Navy sailor who'd asked his friend to watch over his sister, died in 2000 at 42 years of age. Her father, Robert Sr., passed in 2004 at 67. Her sister, Tina, died in 2016 at 54. And what began as the disappearance of one teenager led to the entire dissolution of a family. And unfortunately, even today, more than 45 years later, she still remains missing. There's been no body, there's been no confession, no resolution, and the Great Smoky Mountains National Park is no closer to harboring any sort of answer as to what happened that day. In the 1970s, a United States Marine deployed to the other side of the world encountered something that left him questioning everything he knew. For years, he had dedicated himself to defending his country and his brothers in arms. But what he encountered in the jungle left him abandoning all of that. Because when your reality is invaded by something that isn't human, there's only one thing that you know for sure is worth saving: yourself. You won't want to miss this one. During the Cold War, tensions in Vietnam escalated into full-fledged conflict. The United States of America, fueled by fears that communism might spread to other nations, soon got involved, turning the country into a battlefield for the world's largest geopolitical foes to assert their dominance. But by the early 1970s, America's involvement in the Vietnam War was coming to a close. It was becoming apparent that efforts to help the South Vietnamese had failed, and that was the backdrop against which U.S. Marine David E. Gower and 6 others were sent out on one of their final missions. Well, one winter morning late in the conflict, David and his fellow Marines were assigned a mission north of the demilitarized zone, a region they were all too familiar with by this point. Familiar enough to know that it wasn't some place any of them wanted to return to, but their orders were clear. The specific orders were to travel deep upriver, disembark, push about a mile into the jungle, and set up their ambush for the enemy, a North Vietnamese Army ground supply convoy. David would be acting as the leader, a duty that he didn't particularly look forward to. All too often, he found that meant he was assuming the most risk. So David and the 6 others set off, and they boarded a patrol boat and began the long journey. And so after 40 miles had passed, the group of Marines were dropped off on an embankment alongside an unnamed river. Now, even though they had been to Vietnam before, this particular stretch of jungle was unknown to them, but right off the bat, everyone just got a really bad feeling about where they were. Even though they felt this way, most of them weren't worried. At least at first. I mean, after all, they were armed to the teeth, and the various service members carried a grenade launcher, a light machine gun, a mortar, and 4 M16 rifles, all with enough ammunition to blow up a small town. David carried his favorite Browning automatic rifle, which was his absolute favorite piece of equipment, and even the patrol boat was bristling with mounted weaponry, including heavy machine guns, belt-fed grenade launchers, and a rapid-fire cannon and an anti-aircraft mount. David simply called it an absolutely devastating package of firepower. Now, I'm putting a lot of emphasis here on the weapons because it's really important to understand how much weaponry these guys brought along and how they were prepared for anything. Because, as we'll see, even all this firepower wouldn't do them any good. Now, after the boat came to a stop, the Marines would disembark over the course of 5 minutes and they would make landfall right around 1:30 in the morning. But that feeling of uneasiness only grew as they would push deeper and deeper into the jungle. That was because if they were attacked, they'd have trouble moving out of the danger fast enough because the ground beneath their feet was soft and spongy like the black muck of a Louisiana bayou. It was the sort of terrain that could easily leave them trapped if they needed to get out quickly. Now, it eventually got so bad that David decided to veer north instead of south, hoping to find more stable ground. But it was no use. He'd only traded one hazard for another. And it was here that the jungle only grew denser and darker. In fact, David would say that the moon stayed hidden behind the clouds and they were left unable to see much more than 20 feet ahead of them. At least, that is, until they reached the clearing. After pushing through about 100 yards of tangled undergrowth, the team unexpectedly broke through into a small gap in the trees. All the Marines stopped and instinctively spread out, each man taking up a position, well aware of the danger that could come from bunching together out in the open. They all looked to David to tell them how they should proceed. Now, by this point, David was on high alert because something about this clearing just felt off. This heavy, unsettling silence pressed in on them from all sides. And even he would explain how there was just something so strange about it that he couldn't pin down what it was, but that he was on hair trigger alert much more than usual. And it wasn't that there was a sound that was wrong. It seemed like none of the animal life or even the usual plague of insects would come out into the open. And so David figured it was just his imagination because what could bother insects? Yet, that strange sensation in his gut that was telling him something was wrong just wouldn't go away, and so they all made sure that their weapons were ready to fire in an instant. And folks, the feeling of strange steadily went to bad. Now, David had spent enough time in Vietnam to know that even at this time of year, it was never what you would call quiet. I mean, there was always something scuttling about, always some bugs flying around your face, but here, there was nothing. There was no birds, there was no bugs, and not even the usual clouds of mosquitoes that swarm through the jungles at nighttime. It was unusually dead, and in David's words, like an abandoned cemetery. Clearly, David needed to know what they were getting into. He held everyone in position for a long time, about 20 minutes, and there was no sign of anything. Well, that meant no animals, which was disturbing. That thankfully also meant no enemies. But he had to be sure, and so David motioned for Lance Corporal Terry to scout ahead. You see, David trusted no one else on the team to be more silent and observant than Terry. Terry grew up in the woods of North Georgia and, could make his way through the bush like a ghost. And David even claimed to have seen Terry sneak up on birds and smack them out of trees. That's some serious skill. He was just that quiet. More than that, he trusted Terry, because long ago, they'd agreed that no matter what, neither of them would leave the other to die if one of them was wounded. Terry slipped into the darkness and disappeared, and after about 5 minutes, he slunk back to the other Marines as stealthily as he had vanished. But his face showed that he was disturbed. Even Terry was like, there is nothing alive or moving within 30 meters of this clearing. No tracks, no animal trails, nothing, not even a human footprint. Something is really wrong here. Now, David let that statement hang there for a moment or two. It sounded safe, but he trusted Terry's instincts even more than he trusted Terry's eyes. Now finally, David asked him how does he feel about it. and Terry only said one word: scary. David felt a chill because Terry didn't scare easily. Remember, this was a man who had spent all his life in the woods, and as David would put it, Terry was one of the finest Marines with whom he'd ever served in combat, and he didn't fear anything that walked, crawled, swam, or flew. Nothing. He was the best man David could ever want out in the bush. Terry explained to David that he had gone around 250 meters out in the bush, and all Terry could do was just shake his head and say, "There ain't nothing here, nothing that any human being ever left here either, and that ain't right." It was simply too much to believe, and so David just kept pressing Terry. Did he really not find anything? Well, Terry admitted that wasn't entirely accurate. He did find something. It was an odd bit of scat from some sort of animal on the ground, but again, Terry, who was an expert tracker and was very comfortable identifying droppings from all kinds of animals, said it wasn't anything he recognized. It didn't look like it came from a human, but it didn't look like it came from an animal either. And so everyone just exchanged glances. They were tough Marines. They shouldn't be scared of some poop on the ground. I mean, after all, the jungles had lots of animals. But the fact that Terry couldn't say what it came from, well, that scared them, well, poopless. However, David felt that they had a mission to complete, and so if Terry said that the clearing was empty, then the clearing was empty. So he gave the order to head inside anyway. Now, it wasn't long after that when they finally heard it. The clearing was not empty. Something was lurking around the perimeter, something that Terry had simply overlooked. And that, in and of itself, in David's mind, was simply impossible. It was hard to hear at first, because it was nothing more than a subtle rustling in the bushes, but it was definitely there. David signaled for the team to spread out even further, each man taking cover, and one by one they melted into their surroundings, camouflaged and still, weapons at the ready. Somehow, the enemy had snuck up on them. They never intended for this to be where the fight would take place, but sometimes you had no choice. It was time to do the job and get the hell home. David listened, and the sound was louder now. In fact, it was too loud to have come from any enemy soldiers. Whatever was out there didn't seem to care at all about being heard. It was big and clumsy, breaking branches and shuffling through the leaves. However, while it didn't care if it was heard, it sure seemed to make sure it wasn't being seen. At least, not yet. David explained that they finally saw the unmistakable movement of the bushes. Whatever was out there began to move straight at them, and when they saw what was coming, they'd gladly have settled for a tiger or even a whole darn herd of buffalo. There were at least 3 of them. At least 3 that they saw, and what appeared before them was a hell of a lot bigger than David or any of his other fellow Marines. By his estimates, it was a minimum of at least 7 feet tall, maybe one at least 8 feet or taller, and huge bodies, big chest, and bright yellow all over them. Stranger was that they had this crazy diffused outline, like watching a movie shot with a soft focus lens. And as they came closer, David could see that they had large 3-digit hands with what he swore were 4-inch claws on the ends. David had trouble making out the faces because the outlines broke up the way they were, but to his best recollection, including details specified from the other guys, the things appeared to have 2 eyes, some sort of nose slit on flat faces, and audio holes on the upper part of the sides of their head. Yes, folks, the literal description, verbatim, is audio holes. Now, it's unclear exactly what these humanoids were, but as David referred to them as big yellows, and they were somehow generating their own light as they moved through the forest. And it was enough to render making out any more details nearly impossible, but it was clear enough to see just how big they were. Now, to David, who stood over 6 foot 2 inches, they seemed absolutely massive. not to mention completely terrifying. And now, David is just stuck there, watching these things move slowly and methodically across the clearing. He can barely breathe, he can barely move, because he's trying to process what is happening in front of him. This isn't a regular human soldier. He has no idea what the heck just crawled out of the X-Files and is now directly looking at him. Every instinct in his body is screaming at him to run, but the years of training and discipline force him to remain in place. And he knows that he can't afford to make a peep, because no matter how much firepower they have on them, they wouldn't stand a chance at making it out alive. Plainly put, whatever these were simply out of a nightmare, and the only thing that mattered now was surviving. And so the big yellows move within mere feet of David's position, and David thinks he's about to be spotted, but somehow isn't. The things just proceed across the clearing and then just kind of melt back into the trees. And when the glow has finally faded enough that they feel safe, he steps out into the clearing, followed by Terry. Keeping their heads on a swivel, they approach the spot where the big yellows had just traversed across the clearing. There, in the ground, folks, are clear footprints, each with 3 toes. The impressions are identical to what the big yellow's hands looked like. Terry simply looks at David, and David looks at Terry. And he just says, "Man, screw this, let's go back." With that, the two of them turn in the direction of the rest of the Marines. David doesn't know what to think. He just can't come up with any explanation. All he knows is that there's no framework for reality that can account for what just passed through the clearing. It shouldn't have been possible. But whatever it was, he knows that his #1 priority is keeping the Marines under his command safe, and he can't do that with these things out here in the jungle. Instantly, he hears it. It's the same sound as when the big yellows had first appeared. It was this reckless tromping through the underbrush. But this time, they aren't walking. They are running, and the racket is getting louder by the second, and it sounds like a herd of elephants are barreling through the forest in their direction. And so David just shouts, "Get to the chopper!" No, I'm actually just kidding. But he does shout, "Back to the river, no, get on the darn radio and tell them we're coming in hot." And so David explained in that moment that never in his life had he ever moved as fast as he did that night. There was no need to be quiet anymore, and the big yellows would be on them in no time if they didn't haul butt out of there. So David tries pushing himself as fast as he will go, and the trees and branches whiz around his face in a blur. But in spite of how fast he's running, he starts noticing that the other men are pulling ahead of his position, and before he knows it, he's the last in line. And folks, we all know what happens when you're being pursued by a predator and you're the last in line. Fortunately, up ahead, the jungle doesn't look so dark, and there's a glow on the trees coming from behind him, and he could clearly hear this kind of wheezing, growling noise getting closer with every step, and it was accompanied by the feeling of warmth on his back, almost like hot breath, but it was only inches from his body, and these big yellows were gaining on him, and it's only a matter of time before they'll catch up. And if they do, he realizes he's a dead man. Heck, he might even be one already, so he knows this is his one and only chance. He has to engage the enemy. So he stops, brings about his Browning automatic rifle, and promptly falls down. But now he's facing the opposite direction now, and he still has his firearm at the ready, and David explained that the big yellow had turned with him, that there was a swishing sound where a deadly set of claws ripped right through where he would have been had he kept running. Literally, these massive arms and claws were stirring up a wind in the still air of the jungle, but now he was on target, the weapon off safe, and he had moved into a half-rise position. He instantly felt better when his trigger finger closed, and he was less than 25 feet from the thing when he opened fire. He couldn't miss. He was an experienced sniper, and he had been through the special schools at Camp Lejeune where he had proved his ability long before this moment. Folks, in short, he was dead on. And after firing several rounds, this thing is still on its feet. It doesn't even seem bothered by the bullets. And now it's close enough that David can make out more of its facial features. And he sees that this thing has the teeth of a dog and the eyes of a snake, things he will never forget as long as he lives, if he lives. But more horrifying than its face is the fact that it seemed completely content after being hit dead on, and he explained that he had a variety of ammunition in his weapon. The first round was a .30-06 armor-piercing round, his second was a spire point, the third was a boat tail, and then back to armor-piercing, then lead nose, jacketed, and more armor-piercing rounds. Any man loaded like that is a killing machine of the worst kind, and that was him. With that kind of load, you could bring down anything. Now, even though he was still firing rounds at it and it wasn't slowing down, he just started shouting every profanity he could muster and lets the big yellow have it with everything he has left. But instead of completely succumbing to terror, he lets it sharpen his senses and he just falls back on his training, aiming and firing with deliberation each time. And he could see that each new hit lands exactly where he wants it to, square in its chest. And it's reacting sometimes, convulsing and jerking backwards, but it isn't stopping. It's plain to see that he isn't killing it, he's simply just slowing it down. And he keeps counting the shots, 16, 17, 18, one left. Since none of the shots to the chest have worked, he steadies himself and takes aim directly for the hideous, luminescent face square between those reptilian eyes. He squeezes the trigger and click. He cannot believe his bad luck. The final round must have a dead primer. Dead just like he's about to be any second now. The big yellow presses forward as determined as ever, and the realization hits David like an ice bath. He is going to die, ripped apart by some glowing beast from another reality, and he only has one option left: run. Somehow, David gets going even faster than before, faster than he thought himself capable. Now, the jungle up ahead is brighter than ever, the growls louder than they were before, with this thing hot on his heels. But at last, the scene before him grows even brighter. The trees up ahead part, and it's the river. And to his relief, the patrol boat is still there, just starting to pull away from the riverbank, his men already safely aboard. Sorry, David, waving wildly for him to join them. David feels an immense surge of relief, but it is short-lived. The big yellow is closing in. He leaps over the short span of water in the direction of the boat and feels the boat getting snagged. And luckily, it isn't enough to keep him on shore, but it does send him crashing to the deck of the boat, smashing his left side into the frag shield of the vessel's .50 caliber. Between his ragged breaths, he spots the big yellow on the shore and manages to shout, "Open fire right there in the bush! Open fire!" Now, as a crew member unloads into the jungle, David scrambles to the gun, shouting all the while for the captain to head back downriver. He rips the Marine operating the deck-mounted gun away and takes control himself. But as his knuckles turn white around the grips, there's no sign of the big yellow. It's as if it never existed. The patrol boat cuts a wide arc through the river, heading back in the direction they came from. And for a while, no one says a word. The jungle, too, seems to be keeping its secrets, remaining as still and calm as the clearing had earlier that night. The only sounds were sometimes the river sloshing and the thump of the engine's brakes. However, something finally happened. David explained that they were going downriver, but still in sight of that area where they'd come dashing back from. Suddenly, 7 of them watched the riverbank area shimmer, a great spray of yellow expanding outward like a silent explosion of yellow fog. They were stunned. They couldn't make out if they'd all come to the edge of the clearing or if there was only one, but it was nighttime, it was dark, but darn, were they watching an immense, incredible yellow glow. There was no way to tell any numbers of those things, but they simply didn't care. They wanted out, and they went to full throttle, and everybody kept their weapons trained on that yellow shining fog until they rounded a river bend and just kept on going. David would later say that even the boat crew later asked if any of them had seen that tiger that had been prowling the shoreline a little while after they set out into the jungle, but of course, David could only shake his head. None of them had seen anything looking remotely like a tiger. They all knew that they had seen something that wasn't of this earth, something dead set on ripping them limb from limb, something that could withstand all the firepower that David threw at it and still could keep on coming. It wasn't his imagination. They had only barely escaped with their lives. Now, just because of how insane the situation was, David did doubt himself a little, especially as the lights at the base came back into view. And it really was the promise of safety that made him second guess what he had seen. It was only then that he noticed his boot heel, which had been completely torn off by whatever had snagged his foot as he leapt to the patrol boat. A set of claw marks marred the leather above the missing heel. He didn't know what he and his men had encountered that night, but whatever it had been, it was real enough to leave behind physical damage. And of course, there's no telling what kind of physical damage it would have inflicted had it actually got its claws on him. And because of the nature of this event, David and the other Marines never spoke of it to each other again. And he knew that he and a few others shared it with a handful of close friends, but no one really ever believed them because no one wanted to believe it. Now, fast forward to 1993, and David basically explained that he is the only one left of that patrol, that the other 6 are gone, and they took that secret with them to the grave. They left 5 of them dead in the paddies of Nam, and the other one died in a car crash back in the States. He explained that if you ever see a Kodiak bear, they get up to about 1,500 pounds, and they make a grizzly bear, well, by comparison, look about the size of a large dog, and basically explained that whatever Big Yellow was will never be and was never natural. And in case you're wondering, no, this isn't just a creepypasta. This whole entire account comes from a book by an author of the name of Martin Caidin with a book called Natural or Supernatural, a casebook of true unexplained mysteries, published all the way back in the early 90s. Unfortunately, David is probably dead at this point. On July 15th, 2012, lighthouse keeper Malcolm Pierce was working the afternoon shift alone at the Montauk Point Lighthouse. His co-worker had called in sick, and despite being the middle of summer, an extremely thick fog had surrounded the lighthouse. Visibility was reduced to just about 50 feet in any direction, and even stranger, there was no wind. No sound of waves crashing, just stillness. After completing his routine check of the lighthouse, Malcolm started walking down the spiral staircase toward the keeper's quarters when he noticed something strange about the fog outside. It wasn't drifting normally. It was pulsing, rhythmically expanding and contracting, but then it became faster and more intense, and the fog started to change color. You won't want to miss this one. On the afternoon of July 15th, 2012, a 42-year-old lighthouse keeper named Malcolm Pierce was working his shift at the Montauk Point Lighthouse. This lighthouse sits right at the easternmost tip of Long Island in New York. Malcolm had been working at this lighthouse for about 11 years at this point. He was very serious, very detail-oriented, and he kept very detailed logs of everything that happened at the lighthouse. So, on this Sunday, Malcolm was all by himself. His coworker had called in sick, and so he's just handling all the afternoon duties alone. At this point, it's about 4:30 p.m., and even though it's in the middle of summer, the weather had suddenly become really foggy. Despite working at a lighthouse, there was no sound of wind, there was no waves crashing, there was just this thick, ominous fog surrounding the lighthouse. And it was so out of place that after Malcolm had just finished checking all the lighting equipment, he was going down the spiral staircase to get to the keeper's quarters, and he just kept looking at the fog outside the window and noticed it wasn't acting like normal fog. It was moving and pulsing like it had a mind of its own. It was kind of contracting and expanding, I guess like breathing, but then it gets faster and more intense. And suddenly, the fog right outside the main window starts changing color. It goes from gray to this deep blue, and then to this color that Malcolm would later say was just impossible. Like, he couldn't even describe it properly because it wasn't a color that should exist. He's completely hypnotized by what he's seeing, and now this weird colored fog starts forming these rope-like strands that are moving around like they have a mind of their own, and then these strands start weaving themselves together into this big sphere, about 5 feet across, just hovering there right outside the window. The sphere isn't completely solid either. Malcolm can still kind of see through parts of it, but inside are all these tiny lights like little stars, and they're moving around in these complex patterns. Obviously, with the situation at hand, Malcolm cannot believe what he's seeing. This sphere just passes right through the solid glass window. It doesn't break the glass. It doesn't even disturb it at all. It's just phases through the solid matter like it's not even there. Now at this point, Malcolm doesn't even know what to do or think. He's in this state where he's like, I can't believe this is happening, but it's right in front of him. He can't ignore it. And once this thing gets inside the lighthouse, it starts changing again. And it stretches out into what Malcolm described as this tree-like shape, with a main trunk and all these branches coming out in different directions. And at the end of each branch is this small glowing ball. And in each of these balls, Malcolm can see what looks like little moving pictures, scenes of places that don't look like anywhere on Earth. Weird colored skies and landscapes that just don't make any sense. This tree thing continues changing shape. The branches start spinning around the trunk faster and faster until they're just a blur. And then they suddenly stop spinning and snap into a new position. And now it looks kind of like a person with a body and arms and legs and this head-like thing on top. And the head part splits open like a flower blooming, and inside is what Malcolm described as an infinite tunnel of mirrors reflecting themselves. And looking at this tunnel makes Malcolm feel super dizzy, like he's falling forward and being pulled backward at the same time. Out of nowhere, this entity makes this sound, but it's not really a sound you hear with your ears. Malcolm described it like hearing colors. The sound bypassed his ears and went straight into his brain. And while this is happening, he notices that objects around him, like books, a coffee mug, his keys, they're all vibrating in perfect sync with this weird sound. And then the entity reaches out what might be an arm toward Malcolm, and the tip of this arm thing opens up, and inside is this small, perfectly round ball that's glowing with this very intense white light. Malcolm gets the feeling that this thing is offering this ball to him. And Malcolm, who later said this was both the bravest and dumbest thing he'd ever done, reaches out and touches the ball. The second his fingers touch it, he experienced what he described as living 1,000 lifetimes in a single second. He saw countless images, felt all these emotions, and understood that things his human brain had never been able to grasp before. When the experience ended, he found himself lying on the floor. The entity was gone, the fog outside was back to normal, and the sun was starting to break through. He quickly checked his watch and realized that over 3 hours had passed somehow. Even though the entire experience felt like forever, it was really just a matter of a few moments. And the only physical proof that anything had happened was this small, perfectly circular burn mark on his right index finger where he had touched that ball. This mark had never faded or changed for the rest of his life. But this event did affect him in strange ways. Sometimes he could predict stuff right before it had happened, and he would sometimes have dreams in languages he didn't know but somehow understood within the dream. Other times, electronic devices would go haywire around him, especially when he got emotional. And due to the nature of what had happened to him, he didn't say anything to anybody for a long time. In fact, it wasn't until months later when he had finally told a physics professor who studied quantum phenomena about his experience in depth. The conclusion that the professor came to is that Malcolm had encountered an entity from another dimension, a being that exists in more dimensions than the 3 spatial dimensions that we can perceive. What makes this story even more interesting is that lighthouses are considered these powerful liminal spaces. structures that existed the boundary between land and sea, safety and danger. They're literally designed to be thresholds, guiding ships from one state to another. To make matters even stranger, the Montauk Point area has been connected to other strange phenomena for decades, especially the so-called Montauk Project, which is a whole other topic for another video. But to kind of give you a TLDR, they were these supposed secret government experiments involving time travel and other dimensions that some people believe were done at the nearby Camp Hero military base back in the 80s. Unlike creatures like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness, a being like what Malcolm encountered can't really be understood by modern biology or physics. It really seems like something from beyond our reality. A visitor from a place where the physics we know don't apply came to him and were offering something he'll never understand. The identity to the being he encountered that day at the lighthouse will remain a mystery. In April of 1977, a 45-year-old forest ranger named Terry Matheson was conducting a routine patrol through Olympic National Park in Washington state. Terry had been a ranger for nearly 20 years at this point, so he was anything but a rookie. By about 2 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon, the weather was mild, slight overcast, but not rainy. It was pretty typical for the Pacific Northwest, actually. And Terry was about 3 miles into the woods, and he was walking along this creek bed that ran through a particularly dense section of old-growth forest. And some of the trees here were just massive. Some were over 200 feet tall, kind of creating this cathedral-like atmosphere where very little direct sunlight ever reached the forest floor. Terry had stopped to make some notes about a fallen Douglas fir that was blocking part of the trail when all of a sudden, the temperature around him plummeted. I mean, it went from comfortable spring weather to what felt like freezing in just a matter of seconds. And Terry could actually see this because his breath was in front of his face. And the first thing he thought was, okay, there's got to be some sort of weird weather phenomenon happening. But then he noticed something else. The creek beside him, which had been flowing normally just moments before, was now completely still. But the water wasn't frozen, but it had stopped moving entirely, like someone had just hit a pause button on reality. And he's looking at the creek, trying to process what's happening and how is this even possible, when he starts to slowly look up and he notices a figure on the other side of the creek. A figure he would later describe as the Window Man, because this being or person appeared to be made entirely of transparent glass or crystal. It stood roughly about 7 feet tall with a very thin frame, kind of like a stick figure made of ice, but that its body looked glass-like. Like Terry could see what looked like miniature galaxies, swirling patterns of light and colors that moved and pulsed like they were alive, but this being had no discernible face. It was just a smooth, rounded area where the head should be. And judging by the way it moved, it obviously did not follow any laws of physics, at least our physics. And Terry could just watch in amazement as he saw this thing take steps where its knees would bend backwards and then sideways and then forward, but all in the same motion. It moved like it was following a completely different set of physical laws, like this was a fourth dimensional being now in a third dimensional world. It began to make this strange kind of tapping sound, and it was raising one of its crystalline fingers and tapping it against its own chest. And with each tap, the swirling galaxies inside would kind of pulse brighter, almost like it was trying to communicate to Terry. And despite him being completely terrified at this point, he just found himself unable to look or move away. It was almost as if he was becoming hypnotized by it. And after about 30 or so seconds of this, it suddenly tilted its featureless head to one side, almost at a 90-degree angle. And then, in a movement that Terry said broke his brain, it stepped sideways and seemed to fold into itself, becoming thinner and thinner until it was gone. And the moment it vanished, the creek began flowing again and the temperature returned to normal. It was like someone had hit play on reality again, and the whole thing lasted less than 2 minutes. When he returned to the ranger station, he was visibly shaken. And he told his supervisor about what he'd seen, but left out some of the most bizarre details, fearing he would sound crazy and would jeopardize his career. His supervisor just assumed that Terry had seen some kind of unusual reflection in the creek and maybe was suffering from a brief bout of altitude sickness. Terry could see that his boss wasn't really going to believe what he had to say, so he just let it be. And while his experience was terrifying, he actually returned to that exact spot dozens of times over the next few years before finally retiring in 1983, hoping to see the window man again. But he never did. However, he did notice something strange. Nothing ever grew in the spot where it had stood. It remained a perfect circle of bare earth about 3 feet in diameter, where not even moss would grow. In 1992, Terry finally shared his full story with a paranormal researcher who was collecting accounts of strange encounters in national parks. And you have to remember that, especially in 1992, with the absence of the internet and the availability of all these strange stories, this wasn't just a ghost story or a Bigfoot sighting. It's clear that something from another realm or dimension briefly crossed over into ours before returning to whatever strange realm it called home. On the night of December 3rd, 1994, a 38-year-old factory worker named Marian Novak was pulling the overnight shift at a textile mill in eastern Slovenia. Marian had been working at this factory for almost 15 years at this point, ever since he was in his early 20s. And, like a lot of old Soviet-era factories in Eastern Europe, this place was massive, dimly lit, and had huge sections that were no longer in use. But Marian's job that night was very simple. He was just monitoring big spinning machines that were processing cotton. And at the time, it was about 2:30 in the morning, and he was basically alone in this enormous building. There were actually only 2 other workers on the entire site, and they were way over on the other side of the factory complex. And after getting off his break, he was walking around through the different sections of the factory floor when one of the machines in the far corner started making this weird clunking sound. I mean, this wasn't exactly unusual because these machines were old and they broke down all the time. And so he walked over to check it out. As he got closer to the malfunctioning machine, he noticed the temperature in this section of the factory was much colder than usual. I mean, he could actually see his breath in front of him, which was very strange because the heating system should have been keeping the entire place at a constant warm temperature. When he reached the machine, he saw that a thread had gotten tangled in one of the gears. This wasn't a big deal, he just needed to get his tools and fix it. So he turned around to walk back to his workstation where he kept his toolbox, but as he turned, he noticed something strange in his vision. There was this shimmer in the air about 20 feet away near the doorway that led to the abandoned section of the factory. Initially, he assumed it was just steam from one of the machines, but he actually looked directly at it, and the shimmering began to take shape. And what he saw next really defied any explanation. Floating about 3 feet off the ground was what he could only describe as a geometric impossibility. It looked like dozens of translucent cubes all connected, but constantly rearranging themselves. And these cubes would fold into each other in ways that shouldn't be physically possible, forming shapes that Marian would say hurt his eyes to look at. Whatever this thing or being was gave off a faint blue glow that actually illuminated the dust particles floating around it. But because of how it was moving and the speed in which it was moving, it was just too blurry and shifting too much to really get a clear look at whatever this was. After a few seconds, it began to emit this low humming sound that Marian could feel in his teeth more than with his ears. And it started to, well, Marian's not even sure how to describe exactly what it did, but it wasn't really moving toward him, but more like it was expanding in his direction while simultaneously contracting away from him. And the humming began to get louder, and Marian noticed that small metal objects around him, like screws, washers, small tools, they were all vibrating on the surfaces where they lay, and without warning, all these things suddenly lifted into the air and hung there, suspended about a foot off the ground or the tables that they had been resting on. And now he realized he can't move his feet, and so he looks down and saw that his boots were now 6 inches off the concrete floor, and he's floating, just like all the metal objects around him. And the entire time this was happening, he would later say that he felt no fear, just complete and utter confusion. It was like his brain just completely disconnected from reality. And so he just hung there, suspended in mid-air, watching as this geometric shape continued to fold in on itself over and over again. And this went on for what he estimated was several moments. But it could have been more or less, because he would later admit that he lost all sense of time. And suddenly, the humming stopped, the floating objects, including Marion himself, dropped back to the ground, and the geometric thing simply collapsed in on itself, blinking out of existence. Marion's first thought was that maybe he had fallen asleep and dreamt the whole thing, but he looked around and noticed all the small metal objects were scattered across the floor where they had fallen, and he knew that this had to have been real. All he could really do was just do his best to kind of pick himself up and put himself together for the rest of his shift and not tell a soul. I mean, who would believe him with such an outlandish story? Well, years later, in 2001, he actually read a magazine article about strange encounters in industrial settings that he would finally share his story with a paranormal researcher. Interestingly, the old textile mill where he worked was built on the site of a much older structure, a 15th century monastery that had burned down in the 1700s. The abandoned section of the factory near where he saw the entity was actually built directly on top of where the monastery's chapel once stood. Liminal spaces like this, places where history overlaps, where structures exist on top of older structures, these are exactly the kind of locations where the boundaries between dimensions might be thinner, and it seems that whatever he came into contact with that early morning defies all explanation. In late October of 2003, a 27-year-old subway maintenance worker named Darren Mitchell was conducting an overnight inspection in the New York City subway system. Darren had been working for the MTA for about 4 years, so he was pretty familiar with the underground network beneath Manhattan. He knew all the maintenance tunnels that ran alongside the main subway tracks. And on this particular night, it was pretty early in the morning, he was assigned to check a section of tunnel between 2 stations in Lower Manhattan. The subway was still running, but at that time of night, trains only came through about once every 30 minutes. Darren had these long stretches of time where he was completely alone in these dimly lit tunnels. He began his inspections like normal, and was about halfway through his inspection when he came to this junction where 3 maintenance tunnels met. One led back to the station he'd come from, one continued on his scheduled route, and the third was an older tunnel that wasn't used much anymore. It had been part of an abandoned expansion project from the 70s that really never got completed. And so as he was checking some electrical boxes at this junction, he felt a drop in temperature. I think you guys know where this is going. Immediately, it went to bone-chilling in a matter of seconds, and Darren, like the others, could see his breath in front of him, which he knew already was very bizarre because tunnels never got that cold even in winter. But then something else happened that was very bizarre. The constant background noise of the subway system had vanished. Now normally, even at night, there's always some ambient sound in the tunnels, like distant trains, electrical systems, water dripping, that kind of thing, but it was completely silent. Darren couldn't even hear his own footsteps anymore. It was like the sound was being absorbed into the air around him. And then he saw movement coming from the abandoned tunnel entrance. Immediately, he shines and focuses his flashlight in that direction and realized what he was looking at wasn't a person or an animal. Emerging from the darkness was what Darren would later describe as a puzzle person. It appeared to be a human figure about 6 feet tall, but it was incomplete. Parts of it were missing, like sections of a jigsaw puzzle that hadn't been filled in. Darren could see straight through these gaps to the tunnel wall behind it, But the truly bizarre part was that these missing pieces weren't static, they were constantly changing. Different parts of the figure would appear and then disappear, like its entire body was shifting in and out of existence. The parts that were visible had this strange quality to them. Darren said that they looked both solid and transparent at the same time, with a subtle rainbow shimmer across the surface. The figure had no face, just a smooth blank area where facial features should be. And as this puzzle person moved toward Darren, it didn't walk like a normal human. Instead, it seemed to glide, and with each forward movement, its body would reconfigure itself, limbs appearing and disappearing, and its torso shifting and then realigning, and it made this sound that Darren described as television static mixed with backwards speech, a kind of crackling, unintelligible noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He was completely frozen in place. He wasn't even sure if he was breathing, and this thing continued to approach until it was about 10 feet away from him. Then it stopped and extended what appeared to be an arm, although the appendage just kept shifting form, sometimes looking human, sometimes splitting into multiple branching limbs, and then it just pointed directly at the wall of the tunnel, and where it pointed, the concrete surface began to change. The solid walls seemed to become transparent, revealing what looked like another tunnel beyond it. But this other tunnel wasn't part of the NYC subway system. Darren said that it looked wrong. The angles were off, the lights had this unusual purple hue, and he could see what appeared to be writing on the walls, literally, in a language he'd never seen before. The puzzle person then turned its blank face back toward Darren and made a motion that he interpreted as an invitation to follow it through this impossible doorway that had been created. Darren broke out of this trance-like paralysis, dropped his flashlight, turned and ran as fast as he could back the way he had come. And as he ran, the sound gradually returned. First his own footsteps, then the heavy breathing, and then the distant rumble of the train. And by the time he finally got back to the train station, the temperature, fortunately, had returned to normal. And Darren immediately reported what he had seen. He didn't care about sounding like a crackpot. He was terrified. And his supervisor assumed Darren had either fallen asleep on the job and had some sort of vivid dream. I mean, if you think about it, you fall asleep on the job down there and you're bound to have all sorts of wild dreams, but not this guy. But Darren demanded what he saw was real. He told his boss that he's leaving right then and there. Someone has to come in and fill in for him. He's not going back to that section of tunnel. Well, when a different maintenance crew went to check that section of the tunnel the next day, they actually found something unusual. At the exact spot where Darren had seen the puzzle person create that doorway, the concrete wall had changed. The normally gray concrete now contained a perfect circle about 3 feet in diameter that was pitch black. It was darker than any material they'd ever seen, and there was no amount of light that would reflect off of it. It really kind of made it look like a perfect hole into nothingness, as creepy as that is. Once they reported this back, obviously Darren wasn't exactly seen as a crackpot anymore, but they weren't really buying into the whole puzzle man thing. But that didn't stop them from being baffled. They brought in experts who determined that this circle, it wasn't a paint or any other kind of surface treatment. The concrete had somehow been fundamentally altered at a molecular level. Within a week, that section of tunnel was sealed off and officially designated as structurally unsound, though many of the workers suspected this was just an excuse to keep people away from whatever that black circle actually was. Darren Mitchell quit his job with the MTA less than a month after. He moved out of New York entirely and relocated to Arizona, where, in his own words, basically said, there aren't so many underground spaces there. In July of 1947, something crashed in the desert near Roswell, New Mexico. The Army initially announced that they'd recovered a flying disc and then quickly changed their story to a weather balloon. But what really happened to that debris, and where did it go? The military said it was sent to higher headquarters, but UFO researchers believe those materials were transported to Wright Field in Ohio, now known as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and that's where our story begins. You won't want to miss this one. In July of 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield in New Mexico made this big announcement that they had recovered a flying disc from a local ranch. But literally, the very next day, they completely backtracked and told everyone it was just a weather balloon. And I mean, pretty much nobody believed that. News reports at the time said the wreckage, whatever it actually was, had been sent to higher headquarters for analysis. And so for decades afterward, UFO researchers have been saying that higher headquarters was actually Wright Field in Ohio, which is now called the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Around that same time, a pilot named Captain Oliver Henderson, who everyone called Pappy, revealed something major to his wife. He supposedly transported strange debris and several small alien bodies from Roswell to Wright Field. That's a pretty wild thing to tell your spouse over dinner. And then there's Marion Black Mac Magruder, who was a World War II ace. His children claim that their father saw a living extraterrestrial being at Wright Field, and Magruder apparently told his family that it was a really shameful thing that the military destroyed this creature by conducting all these tests on it. These accounts may be unverified, but they established the first connection between Roswell and what would later be known as Hangar 18. Okay. Whoa. Hold on, Dave Mustaine. Not yet. As Hangar 18, Wright Field was home to the Air Material Command, which was responsible for analyzing all sorts of recovered hardware. On September 22, 1947, the chief of the Air Material Command, Brigadier General Nathan Twining, wrote this secret memo where he had actually acknowledged that flying discs were something real and not visionary or fictitious. He noted that they hadn't verified any crash recovered hardware yet, but he recommended doing research, which is a pretty interesting thing to say if all they had was a weather balloon. But by the late 1940s, this idea that Wright-Patterson was keeping crashed saucer debris or even alien remains was starting to really spread in UFO circles. And in the 1950s, there was this FBI memo, which was later declassified, that recorded a third-hand report about how 3 so-called flying saucers and 3 small alien bodies were recovered in New Mexico and sent to Wright Field. The FBI later admitted this memo, known as the Guy Hotel memo, was probably just repeating a known UFO hoax, but by then, this story was already out there. And between 1948 and 1952, the Air Force actually launched several official UFO investigations that were headquartered at Wright-Patterson. First, there was Project Sign, which began in late 1947 to collect and evaluate all these UFO reports. And the analysis for Project Sign actually drafted something called an estimate of the situation. It suggested that some UFOs were extraterrestrial, but Air Force leadership completely rejected this conclusion, and they replaced Project Sign in 1949 with the more skeptical Project Grudge. Can't have that kind of talk in official documents after all. Then, in 1952, the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Wright-Patterson established Project Blue Book, which was led initially by Captain Edward Ruppelt with his astronomer named J. Allen Hynek as a consultant. Project Blue Book would run for 17 years as the Air Force's public UFO investigation program, and it ultimately cataloged 12,618 sightings. But they officially found no evidence of any alien spacecraft, and a lot of people were just not convinced by Blue Book's findings. A peace activist by the name of Donald Kehoe actually accused the Air Force of conducting a UFO cover-up, And by the middle of the 1950s, you had UFO groups like NICAP or NICAP, and they were really pressuring the government for more transparency. But what most people didn't know was that behind the scenes, Wright-Patterson's technical units were analyzing unusual sightings and artifacts. The base had this Foreign Technology Division, which they called FTD, that routinely handled crashed foreign aircraft and advanced technology. In 1953, Wright-Patterson engineers examined these metal fragments that were allegedly from a UFO, but they were found to be just ordinary waste slag. Around the same time, there were 2 CIA-sponsored scientific panels that reviewed all this UFO evidence, and both of them concluded there was no extraterrestrial threat. But they kept one panel's conclusions classified, and this secrecy just fed the public suspicion of a cover-up. Now at this point, the term Hangar 18 hadn't really entered the lexicon, but all the ingredients for this legend were in place. By the 1960s, Wright-Patterson's reputation as UFO headquarters had led to all these persistent rumors about hidden alien evidence. Project Blue Book was still investigating sightings from its offices at Wright-Patterson's Area B, but a lot of people felt that Blue Book was just a public relations exercise. An Air Force memo in 1969 even admitted UFO reports, which could affect national security, were handled outside Blue Book channels. And all this did was fuel beliefs that there really was this secret blue room at Wright-Patterson that contained the real UFO data. In 1966, a journalist named John Fuller published a book called Incident at Exeter, where he referenced rumors, and they are only rumors, of extraterrestrial bodies being kept in a morgue at Wright-Patterson. This was one of the first published hints of alien bodies at the base, and the following year, a novel titled The Fortet Conspiracy built a fictional story around Wright-Patterson's Foreign Technology Division hiding a crashed saucer. And here's where things get really interesting. Around the same time, Senator Barry Goldwater, who was also an Air Force Reserve Brigadier General, asked his friend General Curtis LeMay about all these rumors of a secret UFO room at Wright-Patterson. And according to Goldwater, LeMay just gave me hell, is what he said, and angrily told him to never bring up the subject again. Goldwater later clarified that while he'd heard stories of alien bodies, he himself had never seen any and never heard credible evidence of them. But this dramatic incident just added more credibility to all these conversations about a secret UFO facility. I mean, why get so angry if there's nothing to hide? But Project Blue Book was terminated in '69 following the skeptical Condon report. The Air Force officially exited the UFO business, which only intensified suspicions of a cover-up. With Blue Book gone, many speculated any recovered evidence might be hidden in a remote vault or hangar at Wright-Patterson. But the term Hangar 18 still hadn't come to public yet. But the term Hangar 18 finally entered the public consciousness in 1974 through this self-described ufologist named Robert Spencer Carr. On January 16, 74, the Tampa Tribune actually reported Carr's claim that in Hangar 18 at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, there are 2 flying saucers of unknown origin. And this was the first known public mention of Hangar 18 as an alleged stored site for alien craft. On October 11th that same year, Carr expanded his story on a Tampa radio show, and he ignited quite the media frenzy. He claimed that in 1948, a UFO had crash-landed near Aztec, New Mexico, which was a separate incident from Roswell, and that the Air Force recovered an intact saucer that was transported to Wright-Patterson. He claimed there were 12 small alien beings from the ship that were kept in cold storage, and his sources were a biologist who examined the bodies, a security guard who watched over the UFO, and a military officer who actually witnessed the alien autopsies. He provided all these anatomical details, saying the beings resembled small humans, like 3 to 4 feet tall and white skin, light hair, blue eyes, and Carr insisted the 12 bodies were still preserved, even then, in deep freeze. That sounds more like the descriptions of children than aliens, though, doesn't it? This sensational story spread worldwide through wire services, and the Air Force quickly responded. They flatly and unequivocally denied Carr's account and pointed that there was no Hangar 18 on the base. At least, no hangar with that actual designation. Wright-Patterson's hangars typically have 2-digit or 3-digit designations, and Carr was apparently referring to Building 18 in Area B, which was a complex of laboratories. Or is it laboratories? Carr continued to embellish his claims throughout the 70s, and by 79, he was talking about this nurse who witnessed an alien autopsy herself, but his credibility was starting to deteriorate under scrutiny. His own son described him as a habitual liar who loved telling these preposterous stories as truth. And then you had UFO historians who noticed all these similarities between Carr's narrative and elements of that 1968 sci-fi novel, The Four-Tech Conspiracy. But despite all these credibility issues, his revelation had this enduring impact. They popularized Hangar 18 as a synonym for hidden UFO evidence, and Carr's story also resurrected the Aztec crash in UFO mythology, which was previously thought to be a debunked hoax. The Air Force made calculated efforts at transparency to counter this growing legend. Wright-Patterson officials reportedly invited journalists to tour Building 18 in the mid-70s to try and squash all these rumors. Building 18 housed the Aero Propulsion Laboratory, not a secret vault, and reporters found no UFOs or aliens in the building. The Air Force highlighted that Hangar 18 did not officially exist on any military map of any kind, but there's another twist in this story. Base folklore suggested Building 18 once had a classified role as a cryogenic research lab for rocket fuels in the 1950s. A fire there allegedly led to safety-driven secrecy. Meanwhile, outside Wright-Patterson, the Roswell incident roared back to life, and in 1978, nuclear physicist Stanton T. Friedman located Major Jesse Marcel, who had recovered debris at Roswell. Marcel, who was freed from decades of silence, just claimed the weather balloon explanation was a cover story and asserted that the material he handled was nothing from this Earth. Marcel said the foil shown in the press photos was just simply phony wreckage. His revelations were featured in a 1980 book called The Roswell Incident by Charles Berlitz and William Moore. Many Roswell witnesses recalled wreckage and possibly bodies being transported out of New Mexico, and several claimed the material went to Wright-Patterson for analysis. And then you had retired Air Force Brigadier General Arthur Exon, who was stationed at Wright Field in '47 and testified that wreckage and bodies from Roswell arrived at Rex Field. Exon claimed that a super-secret committee at the base oversaw close examination of highly classified UFO incidents. An actual Air Force general confirming this stuff is significant. Wright-Patterson employee Norma Gardner claimed she cataloged UFO parts in the 1960s and typed autopsy reports on these bizarre extraterrestrial cadavers. She claimed that she once glimpsed 2 small alien bodies being moved down a hallway. Now, by 1980, the Roswell case and Hangar 18 lore were merging into one grand narrative of government cover-up. And that's when Hollywood got involved. The legend reached its pop culture zenith in 1980 with the release of this film called Hangar 18. It's not exactly a cinematic masterpiece, but it was a low-budget thriller that dramatized a UFO crash being hidden at an Air Force hangar. The movie was loosely based on Carr's stories, but rode the wave of fascination that he created, and the film's climax featured alien bodies stored in these cryogenic containers. And of course, cue Megadeth. In 1990, Megadeth released their own song titled Hangar 18 from their album Rust in Peace. And even Star Trek got on the action. Deep Space Nine jokingly depicted a 1947 Hangar 18 in a time travel episode. But folks, there's more. Jumping back to 1980 for a second, you had more whistleblower-type accounts that were surfacing. Magruder's story of seeing a live alien at Wright Field became public, and this researcher named Leonard Stringfield began publishing compilations of what he called crash and retrieval reports. These were dossiers of second-hand testimonies about saucer wreckage and bodies at various bases. Wright-Patterson figured prominently in these accounts, and by the late 80s, Stringfield had amassed numerous accounts claiming all the same thing, that there were multiple UFO craft and dozens of alien corpses in storage. And these tales often mentioned Wright-Patterson's hangars or underground vaults as holding these secrets. So we've got all these stories, but why did the Air Force continuously deny everything? The Air Force periodically reasserted that nothing extraterrestrial was ever hidden at Wright-Patt. And in January of 1985, they actually issued an unusually direct statement to try and take care of all these rumors. And they basically said that there are not now, nor have there ever been, any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They reiterated that there has never actually been a Hangar 18 on the base. Despite these firm denials, true believers, of course, were never swayed. By this time, the epicenter of UFO conspiracy had started drifting westward. In 1989, Bob Lazar claimed to have worked on alien spacecraft at a secret facility near Area 51 in Nevada. Lazar's sensational story made Area 51 a household name in UFO lore, and Hangar 18's legend was somewhat upstaged but endured. In 1988, Senator Barry Goldwater spoke openly to The New Yorker about his failed attempt to access Wright-Patterson's secret room. Wright-Patterson continued to have real ties to this research, but the Foreign Technology Division was rumored to have a compartmentalized unit investigating UFOs even after Blue Book ended. Now, this alleged unit was sometimes dubbed Project Moondust or Project Bluefly. These were actual programs tasked with retrieving falling space debris, possibly including UFOs, and the Air Force sometimes allowed a peek behind the curtain. In 1988, a local TV news crew filmed inside certain facilities at Wright-Patterson, showing nothing unusual. Base public affairs began categorizing the Hangar 18 story as just an urban myth and nothing more. In fact, a Wright-Patterson spokeswoman explained to the public that the only aliens on base were just mannequins in the Air Force Museum's UFO exhibit. Clearly, they were just trying to put this legend to rest. And of course, the 90s brought the 50th anniversary of Roswell, and, there's just more intense scrutiny and alleged cover-ups. Now, interestingly, in 1994, the General Accounting Office launched an inquiry into the Roswell incident. The Air Force had declassified 2 exhaustive reports in response. You had the Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert in 1994, and the Roswell Report, Case Closed in 1997. These reports admitted the weather balloon story was a cover, but only to conceal a classified spy balloon program called Project Mogul. The Air Force claimed the strange debris was from a Mogul balloon array, and they just suggested that those alien bodies were simply misremembered parachute test dummies from the 50s. They stated that they found no records at all of alien technology or any sort of bodies. The Air Force simply stated that it found no records of alien materials ever being sent to Wright-Patterson. If Roswell wreckage went to Wright Field, they claimed it was just balloon scraps, nothing exotic. Now, the accounting discovered that many Roswell Army Base administrative files from 1947 had been mysteriously destroyed in the 1950s. That's incredibly convenient, isn't it? It's suspicious, but no smoking gun emerged. Now, in 1994, Colonel Philip Corso, who was retired, began speaking privately about distributing Roswell artifacts to defense contractors. These claims were later published in his 1997 book, The Day After Roswell. Corso alleged alien technology was sent to Wright-Patterson's FTD for analysis and claimed this led indirectly to advances in fiber optics and integrated circuitry. But folks, let's not forget about the deathbed confessions. Civilian employee Norma Gardner revealed details of handling alien biological material when she felt safe from retaliation, and famously claimed that Uncle Sam can't do anything to you once you're in your grave. You had First Lieutenant Walter Haut, who wrote the original Roswell press release, left a sealed affidavit opened after his 2005 death, and it described being shown an alien craft and bodies in 1947 that would be flown to Field Command at Dayton, or Wright Field. So what is the actual Hangar 18 then? Is there really a building with that number? Well, the Air Force emphatically says there is no Hangar 18. There's a Building 18 at Wright-Patterson, a large complex of labs on the older part of the base. And in UFO lore, Hangar 18 is often a catch-all label for any secure facility. Some point to a classified underground vaults, the Blue Room, near Building 18. Others note Wright-Patterson has many hangars that have changed designations over the years. Wright Field's original World War II era structures included Building 4, which was a modification hangar adjacent to Building 18. Some tellings claim Hangar 18 and Building 18 are interconnected with secret tunnels. This blurred mix of fact and fiction means that Hangar 18 has become more legend than literal location. What is documented is that during the Cold War, Building 18 hosted classified programs of terrestrial nature. After a 1952 explosion in Building 18, the rocket fuel lab was moved and the site repurposed for foreign aircraft evaluation. And throughout the 60s, Wright-Patterson's Foreign Technology Division reverse-engineered exotic hardware like captured Soviet MiGs, recovered spy satellites, that kind of thing. Base secrecy about legitimate projects could easily spark rumors. I mean, a guarded building full of dismantled MiGs might morph into a hangar full of flying saucer parts in secondhand accounts. The Kecksburg UFO incident of 1965, or an object that fell in Pennsylvania, was allegedly connected to Wright-Patterson. Locals reported that the object was hauled away on an Air Force flatbed truck, with Wright-Patterson mentioned as the likely endpoint. Kecksburg's craft then joined the Roswell flying saucer in the mythical Hangar 18. Other cases woven into the Hangar 18 tapestry include a ghost bomber that crashed in the 1950s near Pittsburgh, and then you had another 1953 crash near Kingman, Arizona, and the legendary 1897 Aurora, Texas airship crash. It made sense that Wright-Patterson became the common denominator where all unexplained roads converged. It's like the Grand Central Station of alien artifacts. Decades later, Hangar 18 remains a staple of UFO mythology. Simply put, the truth to Hangar 18 remains a mystery. Today's first story takes us deep into the piney woods of East Texas, where three buddies thought they were settling in for a quiet night of fishing. Instead, they wound up face to face with something straight out of a nightmare. An account so disturbing it landed on the TV show These Woods Are Haunted, where the witnesses detailed their experiences. This true story is downright terrifying. You won't want to miss this one. On the evening of July 16th, a hot, sticky Friday in the middle of a Texas summer, 28-year-old Buster climbed out of the driver's seat of his old pickup, stretched his legs, and took a long look at the little lake hidden behind the pines. His younger brother, Larry, who was 26, hopped down from the passenger side, and their longtime buddy, a year older than Larry, slid out from the back. The three had spent half their childhood fishing this water, so tonight was supposed to be simple. Catch catfish, roast a few hot dogs, and be home before sunrise. Simple, right? Now, right away, Buster told Larry that he was dreaming if he had thought he'd land the biggest fish. Larry laughed and said Buster would see soon enough. Their friend just shook his head and started hauling the cooler out of the bed. The guys didn't notice it then, but a full moon was already pushing above the treetops. They eased the aluminum John boat to the water, cranked the little outboard, and puttered toward the center of the lake. And by the time they killed the motor, the sky had turned velvety black and the Milky Way was spilling straight overhead. For the next couple of hours, they whispered jokes and watched their bobbers dance and, listened to the usual night sounds. An owl somewhere in the timber, the occasional splash of a fish. Everything felt perfect. A little after 10, the mood shifted. From deep in the woods came one long, drawn-out howl. It wasn't the yip, yip, yip of coyotes. It was bigger, lower, almost like a wolf trying to scream. And all three men froze. Buster just felt the hair on his arms stand straight up, and Larry muttered that was one weird-sounding critter. But nobody wanted to look spooked, so they shrugged it off and kept fishing. Well, 10 minutes later, Larry hauled in a fat catfish, and everybody quietly celebrated. Near midnight, they motored back, pulled the boat onto the pebbly bank, and lit their little fire. Buster speared a couple of hot dogs and just let them blist over the flames while the guys traded stories. Their friend, half joking, brought up the local legends. Folks in the next town sometimes claim they heard a monster howling out here on full moon nights. Larry, of course, chuckled and said somebody had watched too many movies, and Buster just smirked. After all, this is a guy who spent years in the woods and had never seen anything he couldn't name. As they settled around the crackling campfire, roasting hot dogs on their sticks, Larry kept rubbing his fingers through his hair and frowning at the embers. What was odd was that Larry kept saying how brittle his hair felt. Buster and his friend kept looking over at him, being like, "Man, what are you talking about? Are you okay?" Larry realized he had a serious problem. He was starting to change, and his hair was turning into fur, and there was only one thing he could do to keep from sprouting claws and fangs. Thankfully, Kitch has you covered. In fact, let me give you an example. This is me before using Kitch. I look like crap. My hair's a mess, and I feel...
Oh no. I think the full moon's out. This is me without Kitch.
Unlike Larry, I've been using Kitch's rice water and shampoo conditioner bars for around 6 months, and it keeps me from changing... the difference is night and day. These solid bars are packed with rice protein to repair damaged follicles and prevent split ends, giving you fuller, shinier hair. Larry, take notes. They lather up instantly under running water, and with this self-draining dish suctioned right to your shower wall, they dry between uses, never going soggy. Plus, Kitch ships to over 90 countries, and my code auto-applies 25% off site-wide, bringing the shampoo and conditioner duo under $25. There's even a subscription option so you never run out. Trust me, whether you're sneaking around on a full moon or just dodging bad hair days, Kitch gives you the healthy, sleek fur, hair you need to stay completely human. But then, Buster noticed something he couldn't explain. The crickets stopped, and so did the frogs, and even the breeze died. It was as if somebody had hit a mute button on the entire forest, and before Buster could say a word, a branch snapped just beyond the glow of the fire. And a second later, leaves crunched. Whatever was pacing out there sounded heavy, and so Larry whispered it was probably a deer. Their friend tried to joke about Bigfoot, but neither sounded convinced. So Buster grabbed his flashlight, thumbed it on, and swept the beam across the tree line. Trunks, brush, nothing. He started to lower the light, and then Larry sucked in a breath and pointed. Over there were 2 amber circles hovering in the dark, far apart and far too high off the ground. Buster steadied the light, and that's when the outline snapped into view. Standing half in shadow was something close to 10 feet tall, covered in dark fur. It was upright, but it hunched forward and its arms hung long enough that the clawed hands reached its knees. The head looked like an enormous wolf, ears pinned back, jaws partway open, and the eyes, they seemed almost lit from within, locked on the three men. For several seconds, nobody moved. Buster felt rooted to the dirt, flashlight shaking in his grip, and he just kept thinking to himself that there's no way this is real. And then the creature's lips curled, exposing fangs the length of his fingers, and it rumbled a growl so deep he felt it inside his chest. Folks, instinct finally won. Buster told the others they needed the boat now, and they backed toward the water, trying not to turn their backs, and this thing then stepped into the firelight, and the full horror of it hit them. Shoulders nearly 4 feet wide, claws like knives, and a smell of wet dog mixed with rotting meat that made Larry gag. The thing suddenly roared, half howl, half roar, and charged. The men quickly flung the boat off the bank, jumped aboard, and nearly tipped it as they scrambled. Larry yanked the starter cord once, twice, and the motor sputtered. Buster risked a glance back and saw this thing crouched at the edge of the water. Its eyes were blazing, its muscles bunching like it might leap, and on the third pull, the engine caught with a roar. Larry slammed the throttle open and the boat shot forward, sending all three sprawling to the bottom. When Buster looked again, the creature was wading in knee-deep water, pacing, but it stopped there. It threw its head back and let out a howl so loud that it echoed clear across the lake. Then just stared at the boat as they sped away. And those eyes followed them until distance and darkness just swallowed the shoreline entirely. Well, they didn't let up until they hit the opposite launch. Larry leapt out, tied a sloppy knot, and the three practically dove into the pickup. Gravel sprayed as they tore down the dirt road toward the highway. Only when they'd driven several miles did anyone speak. Their friend kept asking what that thing was, but Larry explained that it was nothing natural. Buster had no answer at all, and they spent the rest of the night huddled in Larry's living room, blinds shut, doors locked, waiting for sunrise. None of them slept. Every creak of the house set their nerves on edge. Now, the following afternoon, Buster and Larry forced themselves back to the lake. Broad daylight, rifles in hand, just to collect their gear. The place looked normal, but the silence still felt wrong. At the campsite, they found chairs overturned, the cooler ripped open, and in the mud, a set of prints 3 times wider than Buster's hand. The tracks walked like a person, left, right, left, but each one had claws digging into the earth, and 7 feet up a pine tree were fresh gouges cut through the bark. That was all either brother needed. They grabbed what was salvageable and left for good. Their friend never set foot near that lake again. Now, in the weeks that followed, none of them really slept. Larry refused every invite to camp, and their friend told the story once to his father, got a look of disbelief, and never mentioned it again. Buster started digging online and discovered reports of something locals called a dogman, which was a towering, wolf-headed thing that walks on 2 legs. The descriptions matched right down to the amber eyes, and every time Buster read another account, he just felt a cold confirmation that legends sometimes turn out to be real. And even now, years later, Buster still won't fish that lake. What they met that night wasn't an animal acting on instinct. It was something intelligent, something evil, and it let them go only because deep water lay between hunter and prey. He knows not everyone gets that lucky. On the night of July 5th, 2012, a 48-year-old maintenance supervisor named Tom Ruiz was working the late shift at a remote oil lease outside Cotulla, Texas. It was a sweltering summer evening, mid-90s, even after sundown. So Tom kept a dented metal thermos of sweet tea next to the little box fan buzzing on his desk. A little after 11 p.m., he stepped out of the trailer office, grabbed a flashlight, and started his routine walk to the new security cameras that had been mounted on the pump jacks. Now, some context for the cameras. For nearly 2 months, the company had been losing crude oil. Somebody was sneaking onto the property at night, hooking a hose to the stock tanks and vanishing before sunrise. Well, management figured cameras were cheaper than hiring extra guards, so 3 motion-activated units were bolted to the steel catwalks. 1 facing the access road, 1 covering the tanks, and 1 pointed toward a dirt clearing nobody ever used. Tom's job, every night, was to pop the memory cards out of each camera and swap in fresh ones. And so, flashlight in his left hand and a set of Allen wrenches in his right, he walked the line. He unscrewed the first housing, replaced the card, tightened the plate, and moved on. Nothing unusual. Same with the second camera. But when he reached the one aimed at the empty patch of dirt, he noticed something odd. The display on the back, normally dark, was pulsing faintly. He chalked it up to the heat, pulled the card and slipped in a new one, and headed back. Inside the trailer, the air smelled like old coffee and machine grease. Tom sat down at a dusty Dell computer, slid the card into the reader, and opened the first image. He expected to see a grainy picture of a pickup truck or maybe some guys in hoodies siphoning oil, but instead, he froze. On the screen was the clearing. In the middle of that clearing sat a smooth, oval object resting just inches above the dirt. It was maybe the size of a small bus, and the camera's infrared flash made the thing glow white hot against the dark background. Now, around the perimeter of the craft were 4 shadowy bumps that looked like landing pads. No doors, no windows, no markings, just this silent machine hovering in darkness. Tom just leaned back, rubbed his eyes, and thought to himself that this has to be a glitch. So, he clicks to the next frame. Same object, same position. Next frame. Now it's gone. Nothing but empty dirt again. And the whole sequence, based on the timestamps, lasted maybe 3 seconds. At this point, Tom is not a UFO guy. I mean, he hunts, he fishes, he fixes broken pumps. That's it. But what he's looking at makes no sense. And the more he stares, the more he feels that prickly pressure in his ears that shows up right before panic kicks in. So he does what a lot of people do when something weird lands in their lap. He emails it to a buddy. And within an hour, the photo has ping-ponged around the night crew. And by sunrise, every field hand with a company email has seen it. Nobody has an explanation, but everyone agrees on one thing. Those definitely are not oil thieves. Well, a week later, the image reaches Tom's 21-year-old daughter, Marissa, who is living 3 hours away in San Antonio for college. She opens the attachment on her phone, zooms in, zooms out, and then calls her dad. He tells her that the company hasn't said a word about it and that the camera itself checked out fine. Marissa is a person who binge watches paranormal documentaries between classes, decides the photo needs to be in front of people who study this kind of stuff. So she fills out an online form for MUFON, which is the Mutual UFO Network, and uploads the file. Then, nothing. Weeks roll by. Fall semester starts. No follow-up. No phone call, no investigator poking around the lease. It's like the report fell into a black hole. But the internet, as usual, does its own thing. And sometime around Thanksgiving, the picture pops up on a fringe forum. And from there, it kind of just ricochets across UFO blogs. On January 21st, 2013, a researcher named Scott Waring publishes a write-up claiming the craft may have shot straight out of the Gulf of Mexico, which sits about 110 miles south of Cotulla. He argues that underwater bases are perfect hideouts because, as he puts it, 3/4 of the planet is water. The post explodes, comet sections light up. Some readers insist the light pattern under the object proves anti-gravity technology. Others just swear it's a dog-dirt image pointing to pixel edges. A small group latches onto the original theft problem and wonders aloud if whoever or whatever took that oil might not have been human at all. Meanwhile, Tom and his crew keep pumping crude. The company replaces a couple of locks, but the missing oil issue stops on its own. Nobody is ever caught. The camera that shot the photo is still in service, still aimed at the same clearing, and it has never captured anything unusual again. As for MUFON, investigators later admit they can't find a single file on the Cthulhu case. It's as if the report was never logged, so the picture sits online, suspended between believers and skeptics, and the only people who know for sure the image is real are a handful of tired oil workers who just wanted to catch a thief and ended up photographing something the rest of us still can't explain. On a foggy spring morning in 1857, a 27-year-old cattle drover named Jesse Lincoln Driskill eased his horse onto a muddy wagon path just outside of Austin, Texas. He had left Missouri a few weeks earlier with nothing but a bedroll, a Colt revolver, and a head full of ideas about turning longhorn cattle into long piles of cash. So, as he looked over the rolling hills, he thought to himself that this place felt wide open and unfinished, exactly the kind of place where a man like him could get rich. Fast forward 4 years to May of 1861, and the Civil War is breaking out. Food for the Confederate Army is running low, and Jesse, now 31, suddenly finds every steer on his ranch worth its weight in gold. Confederate officers ride up, tell him they need thousands of pounds of beef, and Jesse tells them he can make that happen. For the next 4 years, that is all he does. He drives cattle, sells cattle, and watches enormous piles of money land in his lap. By the time the war ends, he's thinking that he might actually be one of the richest men in the entire state. In 1884, Jesse decides cattle aren't exciting anymore. He wants something more grand, something permanent that would outlive him. So, he walks down to the corner of 6th Street and Brazos in downtown Austin, slaps a wad of bills onto a surveyor's map, and buys the entire block. Then, he hires architects to design the largest, most luxurious hotel Texas has ever seen. Jesse explains to everyone that when it opens, it will make Austin the social center of the Southwest. Well, construction takes 2 years. Marble floors go in, gaslit chandeliers drop from carved ceilings, and hand-painted frescoes line every hallway. On December 20th, 1886, the Driskill Hotel finally opens. Papers call it a Romanesque revival masterpiece. Jesse, standing in the lobby in a brand new wool suit, is thinking that this place is going to print money forever. But then, everything falls apart. 6 months after opening, Jesse starts losing cash faster than he made it. He drinks too much, gambles too hard, and, according to one porter, spends entire weekends entertaining women whose names nobody ever seems to catch. Late one night in the summer of 1887, he sits down at a poker table, bets the deed to his hotel on a single hand, and loses. The next morning, a clerk changes the name on the property ledger, and Jesse walks out of the building that still carries his name, now as a guest, not an owner. He will never come back. The hotel keeps running though, and within a year, the first tragedy strikes. Sometime in 1888, a housekeeper hears light, quick footsteps on the grand staircase, and she turns just in time to see a little boy, no older than 6, chasing a small ball that is bouncing down the steps. The boy stumbles, turns head over heels all the way to the marble floor, and never gets up again. Guess that we complain about a cold draft running up the stairs, but management can't find a leak anywhere. Well, a few years later, in 1890, the 4-year-old daughter of U.S. Senator Temple Lee Houston checks in with her family. Nobody ever says exactly what happens, only that there is a horrible accident somewhere inside the hotel, and the child does not survive. The body is carried out quietly through a service door before sunrise. And for weeks after, staff avoid that corridor because, as one of the bellboy explains, it feels like someone tiny is clutching the hem of your coat and won't let go. By the early 1900s, the Driskill has a reputation for luxury and for something none of the brochures mention. In 1908, a young bride checks into her room 525. Her fiancé has just called the wedding off, and for 2 days, she keeps the curtains drawn, ordering meals she barely touches. On the third morning, she leaves the hotel, walks 2 blocks to an upscale boutique, and spends what would be $40,000 today on new clothing and perfume. That night, she returns, lines every purchase up to the foot of the bed, pulls a small handgun from her purse, presses a pillow over the barrel, and, well, you know what happens. Hotel management has the room cleaned and reopens it quietly, but employees talk that the air inside never smells like furniture polish, only like burned gunpowder and fresh roses. And in 1934, the hotel's story takes a lighter turn, at least for a moment. On the evening of January 22nd, this lanky 25-year-old congressional aide named Lyndon Baines Johnson meets a short, sharp-witted young woman named Claudia Ladybird Taylor for dinner in the Driskills' dining room. They hit it off immediately. Staff later say that Johnson looks like he might float right out of his chair, and for the rest of their lives, whenever the Johnsons are in Austin, they book the same suite on the top floor. Well, 30 years later, on November 3rd, 1968, LBJ, now President of the United States, returns to that same suite to watch the election returns. When the networks finally call the race in his favor, he strides down to the hotel ballroom, thanks his supporters, and breaks into what witnesses describe as an unhinged victory dance that goes on far longer than anybody expects. And so from that night forward, the Driskill is basically presidential property. All the while, the tragedies never really leave. Guests complain about hearing a child's giggle echoing up the stairwell at 3 a.m, while others wake to the steady thumping of a ball bouncing off hallway walls, and a cigar smell that drifts through the 4th floor corridor, even though the hotel has been non-smoking for years. One man wakes at exactly 3 a.m, sees a well-dressed stranger standing at the window of his room, and watches, frozen, as the figure calmly smokes a cigar and stares down the street. When the guest finally musters the courage to flip on the bedside lamp, the stranger is gone. But the curtains are still swaying and the room still reeks of tobacco. Around this time, management decides the ornate 5th floor landing needs something tasteful. They commission an artist named Richard King to recreate an 1880s painting called The Love Letter, a little girl in a white dress, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a letter in the other. The finished piece looks harmless, so they hang it outside Suite 525, but almost immediately, weird things start happening. Guests walking by say they feel someone tugging the back of their coat. Others swear the girl's eyes track them down the hall, and one housekeeper pushes her cart past the frame and feels a cold hand clamp around her wrist, and drops every towel she's carrying. When she looks up, the hallway is empty, but she could still feel 5 tiny fingers digging into her skin. Now, by the 1990s, paranormal investigators are calling this place the most haunted building in Texas. Even ghost tours add it to their nightly route. And then, in 2023, Yelp releases a data-driven list of America's most haunted spots. Out of every abandoned asylum, battlefield, and creepy lighthouse in the country, this hotel ranks number 1 for the entire state of Texas, and its downstairs bar comes in at number 2. Today, if you walk through the brass-framed revolving door, the lobby looks almost exactly the way it did in 1886. Marble under your feet, stained glass above your head, and if you believe the stories, a cattle baron, a heartbroken bride, 2 playful children, and a former president still roaming the halls. If you stay here, just remember something. At this hotel, somebody or something has already decided which room you're staying in. On a Saturday afternoon in the middle of the summer of 1982, 13-year-old Dan, who lived just outside of Midland, Texas, finished mowing his parents' lawn, wolfed down a peanut butter sandwich, and then wheeled his little red Honda dirt bike out to the driveway. A few minutes later, 3 of his buddies, same age, same obsession with anything that had an engine, puttered up, and the 4 of them took off for the open desert scrub that rings the city. Now at this point, riding in that wasteland was basically their whole world. They did it every weekend, and Dan knew every dry wash and cactus stand out there. So when the boys shot through the last barbed wire gate and the tires finally hit the loose sand, he wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. He was just thinking about who was going to pull the first wheelie. Well, about 20 minutes in, the group dropped down into this shallow, rock-strewn arroyo. Dan was in the lead, and he spotted something off to the right, maybe 40 feet away. Moving low to the ground, he figured it was a big lizard. No shortage of those, right? So he kept going, but then he noticed the other boys had rolled off the throttle and were all staring at the same spot. So Dan eases up too, and now all 4 bikes are idling in a little semicircle. And off in the dirt is this thing, maybe 2 feet long, crawling, belly practically dragging. Now Dan is thinking that this is the weirdest iguana he's ever seen because the body looked thick, almost stocky, which didn't make sense for any lizard he knew. Well, a couple of the guys goosed their throttles to get a better look, and that's when everything turns upside down. This thing suddenly stops, plants its back feet, and in one quick motion rises straight up on 2 legs. And now Dan and his friends just freeze. Standing there is what looks like a toy dinosaur come to life. Except it's not a toy. The whole animal is only about 2, maybe 2.5 feet tall, but their proportions are all wrong for anything they've ever seen. The head is this smooth oval shape, and the skin is a dull yellow-green that almost blends with the desert. And dangling off its chest are these absurdly tiny arms, each arm ending in a single curved claw that twitches like it's ready to hook into something. The second it's upright, it angles that head toward the boys' bikes and lets out this sharp, raspy hiss. Dan can feel the sound more than hear it over the idling engines, and Dan is thinking, no way, this cannot be real. But then, the little thing takes one deliberate step forward, jaws open just a bit, and its whole posture says, get out of here right now. And that's enough for them. All 4 snap their throttles, the engines scream, and the thing flinches. Sand kicks everywhere, and by the time they loop around for one last look, it's gone. Either ducked behind a mesquite clump or dropped back to all 4s and vanished. They spend maybe 10 seconds shouting over the engine noise, "Dude, did you see that? What was that?" And then for reasons none of them could really explain later, they just ride on. No photos, no tracks, nothing. For the rest of the afternoon, every time a lizard scurries or a rabbit darts, somebody jerks the handlebars, but they never spot it. By sunset, they're back in town and Dan's mom is calling him inside for dinner. Well, that night, he tells his dad he saw some kind of angry desert lizard, and his dad, of course, laughs. Tells him to quit reading comic books, and that's pretty much the end of it. Over the next few weeks, the story gets retold once or twice at school, but each time it just sounds more ridiculous, so eventually, the boys just let it die. Dan decides he probably misjudged the size or the heat was playing tricks or whatever. But fast forward about 15 years later, and Dan is now in his late 20s, living in an apartment not far from where he grew up. One evening, he's working on a busted carburetor with the radio on in the background. The host is replaying an old call from the late night show Coast to Coast AM, and a man on the tape is talking about seeing a miniature Tyrannosaurus in the desert. Dan's wrench stops mid-turn. The caller describes a creature barely 2 feet tall, greenish skin, tiny arms with a single claw, furious when approached by vehicles. Dan begins to think that, wait a second, that's exactly what we saw. And for the first time since he was 13, he realizes maybe he hadn't been imagining things. So, over the next few years, he keeps an ear on that program, hoping someone else will mention the same thing, but nothing happens. Well, Fast forward to 2014 in October, and Coast to Coast AM opens the lines for weird stories. Dan Dials gets through and tells the nation what happened out in the Midland Scrub back in 1982. He explains there were 4 witnesses, describes the egg-shaped head, the single claws, and the way it stood up like it owned the place. And he admits that they never reported it, never even went back to look for tracks because at his age, 13, you just didn't really think about that. So was this a misidentified lizard, maybe a relic from another age, or something else entirely? We don't know. What we do know is that 4 kids went looking for an ordinary Saturday ride and, according to them, came face to face with something they thought had long been extinct. It remains a mystery. For 4,500 years, the pyramids of Giza have stood as humanity's most studied ancient monument. But in November of 2023, a team of scientists claims something that changes everything we thought we knew. An entire city buried 4,000 feet beneath them, larger than the pyramids themselves. And the craziest part, they might actually be right.
The historic discovery, the long-lost tomb of King Thutmose II.
It's the last of the lost tombs of Egypt's 18th dynasty.
In November of 2023, a small group of researchers stood in front of a room of journalists in Italy and made an announcement so incredible that most people thought they were either lying or completely delusional. They claimed they had discovered a vast underground city buried thousands of feet beneath Egypt's pyramids of Giza. And I don't mean a few small chambers or tunnels. Scientists were saying that there's literally an entire complex down there extending over a mile across and going deeper than the Empire State Building is tall. The pyramids have been studied for thousands of years. I mean, millions of tourists visit them every year. Archaeologists have spent entire careers examining every inch of them. And these researchers basically walked in and said, yeah, everyone's been missing an entire underground city that's 10 times bigger than the pyramids themselves. Nicole Ciccolo, the spokesperson for this research project, stood confidently before the crowd of skeptical journalists and declared that their groundbreaking study had redefined the boundaries of satellite data analysis and archaeological exploration. As she's saying all of this, the team is showing these elaborate 3D models of what they claim is down there. But how could something this enormous stay hidden for thousands of years? And what would it mean for everything we thought we knew about ancient Egypt if this turned out to be true? Imagine standing at the base of the Great Pyramid, looking up at this massive structure towering above you. Now, imagine that what you are seeing is merely the entrance to something far larger, a complex that extends thousands of feet beneath your feet, going deeper than any skyscraper on Earth reaches high. As it turns out, this special team of people making these claims are called the Khafre Project. And to fully understand it all, we need to go back in time. The pyramids of Giza sit on this rocky plateau overlooking the Nile River in Egypt. And we're talking about these absolutely massive structures, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, the smaller Pyramid of Khafre, and the smallest of the 3, the Pyramid of Menkaure. And this whole complex has been mapped, measured, excavated, and basically studied to death for centuries. Well, it's September of 2022 when these 3 researchers with completely different backgrounds got together in this little city in Italy called Pescara. There was Corrado Malanga, this physics professor from the University of Pisa with wild curly hair and an intense way of examining things, had a colleague by the name of Filippo Biondi. And Biondi was a radar technology expert from Scotland who'd spent years developing newer ways to see inside solid structures. And then there was Armando May. This is an Egyptologist who was already very controversial in his field because he'd argued that Egyptian civilization went back way further than most experts believed. Now, these 3 guys didn't even know each other all that well at first. They were brought together by this 4th researcher who thought their separate work might connect in some interesting ways, and he was right. Because as they sat talking, they realized they'd all been circling around the same discovery from completely different angles. It was like one of those moments when puzzle pieces suddenly snap together. May had been studying this passage in the Great Pyramid, while Malanga and Biondi had identified these hidden rooms that perfectly matched what May was looking for. The thing is, they didn't start out looking for massive underground cities. Not even close. At first, they were just focused on scanning the Khafre Pyramid to see if there might be some unknown chambers inside. And on October of 2022, they published this paper in a scientific journal that got a little attention, but nothing major. They'd found some hidden rooms and passages inside the pyramid using this new scanning technology that they had developed. But then, they noticed something odd. This weird thermal anomaly near the base of the pyramid. And that's when Malanga, who's this really curious guy by nature, started thinking, what if there's more down there? What if we're just seeing the very top of something much bigger? And that single question led them down a rabbit hole that would eventually result in this wild claim about an entire underground complex beneath the world's most famous monuments. So how exactly did they even look underneath the pyramids? The team developed this completely new approach using something called synthetic aperture radar technology. But instead of just using it the normal way, they figured out how to convert light signals into sound signals. And that was the game changer, because sound waves can travel through solid stone way better than light can. Malanga explained it like this: granite is perfect for sound. And this is where things get really mind-bending. Conventional archaeology tells us the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids using copper tools, stone hammers, wooden sludges, and manpower. Just lots of manpower. No heavy machinery, no power tools, not even iron chisels, and yet these researchers are suggesting they somehow excavated shafts thousands of feet into solid bedrock, created perfectly geometric rooms the size of football fields, and engineered a water system that has continued functioning for millennia, all without leaving a single historical record of how they did it. It would be like discovering that people in the Middle Ages had secretly built underground skyscrapers. The technology simply should not have existed. Think of it like this. If regular scanning technology is like trying to see through a brick wall with your eyes, what these guys developed is like having X-ray vision that can penetrate hundreds of feet of solid rock. They used 2 satellites positioned about 420 miles above Earth to beam these signals down to the pyramids, and then analyzed how they bounced back. But here's where this already incredible story takes an even wilder turn. The first big revelation came when they looked at their initial scans of the Khafre pyramid itself. They found these 5 weird Z-shaped structures inside the pyramid that nobody had ever detected. Each one had these 5 visible layers with what they described as a pagoda-like roof, and they were all connected to each other by these horizontal pathways. Now, finding new rooms inside the pyramids is definitely cool, but it's happened before. Other researchers have found hidden chambers using different technologies over the years, so if their discovery had stopped there, it would have been interesting to archaeologists, but nothing world-changing. But here is where it twists again. These structures seem to connect pathways that led deeper underground, beyond the pyramid itself. The second revelation is where their claim starts getting really hard to believe. As they followed these pathways with their radar technology, they said they discovered 8 massive vertical cylinder-shaped structures underneath the pyramid. Enormous tubes, each about 35 feet across, which is wider than a city bus is long, descending straight down into the earth. And they weren't just going down a little way. According to the researchers, these shafts plunged to a depth of over 2,100 feet. Just to put that in perspective, if you stacked the Empire State Building on top of itself, it still wouldn't reach that deep. Let that sink in for a moment. I mean, we're not talking about finding a new room or passage inside the pyramids. That does happen every few decades. We're talking about structures that make the pyramids themselves look tiny by comparison. Imagine if someone discovered that the Statue of Liberty was just the top of a structure that extended a half-mile underground. That's the equivalent of what these researchers are claiming. If they're right, everything we've been taught about ancient Egyptian capabilities is completely wrong. The question isn't just, did they build this, but how could they have possibly built this? With technology we believe existed 4,500 years ago, and these tubes were stranger. The team claimed they featured spiral pathways or staircases winding around their sides, almost like a DNA helix corkscrewing down into the darkness. Biondi told reporters he couldn't believe what he was seeing at first. He just kept asking himself, are these just reflections? Are we seeing things that aren't really there? But when they ran the scans from multiple different angles, the structures kept showing up consistently. They even had artificial intelligence analyze the data independently, and according to them, the AI confirmed exactly what they were seeing. But the third revelation is the one that really pushed this whole thing into the realm of science fiction. According to the team, at the bottom of those massive vertical shafts, more than 2,100 feet below the surface, they found two enormous rectangular chambers, each one about 260 feet on each side, basically the size of a football field, and were connected to the 8 descending tubes that fed directly into them. Between these chambers was a smaller structure with what they described as a bright central point, and they claimed that the bases of the tubes showed the brightest vibration signals, indicating they were designed as connection points. But even that wasn't the end. They said their scans showed additional structures continuing even deeper, water circulation systems and geometric grid patterns with 90-degree angles that looked like Roman cities beneath the entire Giza plateau. Malonga wasn't shy about what he thought this meant. He told everyone that what they were seeing wasn't just random tunnels or natural formations. It was an entire integrated complex connecting all 3 pyramids underground. According to their analysis, these massive vertical structures might actually be supporting the pyramid's weight, providing a 31% improvement in stability. They did the calculations and saw that the Khafre pyramid is incredibly heavy. To hold it up, it needs a solid foundation. Otherwise, it would sink at least 10 meters into the sand. This same team even claimed there was evidence connecting these underground structures to the famous Well of Osiris on the Giza Plateau. Now, this well is currently known to have 3 levels, reaching about 35 meters down, but their scans suggested it extends much further, maybe 200 meters or more, potentially serving as one of the access points to this underground system. I mean, if even half of what they're claiming is true, we'd have to completely rewrite what we know about ancient Egyptian civilization. How could they have built structures this deep? What technology would they have needed? And most importantly, why would they create this massive underground complex in the first place? Now, I'm guessing you are probably thinking what everyone else thought when they heard about this, that no way this is real. And you're definitely not alone. The scientific backlash was immediate and absolutely brutal. But just when you think the story couldn't get stranger, it does. Dr. Zahi Hawass, who's basically the most famous Egyptologist in the world and Egypt's former Ministry of Antiquities, didn't mince words. He called the whole thing completely wrong and fake news, insisting that the techniques employed are neither scientifically approved nor validated. I mean, this is a guy who's spent his entire life studying the pyramids, and he's basically saying these researchers are either delusional or lying. Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert from the University of Denver who specializes in using radar for archaeology, was a little more measured but still very skeptical. He basically called the claim a huge exaggeration. His argument was that this technology simply can't penetrate thousands of feet of solid stone with the kind of resolution needed to see structures, period. And there's the fact that while the team's initial paper about hidden rooms inside the pyramid was published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, these much bigger claims about the complex haven't gone through the same rigorous process. There's been no independent verification by other scientists who've looked at their data and methods. A perfect example is when the ancient city of Troy was discovered in the 1870s. Experts dismissed it as chasing fairy tales. When Howard Carter insisted there might be undiscovered tombs in the Valley of the Kings, many Egyptologists laughed at him until he found Tutankhamun's tomb. But what if the Khafre project team is onto something real, despite how extraordinary their claims sound? So, case closed, right? Just another sensational archaeological claim that doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Well, not quite. The research team pushed back hard against their critics, and they pointed out that they had already successfully tested their technology on known structures like the Gran Sasso Laboratory, which is this massive underground physics lab in Italy buried 1,400 meters deep. They'd also used it to reveal internal tunnels in the Mosul Dam, located in Iraq, and to map the San Gotardo Tunnel inside a mountain in Switzerland. So they weren't just making up this technology, it had worked in other contexts. They also challenged previous studies that had found nothing unusual inside the Khafre pyramid. For instance, a 1968 study had placed their cameras at the wrong angle. They put the camera in exactly the wrong position, the 35-degree viewing angle that missed all the structures. But arguably the most compelling were the multiple verification methods they claimed to have used. Since they had two satellites observing from different angles, they could compare the results. If something appears in one of the satellite scans but not the others, they know it is a false signal or an artifact. And they analyzed these structures from multiple angles, north, south, east, west, and additional perspectives, and said that these structures showed up consistently each time. And here's what makes this so hard to dismiss entirely. Malanga and Biondi are very respected in their fields. They did publish their initial peer-reviewed paper that established they could see inside the pyramids, and there are elements of their story that line up with what we already know about the Giza complex. For example, Professor Conyers, who despite his skepticism about the vast city claim, did acknowledge that it is conceivable that there are small structures, such as shafts and chambers beneath the pyramids, that have existed before they were built, because the site was special to ancient people. He noted that the Mayans and other peoples in ancient Mesoamerica often built pyramids on top of entrances to caves or caverns that had ceremonial significance. And there's also the fact that similar underground complexes do exist elsewhere in the world. Like the team pointed out the underground cities of Derinkuyu, located in Turkey, which feature comparable descending wells and spiral structures. These are all massive, multi-level underground complexes that were hidden for centuries until being rediscovered in modern times. We have to address something that's uncomfortable. If these structures really do exist, how did we miss them for so long? What else might we be missing, and what does that say about how certain we should be about our current understanding of the ancient world? Or was it all intentionally hidden? One of the wildest aspects of this entire story isn't just what they claim to have found, it's actually how perfectly it aligns with myths and legends that have persisted for many, many years. I mean, there's always been rumors of secret chambers, hidden knowledge, underground passages beneath the Giza Plateau. In the 10th century, a caliph named Al-Mamun forced his way into the Great Pyramid looking for treasure and ancient wisdom. Edgar Cayce, known as the Sleeping Prophet, predicted in the 1930s that a hall of records would be discovered beneath the Sphinx. Even the ancient Greek historian Herodotus wrote about underground chambers beneath the pyramids. I mean, for centuries, these stories were dismissed as fantasy or misunderstanding, but what if they weren't? I mean, what if people throughout history were catching glimpses of something real, something that's been hiding in plain sight? But here's where the story gets even more fascinating. When you look at ancient Egyptian mythology and religious texts, these researchers aren't just claiming they found some random underground structures. They're saying that they might have discovered something that's been described in Egyptian texts for thousands of years. In ancient Egyptian religion, there are 3 afterlife realms mentioned: Amenti, the realm of the dead ruled by Osiris. You have Rostau, which is referring to the surface monuments at Giza, and Duat, the celestial counterpart in the night sky, or the underworld. In May, the Egyptologist on the team pointed out that these three realms represent this principle of as above, so below. The idea that patterns in the heavens are mirrored on Earth. If you're into this kind of stuff, you might be familiar with the ancient text tablet called the Emerald Tablet, and it's attributed to Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, which specifically describes the construction of Amenti. The tablets mention deep wells built to bring light and life to Amenti. Wells, deep underground, connected to the afterlife. Does any of that sound familiar? May analyzed the etymology of Amenti as meaning seed or water of the divine power of life, and he claimed that the underground complex they found, with the vertical shafts, the water circulation systems, and massive chambers, matches these descriptions of the legendary halls of Amenti almost perfectly. These findings connect the ancient Egyptian conception of the afterlife with actual physical structures. So, what if these mythological realms weren't spiritual concepts? What if they were descriptions of real places that actually existed beneath the pyramids? And that's not all. The team found weird numeric patterns and alignments that seemed to match ancient Egyptian mathematical concepts. For example, May pointed out that the depth of the massive chambers, 648 meters, is exactly double 324, which has significance in ancient Egyptian mathematics. The Temple of the Valley, which is attributed to Khafre, has symbolic numeric patterns forming the numbers 3, 7, and 1. And when you apply something called a sigma function to 371, you get 432, a number that shows up in ancient cosmology across multiple civilizations. If even some of this was true, it would completely change our understanding of ancient Egypt. We'd have to accept that they possessed engineering capabilities far beyond what we were told. How could they have built structures thousands of feet underground with the technology we think they had? Even crazier is that the researchers pointed out that similar underground structures exist around the world, in Turkey, India, and elsewhere. Maybe there's some sort of shared knowledge or purpose behind massive underground complexes across multiple ancient civilizations. What were they trying to achieve, and what do they know that we've forgotten? So, what happens now? Well, they're preparing a comprehensive publication of their findings and plan to scan the entire Giza Plateau using their technology. They're hoping for a possible excavation to verify that they're calling the artificial nature of the structures, but as Professor Conyers put it, despite the skepticism, the only way to prove the discoveries are true is through targeted excavations. But I mean, hey, what do you think they would find if they did? I mean, could this really be the legendary halls of Amenti, hidden beneath one of humanity's most studied monuments for years? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. In today's episode, I'm going to be sharing with you 3 strange, mysterious stories, all taking place in our national forests. And of course, I've saved the best for last, so stick around. You won't want to miss this one. On the afternoon of June 9th, 2013, a 19-year-old woman named Maureen Kelly, who everyone just called Anu, told her friends she was going on a spiritual quest. Anu and her friends were camping at Canyon Creek Campground in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, right near Cougar, Washington. At around 5 p.m. that day, Anu just stood up, took off all of her clothing, including her shoes, and told her friends she might be back by midnight. The only thing she kept with her was this small fanny pack that had some knives, matches, and a compass inside of it. Anu's friends weren't actually that surprised by this. I mean, for weeks leading up to this camping trip, she had been talking about going on some sort of spiritual journey. And so when she finally did it, her friends were kind of like, okay, this is something she clearly needs to do. But they were definitely concerned that she was going into the woods completely naked and with no shoes on. Anu just walked away from the campsite, except for a fanny pack, and disappeared into the forest. Well, the forest she walked off into is the Gifford Pinchot National Forest, and folks, it's no joke. It is absolutely massive. 1.32 million acres of wilderness that stretches along the western slopes of the Cascade Range. And this forest has everything from broad old-growth forests to high mountain meadows, glaciers, and volcanic peaks. I mean, it's just this enormous wild place, and of course, very beautiful and wondrous to explore. Now, the specific campground where Anu and her friends were staying, which was Canyon Creek Campground, is a tiny, rarely used place that's kind of tucked deep into the forest. In fact, it's so small and hidden that there's not even a sign marking the entrance. You just have to know it's there, and it really only has like 8 campsites, and it's just tent camping. Additionally, the terrain around it is incredibly steep with heavy timber and thick brush everywhere. And so eventually midnight came and Anu had not returned to her campsite. And at this point, her friends really started to get worried. By the early hours of June 10th, they had officially reported her missing to the authorities. The Skamania County Sheriff's Department immediately launched a search op. Under Sheriff Dave Cox was one of the officials who made some public statements about the case. And he basically confirmed what Anu's friends had already said, that she had been talking about doing this spiritual quest for quite some time. And he said, the folks that she was with, they felt that this was something she needed to do. But Cox also pointed just how challenging the search conditions were. And he explained that, it's a rough, remote area. There's a lot of timber, a lot of brush. It's going to be a tough go for her, especially with no shoes. And while he acknowledged that it was a little bit unusual for a 19-year-old to just leave a campsite completely nude, he also explained that there was no indication that she was on drugs or anything like that. But Anu wasn't just some random person who decided to wander off in the woods. Her half-sister, Sherry, described Anu as a very laid-back, carefree girl and a very affectionate person. And Anu had actually called Sherry shortly before heading into the forest to ask if she could borrow some camping gear. So this trip wasn't spontaneous. She had clearly been planning it. And as the search for her continued, search teams were able to determine that after leaving the campsite, she had crossed Canyon Creek and then headed north. It looked like she was climbing upwards towards Forest Service Road 54, but after that point, they completely lost her trail. In fact, even the canine units were unable to pick up her scent. Sharon Ward, who was with Pacific Crest Search Dogs, commented on just how difficult the terrain was. And she even explained that where Anu had entered the creek is amazingly steep. So how she got down there barefoot is a wonder. And how she came out of the bottom is also a wonder. Now, to make matters worse, there was a very thick cloud cover that was preventing copters from scanning the Canyon Creek area. So the rescue crews were very limited to just ground searches. And you can imagine with the dense vegetation that this would be an incredibly difficult search. Now, according to some reports, the official search was actually suspended after just 2 days. But then it resumed briefly after Anu's family and friends protested. And by the final day of the search, there were approximately 75 volunteers involved, and they had covered about 4 square miles of this very challenging terrain. Sadly, the official search was formally suspended at 6 p.m. on June 15, 2013, which was about 6 days after she vanished. Despite all these extensive search efforts, they couldn't find any trace of her or her belongings. It was like she had simply vanished. The investigators developed the theory that Anu had likely died in the wilderness. They believed that she probably succumbed to exposure in the cold night temperatures. But the thing is, even though the weather on that day she disappeared was mild, the night dipped into the 40s with some light rain, and without clothing, she could have quickly developed hypothermia. Or alternatively, they suggested she might have fallen in the steep terrain and been injured. But there might be something more to this that we don't know. Anu's friend Yasmin offered a different perspective and explained that she may not want to be found. And that's kind of an interesting take. Maybe Anu intentionally disappeared and doesn't want to be discovered. I mean, it's hard to say though, because she had things going for her. She had a loving mother, good friend. She was actually an aspiring singer and songwriter. Unfortunately, as of now, which is 12 years since her disappearance, neither Anu nor any of her belongings have ever been recovered. Her case remains officially unsolved, and there are still many questions about whether her disappearance was due to some misadventure, self-harm, or even foul play. Unfortunately, we just don't know. Interestingly, in August of 2024, human remains were discovered in the same area that she vanished, but they are speculated to be another hiker who also vanished that same year, although we don't have the data yet, so it's inconclusive for the time being. If you or anyone you know have seen her or have any knowledge on her whereabouts, please reach out to the Skamania County Sheriff's Department. All of our hearts go out to this missing girl and her family and friends. May they find peace. On the night of September 13th, 2015, a 27-year-old man named Jeremiah was standing by this huge lake near Yellowstone National Park, his arms wrapped around two of his friends. They'd spent the whole day touring Yellowstone, seeing Old Faithful, checking out all the geysers, basically doing the entire figure eight experience that you do when you visit the park. And they were completely exhausted after a very long day of sightseeing. And Jeremiah was there with his three close friends, which were people he'd known for years. They all played competitive adult softball together, traveling around the country for tournaments. And the gentleman who was with them was a man named Scott. And he was a massive guy, like 6'5", 250, just built like a machine. He'd played college football, had his degree, and Jeremiah had known him for about 7 years at that point. And this was the kind of guy that you'd want on your side if there was really ever any trouble. And the two girls who came along were Acacia and Megan. And they both had played college softball together and were still working on their degrees. The whole reason how they ended up at Yellowstone is pretty interesting. Jeremiah and Acacia had both had family cabins in the Yellowstone area when they were kids. They didn't know each other back then or anything, but they'd talk about their vacation memories from that area. As it turns out, Scott and Megan had never been to Yellowstone. And so the four of them had always said, you know, someday when we have time, we should all go there together. And one day, they were supposed to play in this softball tournament, but they just got this spontaneous idea to skip it and go to Yellowstone instead. But when they tried to find a place to stay, I mean, everything was just booked. So Scott eventually found these luxury RVs for rent it was like something you'd see in a movie. I mean, really nice with master bedrooms and everything. And these RVs were situated on this big lake about 5 or 6 miles off a service road from the main paved road. It was pretty isolated. They had arrived at this campground really late on September 12th, and the keys had been left for them, and they could see it was basically a campground with several RVs set up for guests and some tent camping areas. Everything seemed normal that first night, and so they just went to sleep. Now the next morning, they got up super early because they wanted to do the entire figure eight Yellowstone experience. They spent the entire day sightseeing, a really long, full day of hiking and walking and just checking out all the attractions. And by the end of it, everybody was just wiped. So that evening, after they'd finished touring the park, they stopped at this casino in West Yellowstone, a casino that Jeremiah couldn't remember the name. I think he called it like something the Moose, but we don't remember. But as it turns out, they had this deal where you could buy one, get one free. But Jeremiah didn't even finish his drink, and nobody in the group had more than 2 drinks total. And I'm mentioning this because people might later say, well, you know, this story isn't really valid. I mean, they were drunk, but they really weren't. And so anyway, after they left the casino, they made this long drive back to their RV, And it was probably about 5 or 6 miles on these service roads, and by the time they got back, Jeremiah was just so tired. He was ready to go to bed and be done. But the others, they started a campfire outside the RV, but Jeremiah just took all his stuff and went to the master bedroom, thinking he would just crash right away. And as he's laying there, kind of drifting off to sleep, Acacia came into the bedroom, and she's like, Jeremiah, that was the best day ever, and just really excited about everything they'd seen. And then she asked if he'd come down to the lake with them and smoke a joint before going to bed. Thinking that it might actually help him sleep and unwind, he agreed to go down to the lake with them. And so they all took this little path down to the lake, which was one of the bigger lakes in the area. Jeremiah is now standing there with his back to the lake, his arms around both girls, and Scott is facing the lake. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Scott just says, "What the heck is that?" And his eyes get really big, like he's seeing something that's just absolutely terrifying. Jeremiah turns to see what Scott is looking at, and there across the lake is this bright orange light. It looked about the size of a basketball from where they were standing, and it was on the complete opposite side. Jeremiah figured it was probably a high-powered military spotlight or something, and so he just tells everybody in the group, guys, calm down. It's just one of those like 50 million trillion watt army spotlights. My uncle had one from when he was in the military. You can change the slides out, change the colors, it's fine. But the second Jeremiah says this, Scott immediately just says, "F that, they're here," and takes off running back toward the RV. I mean, the biggest, meanest guy Jeremiah knew was running away in terror, and then Megan says the exact same phrase, "F that, they're here," and she also runs away. Now it's just Jeremiah and Acacia standing there, and they're both kind of confused. They start walking back to the RV, and Jeremiah just keeps thinking, was there something in that joint? Like, did they lace it with something? Because this reaction just seemed so extreme. Well, when they get back to the RV, Jeremiah asks Scott to help put out the campfire, but Scott is just so shaken up that he refuses to leave the RV. He just keeps saying, "There's no way I'm going out there. There's something out there. There's nothing you can do to make me leave." Whoa. So Jeremiah has to go alone to properly extinguish the fire. And he's out there doing the whole Smokey the Bear thing, kind of going through all the proper steps to put out this campfire, and all of a sudden, he hears Megan let out this horrible scream. It was the most blood-curdling scream Jeremiah had ever heard in his life. Initially, he thought somebody was being hurt or attacked or something, and so he runs back to the RV, jumps inside, and Megan is sitting on the ground with her back against the wall, looking terrified. Scott is losing it. He's panicking, he's freaking out, saying they need to turn off all the lights. And he's like, "Shh, get down." He needs darkness to get a better view of what's outside. The girls are clearly just as terrified at this point, but Jeremiah refuses to turn off the lights. He's like, "You guys are all being weird. We're not shutting off the lights. Stop." And then Scott looks at Jeremiah and says, "Jeremiah, it doesn't matter if you shut them off. They'll be here in a few minutes, and they'll shut them off." So what is Scott even talking about? Has this entire group gone mad? But then, less than 5 minutes later, the ground suddenly shakes violently. Something runs underneath the RV, causing the entire thing to shake. Every single light in the campground simultaneously goes out. I mean, not just in their RV, but every light in the whole campground. When those lights went out, the inside of that RV went from normal to completely chaotic in about 2 seconds. Megan immediately started crying, these deep, terrified sobs, and Scott actually dropped to the floor and crawled underneath the little dining table like a little kid hiding during a thunderstorm. Acacia grabbed onto Jeremiah's arm so tight, the next day he had perfect fingernail marks in his skin. And folks, it wasn't dark outside, it was like this oppressive, thick darkness that you could almost feel. The kind of darkness where your hand just can't even be seen in front of your face. And it was also silent outside, unnaturally so. There was no noises, there's no crickets. the entire world around them had stopped. Jeremiah began fumbling around trying to find his phone and use it as a flashlight. When he finally got it out and turned it on, he swept the light across the RV and saw everybody's faces and their expressions. They were seeing their worst nightmares coming to life in front of them. And then there was this strange smell that filled the RV. This really bizarre metallic smell. Kind of like when you hold a handful of coins, but much stronger. Nobody mentioned it at the time, but later, Acacia told Jeremiah that she smelt it too. It wasn't anything they'd smelt before or since. Oddly, Jeremiah's phone battery was at like 90% when the lights went out, but within about 2 minutes of using it as a flashlight, it went completely dead. Just drained to zero instantly. The same thing happened to everybody else's phones too. It was like something just sucked all the electricity out of everything around them. At this point, Jeremiah remains calm. He's still skeptical. He's thinking this has to be some kind of elaborate prank TV or something. And this goes on for hours. And Scott keeps saying that he could see this giant wolf outside the window. He's insisting that there's a massive wolf out there. Megan keeps saying that she can see shadows and different types of shadow-like people. And folks, at about 3:30 in the morning, Jeremiah is just getting really annoyed with the entire situation. He grabs a flashlight and walks about a quarter to half a mile into the woods. The entire time he's yelling back in the RV, "There's nothing out here, there's nothing here." Because they kept saying they could see these figures in the trees everywhere, and Jeremiah is just trying to prove that there's nothing unusual happening. After doing this for a little longer and nothing happening, he returned to the trailer satisfied that he was right. Everyone else had gone crazy and he was going to set the record straight. But by the time Jeremiah gets back to the RV, they've got all the windows propped open. Megan looks at him and says, "I don't know how you didn't see them. They're all around you right now. They're everywhere. Hundreds of them." And that's the last thing Jeremiah remembered. He woke up approximately 3 hours later at around 6:30 in the morning, and he was standing upright in the woods. What woke him up was the sound of a screen door slamming shut. Someone from a neighboring RV was coming out to walk their dog. Jeremiah has done a lot of partying in his day, a lot of drinking, basically anything you could think of, but he's never woken up standing up somewhere, not knowing how he got there. Visibly shaken, he marches back to the RV, and everything was just kind of closed back up now. It was like somebody had hit unpause on a movie and nobody could really figure out what had happened. It definitely caused a rift between everyone. When he walked in the RV, nobody was even talking. Megan was just sitting there staring out the window. Scott was making coffee like nothing had happened, but Jeremiah noticed his hands were shaking really badly and he kept spilling the water everywhere. Acacia was sitting at the dining table just writing frantically in this small journal she had brought. And he's looking at all of them and he just says out loud, "So, is anybody going to talk about the fact that I just woke up standing outside? Like, how did I even get out there?" But nobody would even look at him. It was the weirdest thing. Acacia looks up from her journal and says, "I don't think we should talk about it." And he's just like, "Are you kidding me? Like, we need to talk about this. Something really weird just happened." But she shook her head and went back to writing in her journal. And after spending time moving, around the RV, getting dressed, packing their stuff up, basically pretending like nothing had happened, things would only continue to get stranger. At this point, there was just so much tension between them. It was ominous. Nobody was having a good time anymore. Nobody was happy, joyful, laughing. It was just a complete shift. Now, initially, they had plans to stay another night. It was even paid for, but without even discussing it, in unison, everybody just packed up their stuff and, they left. By about 8:30 that morning, they hit the road and the drive was strange. Nobody said a word, and at one point, Jeremiah just put on some Depeche Mode, and that's all they listened to for quite some time. Eventually, they stopped to eat breakfast at this little diner, probably about 2 or so hours away from the campground, and even sitting around the table was awkwardly silent. It wasn't until they were all sitting there eating pancakes and eggs when Megan dropped her fork and just froze. And she turned and started staring out the window. Now, Jeremiah, looking up from his plate, thinks what's happening is strange, and he follows her gaze and sees that there's nothing out there in the parking lot. So he's like, "What are you doing? What are you looking at?" And she just leans in real close and she's like, "It followed us. It's out there right now. It's watching us." Scott doesn't even question her. He's right next to Jeremiah. He doesn't look out the window or anything. He just nods silently in agreement, and he says, "I saw it too. It was sitting in the back seat of that blue car we passed about 20 minutes ago." And so Jeremiah is like looking back and forth between them, and he's convinced they're messing with him. He's like, is this some kind of elaborate joke? But you could tell by the looks in their faces, they weren't joking. They genuinely believed they were seeing something. And now Jeremiah is convinced there was something in the joint they had smoked, or that they had shared some sort of group hallucination from the stress or whatever happened the night before, because none of this is normal. Or maybe they really did bring something back with them, whatever that means. What Jeremiah knows now, at the time he couldn't put a name on it, but what he's heard referred to as the hitchhiker effect. That's definitely what was happening. They brought something with them from that experience. After some tension between everyone, they all kind of went their separate ways. Jeremiah would reunite with Scott later on, and they would actually end up living together. But Scott was always so hesitant to ever bring up that night ever again. In fact, there was one night where they were sitting on the couch together watching a football game, and it was pretty normal. And out of nowhere, Scott just starts freaking out. And he's like, "It's outside right now." And so Jeremiah looks over at him, and Scott's face has just gone white. And he's staring at the window with this kind of 1,000-yard stare. And so Jeremiah's like, "What are you talking about, Scott?" And he's like, "That thing from Yellowstone, it followed us home. It's been following us this whole time." And so, he's like, "What?" And he gets up and he goes to the window. He doesn't see anything. He's like, "Are you okay, Scott? Like, what's going on?" It's just the front yard, the street light, a couple cars parked in the street. He's like, "Dude, there's nothing out there. You're freaking out. Stop." But Scott is absolutely convinced. "It knows we can see it. That's why it hides. But sometimes it slips up and I catch it watching us." And the way he explained it, it really bothered Jeremiah, because the look in Scott's eyes, it wasn't the look of somebody who was making something up or even somebody who was mentally unwell. It was a look that showed that this person was experiencing genuine terror. Jeremiah never knew when these episodes would happen. Sometimes they'd be at the grocery store and suddenly Scott would freeze in the middle of the aisle and whisper, "It's here." Or, they'd be driving and he'd suddenly tell Jeremiah to turn around because it's following us in the green truck behind us. Scott wasn't the only one, though. Acacia had similar experiences, and Jeremiah ran into her about a year after Yellowstone at this coffee shop completely by accident. And she looked terrible, like she hadn't been sleeping well. And when they sat down to catch up, she explained to Jeremiah that she kept seeing this figure standing at the foot of her bed at night. She'd wake up exactly at 3:33 every single night, and there would be this looming figure just standing there watching her. Then it would fade away. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet. The figures that all of them reported seeing weren't exactly just shadowy figures. What they saw was terrifying. Jeremiah believes his friends witnessed an upright walking wolfman because that's the entity that they were describing. One of the strangest things, though, is that there were other people in this campground, but nobody ever told them to be quiet. It was like nobody else was even aware of what was happening. And then, like Jeremiah said, something came home with them. Now, for years, Jeremiah treated this entire experience as kind of like a fairy tale that he would tell to cute goth girls to get their attention, but then it's happened multiple times since. Now, he doesn't know if they were abducted by aliens or had some sort of crazy group hallucination. He's not sure. But something weird definitely happened. And he knows there are other people who have been in that same area who have also had strange experiences. Worst of all, Jeremiah has reached out recently to try to see if anybody from the group wants to talk about what happened, but he's not heard back from any of them. What happened that night in Yellowstone, folks, it simply remains a mystery. In 1974, something truly extraordinary happened in the skies above Freetown Fall River State Forest, and it involved a man who would later become one of America's most powerful leaders. Ronald Reagan, at the time, just the governor of California, was flying in a small Cessna aircraft over the area. The day was routine as normal. The skies were clear, visibility was great, and there was nothing to suggest that this flight would become one of the most bizarre experiences of his life. As they were cruising over the forest and approaching the area known as the Ledge, Colonel Painter was the first to notice something strange. There was a light, not like a star or another aircraft, but something different, something that seemed to be tracking their movements. And he pointed this out to Reagan, who immediately became fixated on it. "Governor, do you see that?" Painter would ask, his voice carrying this hint of concern that wasn't typical for a seasoned pilot. Reagan leaned toward in the window, his eyes narrowing, focusing on the light. Something seemed to be maintaining a consistent distance from their aircraft. But then, something strange happened. The light suddenly accelerated, not gradually, but instantly, moving at a speed that no known aircraft of that era could possibly achieve. Then, just as abruptly, it deaccelerated, hanging almost motionless in the air. The security personnel were now also watching and completely transfixed by what they were seeing. Inside the small cabin of this plane, you could have heard a pin drop as all four men just gawked in disbelief. The light shape began to change, and it stretched and elongated, transforming into the strange circular glow into something more oblong, more craft-like. And all of this happened within just a span of a few moments. But Reagan was completely amazed. And as they continued to watch this, the light suddenly changed direction. It didn't bank or turn like an aircraft would. It simply shot upward at a perfect 45-degree angle, accelerated at a speed that was impossible. But the movement was so precise, so mechanical, that it really just eliminated the idea that this was a natural phenomenon. And just like that, it was gone from sight. None of the men could say anything. They were just so shocked. Reagan was deeply shaken by the experience and would later confide in Norman C. Miller, who was the Washington bureau chief for the Wall Street Journal. And Reagan wasn't someone who indulged in fantastical stories or sought attention through outlandish claims. He, at the time at least, was pragmatic, grounded, a former actor who had become a serious politician with presidential ambitions. So for him to speak about this encounter at all suggested just how profound an impact it had made on him. What makes this sighting even more compelling is where it occurred. The Freetown Fall River State Forest in Massachusetts has a rich history of high strangeness. It's basically the definition of a haunted forest. I mean, the whole area originally belonged to the Pocasset Wampanoag tribe. The Wampanoag had all these strange tales and stories about creatures called pukwudgies. And they're basically these small humanoid troll-like beasts that were 2 to 3 feet tall with smooth, hairy gray skin, and they were known for causing all kinds of mischief. They would throw rocks at people and startle them and, just do anything they could to cause evil and even kidnap them. The tribe believed these things had magical abilities and could even shapeshift. So traditionally, they just gave these creatures all the room they needed. In 1659, you had the first purchase of land from the Pocasset Wampanoag tribe established what would become Freetown. Over the years, more and more land was purchased from the tribe, often by greedy chiefs, without proper consent from the tribe members. And during the King Philip's War in 1675, there was this bloody conflict between settlers and the tribes. And so this tribe actually fought on the English side and a lot of the fighting happened around this place called Hockomock Swamp. This particular part of the swamp is really important. It's like the largest freshwater swamp in all of Massachusetts. It's actually almost 17,000 acres, and the name Hockomock actually means place where the spirits dwell, because natives believed it was inhabited by both sinister and benign spirits. It's a very remote, treacherous, just full of thick vegetation, marshes, muddy rivers, and even quicksand. And so when early settlers came to the area, it wasn't long before they learned there was a reason why this swamp earned the nickname the Devil's Swamp. There's also an interesting place called Profile Rock, which is this 50-foot high granite outcropping that resembles a human face. Natives believed it showed the image of the chief Massasoit, and it was the site where the chief's son allegedly died. The Wampanoag people have long held this sacred ground. Additionally, there's Dighton Rock, which is this 40-ton boulder that's covered with these strange, mysterious petroglyphs, cryptic writings, figures, and geometric shapes of unknown origin. Originally, it was located in the Taunton Riverbed, and it was first documented back in 1690 when a Reverend Cotton Mather described it in his book, The Wonderful Works of God Commemorated. And he noted that these deeply engraved lines with strange characters were alluding to a race of beings that were here before we were. So there's clearly some strange history going on, but what do you guys think? Let me know what you think down below. Moving ahead to the late 1800s and early 1900s, you've got the Fall River Granite Company operating a quarry at what's called Assinet Ledge. Now this 80-foot deep rock quarry became known simply as the Ledge. It's a place that has become associated with all kinds of weird phenomena. I mean, there's just an inordinate number of abandoned cars. It's been the location of numerous suicides, and visitors report this overwhelming sense of dread and foreboding. It's also rumored to be a hotspot for satanic activities and rituals, and there's been ghost sightings out there. Spectral figures jumping from the ledge or just standing at the top. But wait, folks. There's more. And not so funny, it actually gets much darker from here. In the late 1970s and 80s, there was a significant increase in cult and satanic activities reported in the forest. Police found evidence, including this underground bunker that was allegedly used for rituals and human sacrifices. Additionally, there was a location known as the Ice Shack, which was a small building constructed for logging, and this was in like the 1940s, but later became a site for cult activities and drug dealing. Now, during this time, some very disturbing things happened. On September 8th, 1978, you had a 15-year-old girl by the name of Mary Lou Arruda, and she vanished. She was last seen riding her bike near her home in Rainham at around 4 p.m., and her bicycle was then found abandoned at roughly 4:30 p.m. with a car skid mark and a cigarette nearby. Witnesses reported seeing a green car with a black racing stripe speeding from the scene. However, it wasn't until November when her remains were discovered tied to a tree in Freetown State Forest. The medical examiner determined that she had been alive when tied, standing to the tree, and died by asphyxiation after losing consciousness. A man named James Cater was arrested, who happened to own the matching car and smoked the same cigarette brand. Well, as it turned out, Cater had a prior 1968 conviction for assault with intent to. From here, you also had Donna Levesque, who was killed by a cult leader, and worse was the death of Karen Marsden. A death I'm not going to get into because it's just too gruesome, honestly. But you guys can Google the details if you want. It's kind of gross. But the same man, Carl Drew, was responsible. Besides all the dark killings and murder and whatnot, there were also other things that really made this place creepy. One of the more notable took place in 1978. A man named Joe DeAndre, on a crisp autumn morning, Joe was doing something he'd done countless times before, which was taking a solitary walk along the edges of Clay Banks Pond in the notorious Hockomock Swamp. He was a local man, born and raised, and he knew the woods very well. And so the day started like any other. He had parked his truck at one of the makeshift pull-offs that others have used in the area when hunting or fishing. He grabbed a small day pack, locked up, and set off on a very familiar trail that would wind around the pond. The morning was unusually quiet, and something that really stood out to him was just how odd it was that there was no birds singing, there were no squirrels chattering, there were none of the ambient forest sounds that typically accompanied his walks. I'm sure you guys know where I'm headed. DeAndre had been walking for about 40 minutes when he stopped to take a drink from his canteen. He was standing at the edge of Clay Banks Pond, looking out over the still water, when he first sensed something was wrong. It wasn't a sound that alerted him, it was the opposite actually. Slowly, he turned around, scanning the tree line behind him, and at first he didn't see anything, but movement caught his eye. Because something large was shifting its weight about 50 yards away and was partially obscured by the underbrush. Immediately, he froze, his canteen still in his hand, water dripping onto his boots. And what stepped into his line of sight simply defied explanation. Joe would later struggle to find the right words to describe it, eventually settling on apish man thing, a description that, despite its awkwardness, captured the nature of what he witnessed. It stood on two legs upright, its posture unmistakably humanoid, but everything else about it screamed not human. It was at least 7 feet tall, disproportionately long arms hanging down past its knees, its body covered in thick matted fur, not like the sleek coat of a bear, but something shaggier, more unkempt. The color was a dark brown, kind of black in places, and though he couldn't see everything through the dense foliage, he could make out the facial features, and it seemed to be a blend of ape and human. You know, kind of a pronounced brow ridge, over deep set eyes, and a flattened nose, and an overly wide mouth. They just stared at each other, and as if suddenly becoming aware of being observed, the thing turned and began moving away, not running, but kind of lumbering, as Joe would later describe it, with this odd rolling gait that was both powerful and awkward. Overcoming his initial paralysis, he did what most people would do when confronted with something that shouldn't exist. He ran. He bolted toward the road, toward civilization, and didn't stop running until he reached his truck, his lungs burning and his mind racing. He immediately reported what he'd seen to local authorities. And to their credit, they took his account seriously enough to organize a search of the area. And so you had a team of officers, along with local hunters volunteering to help, and they combed the area all around Clay Banks for any sign of this thing. They were looking for footprints, hair, broken branches, anything that might corroborate his story. But sadly, they found nothing. Lack of evidence really led many to dismiss his account or just as a hallucination or fabrication. However, Joe was adamant about what he saw and insisted it was not fabricated or exaggerated in any way. But folks, this wouldn't be the end. Just a few years later, in the bitter cold of January of 1983, a man named John Baker was doing what generations of his family had done before him, working the waterways of Hockomock Swamp as a fur trapper. Baker, who was a third-generation trapper, knew every inlet and every hidden channel, and every treacherous patch of quicksand. The swamp had provided a modest living for Baker, and John respected its dangers as much as he appreciated its bounty. But on this particular morning, there was a thin layer of ice that had formed overnight on some of the more stagnant sections of water, but the main channels remained open. Baker had set up before dawn in his weathered aluminum canoe, a vessel so dented and scratched it told the story of countless expeditions into the heart of the swamp. Baker was just working methodically, checking and resetting his muskrat traps along a very familiar route. He'd been at it for about 3 hours at this point, and the floor of his canoe already held several muskrat carcasses. Not a spectacular haul, but enough to make the morning worthwhile. And he was kneeling in his canoe, carefully setting a trap near a beaver lodge, when he realized that the swamp was unusually silent. And suddenly, the silence was shattered. He listened intently and couldn't believe what he was hearing. It sounded like a bulldozer. Not like a deer or a bear moving through brush. This was something huge, something heavy, breaking through everything in its path. The noise came from a densely wooded peninsula about 70 or 80 yards from his position. Instinctively, he's thinking that this is another trapper or perhaps a lost hiker, but few people venture this deep into the swamp, especially in the winter. And it continued to grow louder, just with more crashing noises, and it sounded frantic. And he began to realize that this wasn't a human. He began to reach for his rifle that he kept in his canoe, and his hands were pretty steady on the weapon as he pointed it toward the source of the disturbance. And what emerged from the tree line, he couldn't describe it. His hands began to tremble. Pushing aside a tangle of frost-covered brush was something that by all rights shouldn't exist. From what he saw, it stood upright, its massive frame towering well over 7 feet. It was covered in thick matted hair, not fur, Baker insisted, but hair that ranged from a dark brown to almost a rustic red in some places. Very broad-shouldered, tapering to a narrow waist, giving it an almost triangular silhouette. But most horrifying of all was what Baker saw underneath all that hair that hung down from its head. Deep-set eyes beneath a brow ridge, a flattened nose, and a mouth set in what appeared to be a permanent grimace. It paused at the water's edge, unaware of Baker's presence just at this point yards away, but it appeared to be scanning the opposite shore, looking for something. And then, after a few moments of scanning, it deliberately stepped into the water to cross. And it didn't hesitate like an animal would, it walked like a man would. It knew exactly how deep the water was and wasn't concerned. This thing was so large that the water only reached to this thing's knees as it began wading across the channel, moving with a lot of grace for something so large. At this point, Baker still has his rifle held aimed at this thing, but he's so overcome with fear that his fingers just frozen on the trigger. He had some sort of primal instinct that was telling him that shooting this would be a huge mistake. And it passed within about 15 yards of his position. And then there was a new element that added itself, the smell. And it hit Baker like a physical force. It was an odor so foul and so powerful, he had to fight the urge to gag. He would later describe it as a combination of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else. Even more startling about all of this is it never once turned to look at him, didn't alter its course, didn't acknowledge him in any way. It was as if Baker was so insignificant that it didn't even register as a potential threat. Baker was so frozen by fear from this thing that it wasn't until several moments after it had vanished into the brush that he finally lowered his rifle. And his arms were shaking from the prolonged tension of holding the weapon. He just right there abandoned his traps, leaving them set in the water, something he had never done before, and paddled back to his truck with powerful, desperate strokes, constantly looking over his shoulder, expecting that thing to come out any time now and charge him down. However, strange things continued to happen within this area, and it wasn't just creatures people were seeing. In the summer of 1984, Raymond Condero had been working the cranberry bogs on the outskirts of Freetown Fall River State Forest for nearly 30 years at this point. At the time, he had stored all of his equipment in a small wooden shack and occasionally spent the night during harvest season. Where the shack sat was on a slight rise overlooking the bogs, just where the cultivated land gave way to the wild fringes of the forest. It was a simple structure. One room with a cot, a small wood stove, a table, and shelves lined with tools and supplies. The walls were adorned with decades-old calendars and faded photographs of record harvests. And for years, this isolated outpost had been Cordero's sanctuary, but not long after, strange things began showing up near it. It began with footprints, not animal tracks, which Cordero could identify at a glance, but human tracks. They would show up in the morning, evidence that someone had been circling his shelter while he slept. Initially dismissed as just teenagers looking for a place to drink or smoke away from prying eyes. But the pattern was odd. The track always formed a perfect circle around his shack, never approaching the door, never straying toward the forest or the road. Then came the sounds. He would wake in the middle of the night to what he described as chanting, not loud enough to make out words, but rhythmic and unnatural in a way that made his skin crawl. When he would open his door to investigate, the sounds would immediately cease, leaving him standing alone in the darkness with only the distant hooting of an owl to break the silence. The situation escalated on the night of July 21st, preparing for an early morning water release into one of the drier bogs. At around 10:49 p.m., he stepped outside to check the weather before turning in. The night was clear, stars visible above the tree line, and a quarter moon providing just enough light to see the surroundings. And there, 5 figures dressed in black robes, standing at the edge of the forest not far away. They were perfectly still, facing his direction, their features obscured by hoods that draped low, and before he could react, one of them raised an arm, pointed a finger directly at him. Without pulling his eyes off of them, he retreated into his shack. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the old shotgun he kept for scaring off predators and sat with his back against the door until morning, never closing his eyes. When morning came, he ventured outside, half expecting to find some sign of the previous night's visitors, footprints, disturbed vegetation, something to prove himself that he hadn't imagined it. What he found instead was far more disturbing. In a flat area about 30 yards from his shack, the ground had been cleared and leveled. Etched into the earth was a perfect pentagram, approximately 6 feet in diameter, its lines deep and precise. And at each point of the star stood a carefully balanced stack of stones. I'm not talking about random piles, but deliberate constructions, each stone placed with obvious purpose. Immediately, he went and reported this to the Freetown Police Department, where he reported what he had found to Officer Mendoza. Now, given the increasing reports of cult activity in the forest during this period, Mendoza took the report seriously. He and another officer accompanied Cordero back to the bog that same morning. Following procedure, it was photographed from multiple angles, and then, at his insistence, they dismantled the stone stacks and used shovels from the shack to fill in the pentagram. He seemed visibly relieved once the task was complete, but it was pretty short-lived, because the next morning, he arrived at the bog to find the pentagram restored. Not roughly redrawn, but precisely recreated in exactly the same location, the same depth of lines, the same perfect proportions. The stone stacks had been rebuilt, each one seemingly identical to those that had been dismantled the day before. This time, they didn't just fill in the pentagram. They completely altered the area, digging up the ground, bringing in gravel from Cordero's supply pile, even felling a small tree to drop across the site. Mendoza also set up a wildlife camera borrowed from the forestry department, concealing it in a nearby tree to capture any nocturnal visitors. The next morning, guess what was back? The gravel was gone, the tree had been moved, and the ground was once again smooth and level with the perfect star etched into it. The stone stacks stood at each point again undisturbed. The wildlife camera had captured nothing, not a single frame showing any human presence. The only images were of an empty clearing under moonlight, and then the pentagram was simply there again, as if it had materialized. Cordero abandoned his shack after that, and he operated the bogs during daylight hours only. He reported no further sightings of the robed figures, but neither he nor Mendoza could explain the reappearing pentagram. He sold his cranberry operation the following year and moved to Florida. Obviously, there was some strange stuff happening here. In 1998, there were multiple cattle mutilations reported. A cow butchered in the woods and a group of calves found mutilated in a clearing. And these incidents were attributed to satanic cult activity. And in 2001, there was a double homicide where 2 men were found shot to death and abandoned in the forest. One was reportedly a transient mistaken for an undercover police officer. Now, here's the twist to this entire segment. This area isn't just some haunted forest. It actually sits well within what's called the Bridgewater Triangle, which is a 200 square mile area defined by many cryptozoologists, specifically Lauren Coleman. The triangle points are the towns of Abington, Rehoboth, and Freetown. And of course, this forest is considered the most active area within the triangle. Now, there are a few theories about why this forest seems to attract so much darkness. Some people think it's a native curse, that the spirits are angered by land theft, massacres, and atrocities, and the land is cursed until it's returned to its rightful owners. And the fact that there are Indian burial grounds throughout the forest adds weight to the theory. Others think it's an elder curse, that the native elders themselves cursed the land while under oppression. And then there's a paranormal crossroads theory that the area sits at an intersection between our world and another, that it lies on this mysterious energy vortex, like a thin spot between realities, and it's just a natural magnet for bizarre phenomena. But whatever the reason, Freetown Fall River State Forest continues to be this epicenter of strange occurrences. People still report crazy things like seeing giant pterodactyl-like creatures, red-eyed dogs, glowing eyes in the darkness, Bigfoot or shaggy ape-like creatures. UFO sightings, ghosts and specters and goblins and ghouls. If that's not enough for you, the mystery of this entire place is just still unsolved, and no one is really sure why. Like many other things in life, this entire forest, this entire area, and the strange energy it holds will remain a mystery. In 1964, U.S. Navy Petty Officer S.M. Brannigan intercepted something that would expose one of the government's darkest secrets. Soviet forces were frantically tracking an unknown craft breaking apart over Europe, and within hours, 3 nations mobilized in a massive cover-up operation. But what they recovered wasn't just wreckage. It was evidence so shocking they're still silencing witnesses today. The truth about what crashed that night lies in the strange, cursed area that surrounds it. You won't want to miss this one. On a quiet evening in February of 1964, a U.S. Navy third-class petty officer named S.M. Brannigan sat at his monitoring station in the Caribbean. His job was pretty straightforward. He would basically just listen to radio transmissions all day, particularly ones coming from Soviet vessels and military installations. And usually, these transmissions were totally routine, but on this night, as Brannigan was going through his normal monitoring duties, he picked up this transmission that immediately caught his attention. It was a Soviet military communication, and they were frantically discussing some kind of craft that was malfunctioning over Europe. The Soviets were saying this craft was literally breaking apart in midair. And as Brannigan continued listening to this transmission, he learned that pieces of whatever this craft was were falling in 2 main locations. The larger section was heading towards an area called Pankridge in England, specifically around this place called Cock-Sparrow Lane in Canic Chase, and then a smaller piece was falling somewhere along the border of West Germany. Brannigan knew right away this was a significant intercept. This wasn't just some routine military chatter. The Soviets were genuinely alarmed about whatever this craft was that was breaking apart over England. So Brannigan immediately reported what he had heard of his chain of command, and within only hours of his intercept, a massive military response was launched. Air Force intelligence teams were immediately mobilized, and NATO forces were put on high alert. The British military also jumped into action, and they actually coordinated with local police in the Pankridge area to completely lock down the whole region where this craft was supposedly going to crash. Now, according to various sources who were involved in what happened next, when search teams reached the Pankridge crash site, they made an absolutely stunning discovery. Now, the details about these bodies were kept extremely classified, but the fact that bodies were recovered at all was significant because It suggested that whatever crashed wasn't just some satellite or piece of military hardware. A local man named Harold South would end up providing one of the most compelling pieces of evidence about what actually happened that night. Harold lived in Bloxwich, which wasn't far from the crash site, and he was driving his van in the area when he suddenly came upon this military roadblock. And what Harold saw at this roadblock would stick with him for the rest of his life. As Harold sat in his van, waiting to be cleared through this checkpoint, he noticed this massive aircraft transporter parked off to the side of the road. And on this transporter was what he described as a delta-shaped object that was partially covered by a tarpaulin. Harold actually had his camera with him and managed to snap a few photos before military personnel noticed what he was doing. When they spotted him taking photos, they immediately rushed over to his van and demanded his camera, and Harold, who was pretty intimidated by how aggressive they were being, just handed it over without protest. They then removed the film from his camera, and surprisingly, they actually gave the camera back to him, just without the film. Now, this incident might have just become another unverified UFO story if it wasn't for what happened nearly 30 years later. In the 1990s, a paranormal investigator named Nick Redfern managed to track down Harold South to interview him about what he'd seen that night. And during the investigation, Redfern uncovered something really fascinating. He found records showing that 2 airline pilots, Captains Morrison and Bethos, had reported seeing a strange craft entering UK airspace in March of 1964, which is right around the same time as the crash. But what happened the morning of Redfern's interview with Harold South was even stranger, because just before Redfern arrived at Harold's house, he received this really strange phone call. It was basically a warning telling him to not talk about what he'd seen back in 1964 with Nick. And when they later traced this call, they discovered that it had come from a military operator connected to the MOD Guard Service at Whittington Barracks in Litchfield. This warning call really rattled Harold. I mean, here he was nearly 30 years after the incident, and somehow the military knew he was about to be interviewed about what he'd seen, and they were still trying to keep him quiet. The British Ministry of Defense had one simple response to this. Every time someone had filed a Freedom of Information request about what happened that night, they just flat out denied having any records of it whatsoever. They basically just say that they don't have any records of it, it doesn't exist, on paper, that they don't know what the person is talking about, anything they can to gaslight the individual. But there was one man by the name of Leonard Stringfield, and he wasn't just a random UFO enthusiast. He actually had some pretty impressive credentials. He actually worked at the head of public relations for this chemical company in Ohio, but more importantly, he was the early warning coordinator for something called the Condon Committee, which was a government-sponsored UFO research project. And after investigating the case, he was convinced that something really significant had happened that night, and he documented everything he possibly could and kept pointing out that there were these strange details that didn't add up, like the fact that there was such an overwhelmingly massive military response to a crashed satellite location or even an experimental aircraft. It didn't make sense. Not to mention all the additional eyewitnesses you had, spanning multiple agencies and multiple countries, all involved in whatever had happened that night. What's really fascinating is that it happened the same year as another very famous UFO incident in Socorro, New Mexico. But the Pankridge case was different because it wasn't just about lights in the sky or strange objects. There was an entire international aspect to it. You had Soviet forces that were tracking it, and then you had American intelligence intercepting their communications about it. You had British military scrambling to recover whatever it was that crashed. And so it's like this whole chain of events that started way up in the atmosphere and ended in this little English town. And despite all the evidence, despite multiple witnesses coming forward, despite documented military involvement and all the warning calls to Harold South in the 1990s, The official position hasn't changed a bit. The Ministry of Defense still maintains that nothing unusual ever happened in 1964, but for some reason, all of it still remains very classified to this very day. And the Pankridge incident remains one of Britain's most significant UFO cases. Now, the area in which this episode revolves around is simply very strange. This massive 26-mile, yes, mile and not kilometer, sorry everyone from the UK watching, stretch of wilderness that's really popular with hikers and cyclists, and even during most days, the trails are just packed with people enjoying the outdoors, and they're coming and going, and to put it simply, Canic Chase is just weird. In fact, to give you all a greater understanding of just how strange things are, we need to go way back to 1907. During this time, strange things were happening all around the countryside. Horses began turning up dead, but not from natural causes, and they were being mutilated in ways that just didn't make any sense. In fact, the killings were so brutal that the police actually arrested a local man named George Idalgi for the crimes. But George was completely innocent, and while he sat in jail, the mutilations continued. Whatever was responsible for these attacks was still out there, and people started seeing something in the woods that nobody could really explain. Unfortunately, George served 7 years of hard labor for the killings, but after Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote an expose on the killings in 1907, pointing out problems with the evidence, a committee was formed and exonerated George. And over the years, people have proposed a lot of things, from an escaped exotic pet to a trained animal assassin, a giant bird, or even a man disguised as a horse. However, others thought that they all knew too well what was killing these horses, and they blamed the mutilations on an animal that is seen in the chase to this day: a black panther. No,
Not that Black Panther.
remember, this is England we're talking about, so there are no panthers. And no, not that panther either. Or at least there shouldn't be. But that doesn't keep people from reporting them for whatever reason. In fact, if we jump forward many years to the 1960s, well, it just doesn't slow down. On a cold, wintry, and foggy day, a woman named Sally and her husband were simply walking through a foggy section of the Canic Chase, and they couldn't see very well. It was the late 60s, and the day was spooky to begin with, just with the weather being the way it was, all wintry and cold, and so they stopped in the middle of the path and they started discussing their plans for moving forward. Should they continue going further or head back because visibility was poor? But both of them start to make out distinct shapes getting closer and closer, and Sally could spot what looks like maybe a low black pole or a tree stump that's on the side of the trail. Now, curiously, she closes the distance and begins to notice everything is wrong. Whatever she's looking at has ears, and that something is stretching off to one side. Now, the couple continue closing in the distance, and they are just as confused as ever. And that's when they realize what they're looking at is a black panther that is sitting straight upright, and it's just casually staring at them through the mist. Even more bizarre, scattered all around the panther are these smaller shapes, about 8 of them. And you might be thinking, well, panther cubs, right? But they were actually just regular house cats. And each one of these house cats almost seems transfixed by the panther in the center, staring directly at it as if worshiping it or something. And Sally and her husband didn't know what to do, and in order to get back to their vehicle, they would have to pass this odd feline gathering. So they just did their best to put as much distance between them and this panther army, slowly and carefully kind of tiptoeing past, and once they made enough distance, they just rushed all the way back to the car, hopped inside, and they never came back to the area again. Now, fast forward to 1996, and a woman named Aline Allen was walking near one of the cemeteries in Canic Chase. And it was a very early evening, and Aline kept getting this really uncomfortable feeling like she was being watched. At first, she did her best to ignore it, just telling herself that she was being too paranoid, but then she turned around and saw something. Standing there between the headstones, maybe 30 or so feet away, was this massive black panther. Now, completely confused and terrified by what she was seeing, it just vanished. and when it did, she heard this weird electrical crackling sound. Now, naturally, she got out of there as fast as she could and just never returned, but for several days afterward, she said that she was plagued by late-night phone calls. Every time she'd answer the phone, she'd get the I mean, not really, but no one would be on the other line. Just a brief pause, and then someone would click and hang up. Now, fast forward again to 2000, and a man named Bob Parker was out walking his corgi on a Sunday morning in Canic Chase. And, Bob was a pretty no-nonsense kind of guy. He worked as an accountant and wasn't the type to make up stories or believe in anything remotely supernatural. So he didn't really have any expectations of anything strange happening, but they reached about a quarter mile of the cemetery where Aline had her sighting, and before he realized something bounded into view, it was an immense black panther. Now, according to Bob, the panther literally dive-bombed, were his words, straight into the ground and vanished. Now, safe to say after that experience, they stopped going anywhere close to that area altogether. On the morning of October 10th, 2014, a 57-year-old woman named Christine Hamlet walked into the Canic Chase forest in England carrying a camera and a pan filled with water. She was there with her husband David, who kind of hung back and watched as Christine made her way towards this clearing near the visitor center. But Christine wasn't there to go hiking or enjoy nature. She was actually there as a medium. Christine had spent years helping the spirits of children cross over to the other side, and on this particular morning, she was attempting to make contact using this special technique that she developed involving a pan of water. And the way it worked was Christine would see this pan of water down on the ground, and then she would take photos of the water's surface. Now, she believed that spirits would use the water as a way to kind of show themselves, kind of like using it as a mirror. And so she set her pan down in this clearing, and she began snapping photos of the water. And her husband David just kind of stood off to the side and watched his wife do her thing. But when Christine got home later that day and looked at the photos she had taken, she saw something in one of them that really bothered her. In one of the photos, staring back at Christine from the water's reflection, was this face. It looked kind of like a child, but its eyes were completely black, like two voids where normal eyes should be. And the expression was not peaceful, innocent, or anything remotely pleasing. Christine later suspected that this girl, assuming it was a girl, had unfortunately passed away in child labor in a Victorian workhouse, and then her body thrown to the side and buried in an unmarked grave. And that this is why her spirit remained restless nearly 2 centuries after. Now, only a few months after Christine captured this photo, another paranormal investigator named Joshua Lester Rigg decided to do his own investigation of Canic Chase. Joshua had heard about Christine's photo, but he was more interested in doing a nighttime investigation using his own equipment. And so one night, him and his friend went out to the Canic Chase with his K2 meter, which measures electromagnetic energy, and some other audio recording equipment to try and capture EVPs, which are electric voice phenomena for those who don't know. And as he's walking through the forest that night, his K2 meter suddenly begins going crazy near this particular area. And that's when he captured something really interesting. He took a photo of what looks like a spirit or ghost of a lady, which supposedly shows the ghost woman of Canic Chase. And after this, he and his friend went off to gather more readings near one of the major cemeteries. This particular cemetery was special because this was the final resting place of over 5,000 German soldiers, many of who died during World Wars I and II. And it really just goes to show you how much darkness is packed into this area's history. I mean, even before German soldiers were buried there, the Romans who first settled this area called it the Grey Woods, just because of how eerie and unsettling they found it. But what's interesting is that the paranormal activity in these woods wasn't just about ghosts, ghouls, or spirits. In March of 2006, The Birmingham Post reported that a group of locals encountered a 14-foot-long snake while walking near the Birches Valley, where Christine had photographed the ghost of the black-eyed girl 8 years later. All of them reported the same description, which was a powerful head and coloring that stood out sharply against the greens and blues of the bracken. That might not be odd in other parts of the world, but remember, this is England. There aren't supposed to be any panthers or snakes or, well, snakes, yeah, but not 14-foot snakes. England isn't supposed to have crocodiles either, but one was reported, you guessed it, near Canic Chase. In the summer of 2003, a group of people were hanging out at Roman View Pond, which is a small body of water about a mile away from the Chase in England. And as they're just kind of relaxing by the water, suddenly they see a massive disturbance in the pond. The water began churning and splashing violently, and they thought initially that it was just a big fish thrashing around in there, but whatever was causing this commotion was way too big to be any kind of fish in that pond. And as they're watching this thing move through the water, they start to be able to see its head and see how flat it was, and its body, which was about 5 feet long with this 2-foot tail behind it. And I mean, it's not hard to realize when you see a crocodile. Realizing what they were looking at, they immediately called the police, and because of the claim, the police showed up pretty quickly and they searched the entire pond. I mean, they were taking this really seriously, because if there really was a crocodile, I mean, it would be incredibly dangerous for anybody who came near it. But after searching, they couldn't find any sign of this thing. There was no tracks, there was no evidence it had ever come out of the water, and it was like whatever these people had just seen had just vanished entirely. Now, interestingly, the people living in the area around the Canic Chase had actually been talking about some kind of monster in the waters for at least 50 years before the whole alligator incident. And we're not talking about just a couple of people here and there. I mean, there was lots of different sightings by different people over all of these years. And in fact, on August 12th, 1976, a 52-year-old factory worker named Norman Dodd pulled his car up to the small pond near the village of Sitting Mill in England. And at this time, Norman worked at a factory nearby, and he had this routine where every day during his lunch break, he would drive out to this pond, sit down, and just eat his lunch while enjoying the peace and quiet. And this pond was actually surprisingly small, maybe 20 by 30 feet across, and surrounded by all these trees, but Norman really liked coming here because it was so isolated and peaceful. And he'd been doing this for months without any issues at all. And Norman was known around town as being a very practical, level-headed guy. And so after parking his car near the pond, he got out, walked over to his usual spot, and sat down to eat some lunch. And as he's looking at the water and just kind of watching the ripples across, he went to take another bite, but he noticed something moving in the water. And so he thought it was weird because there was a lot of movement in the water, and he's like, man, it's a pretty big fish. And so he pulls the sandwich down and he starts to get a closer look. But then the water starts really rippling and thrashing, and so Norman slowly kind of pulls himself back, and then before his very eyes, something began to emerge from the pond. Now, the second it broke the surface, his first thought was that this is way too big to be in this pond, because there's no way something of this size could stay submerged in the pond because of how large it was. It was this kind of flat snake-like head that broke through the surface, and then behind this long neck, after it became visible, appeared these almost sets of flippers. And all in all, it was probably about 7 feet long, and it had this smooth, dark skin that was glistening in the sun. But Norman was too terrified by the sight, and he didn't really know what to do. He just was stuck frozen there watching this sea monster, whatever it is. And the entire time he's thinking to himself, nobody's going to believe this. This is incredible. And as this was going on, it's like it completely just ignored his presence there. It didn't even care. And it kind of pulled itself up to the shoreline, dragged itself, I should say. And it moved with such deliberate, fluid motion that it didn't seem normal. And once it got itself up to the bank, it kind of just began basking in the sunshine like it did this every day, and it was a very, very normal routine. And Norman realized that as all of this was going on, he was completely alone with this thing. I mean, there was no other witnesses around. If this thing were to devour him or do something to him, he would be screwed. And after a minute or so, it kind of just glanced over at him, at Norman, and then almost kind of like glided back into the water and completely vanished, making no disturbances at all. And as soon as it went back under, the pond went back to being completely still. And as you could imagine, seeing and experiencing something so surreal like that would make you question not even your own sanity, but you start to think, did I just hallucinate that? Like what even was that? But then he went over to investigate where it had pulled itself up on shore, and he could see wet trail marks on the ground from where it had come up. And he realized that it had actually happened, that it was real. But because the year this happened, he didn't have a camera with him, so it is what it is. But what makes that particular story so interesting is where that pond is located. It's in the Canic Chase, and the entire region, as you guys now know, has this long history of really strange things and events and sightings, and people have been reporting unusual things and creatures for years. And so there's just this bizarre pattern of unexplained phenomena happening all throughout here. For decades, those in power have systematically ridiculed and suppressed evidence of extraterrestrial contact, leaving witnesses isolated, discredited, and afraid. But in January of 2010, on a scorching day in rural Queensland, something breached our world that couldn't be so easily dismissed. What makes James's testimony so dangerous is their disturbing revelation that Earth is just one planet in an endless cycle of creation and destruction. Today's episode brings you two hair-raising eyewitness accounts that will make you rethink everything about your life. You don't want to miss this one. Around noon on a sweltering day in January of 2010, a man named James was working alone on his property in rural Queensland, Australia. James was in the middle of fixing a section of fence line that had been damaged during the last big storm, and sweat was just pouring down his face as he worked, and every few moments he'd stop to take a quick sip from his water bottle before getting back to it. For James, this was just another ordinary day on his property. He'd been working this land for years, and he had a pretty set routine. He'd wake up at 5 in the morning, make himself some instant coffee, and then drive his old pickup truck out to whatever part of the property needed attention that day. And on this particular morning, he'd driven all the way to the far corner where a section of fence had come loose. And as James worked, he was thinking about calling his daughter later that evening because her birthday was coming up next week, and he needed to figure out what gift to send her. And one of the challenges of living so far out in rural Queensland was the spotty cell service. I mean, even now, glancing at his phone sitting in his truck, he could see it was showing just 1 bar at best. But James actually liked the isolation out here. It was just him and the occasional kangaroo hopping by. There was no traffic, no neighbors, no noise, really just the sounds of nature and his own thoughts. And as he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, he happened to glance up at the sky, and there, hovering in the sky, appeared to be what looked like a second sun. And for a moment, he kind of just stood there squinting, thinking maybe it was some kind of reflection or maybe a mirage from the heat. And, he rubbed his eyes, wondering if maybe the heat was getting to him more than he had realized. But when he looked again, that second sun was still there, and it was moving. Unlike anything natural, this object was slowly drifting across the sky. And as he watched completely still with the fence repair tool still in his hand, he realized this was now moving in his direction. And he noticed something else too, that it was changing from a golden yellow color to a deep red as it got closer to him. He wasn't exactly scared yet, more just completely bewildered by what he was seeing. Now that it was closer, James could see that this thing was a perfect sphere. It was like someone had painted a big red ball and kind of just hung it in the sky. Everything around him went silent, and this sphere suddenly accelerated. It moved directly toward James with incredible speed, and before he could even think about running, it stopped abruptly, hovering about 20 feet away from where he was standing. James could actually feel heat radiating from the sphere. It wasn't like the heat from a fire. It was more like the feeling you get when, you stand near an electrical transformer. And the air around him smelled slightly metallic, similar to how it smells right before a lightning storm hits. Feeling on the verge of nearly collapsing from anxiety, he didn't feel the urge to run away. It was like his feet were kind of glued to the ground, and he glanced down at his watch to check the time, thinking maybe he should note exactly when this was happening. But his watch stopped working completely. The second hand wasn't moving at all. Then something even stranger happened. A wave of calm suddenly washed over James. It felt like being wrapped in a warm blanket, and all the fear and panic he just felt just melted away, replaced by an intense curiosity about what he was seeing. Now, he knew this wasn't a natural feeling. He could recognize that something was affecting him, making him feel like this. It was like being given a strong sedative, but without losing any mental clarity. Even though he knew this artificial calm wasn't normal, he couldn't fight against it. His breathing slowed down and all his muscles relaxed. And he just stood there in this strange state of artificial calm. One side of the sphere began to change right in front of him, and it was like he was watching glass, red glass, melt away. And a perfect circular doorway formed in the side of the sphere, extending all the way down to the ground. Intense white light poured out from inside, but not blinding, but definitely much brighter than the sunlight around him. A sudden wave of dizziness just hit him, and it felt like all the blood was rushing to his head at once. He actually had to reach out to steady himself against the fence post he'd been working on just moments earlier. And then, two tall figures emerged from the doorway of the sphere. They were walking casually, almost like they were just taking a stroll through a park. Now, his first thought was that this must be some kind of military test aircraft. Maybe the Australian Air Force or even the Americans were testing something out here in the remote outback. The figures appear to be wearing blue uniforms that looked similar to Air Force attire. James quickly glanced around, half expecting to see cameras or other witnesses, but there was just him, these two figures, and the sphere. As they got closer, James noticed their unusual height. They had to be at least 7 feet tall, and their movements were just too fluid and too perfect. There was something off about how they walked. What he had initially thought were uniforms weren't actually made of fabric. Looking closer, it seemed like the blue covering was somehow part of their skin. One of them had short blonde hair and the other had light brown hair, but their faces looked too perfect. It was kind of like mannequins or CGI characters from a movie. Their eyes were this bright blue that seemed to glow slightly, and they were both smiling in a way that was simultaneously reassuring and deeply unsettling. And James then heard a voice clearly say, "Don't be afraid, please follow us." And the shock came when he realized neither of their mouths had moved. The voice seemed to be coming from inside his own head. Now, he tried to speak, but his mouth was completely dry. And after a moment, he managed to ask who they were, but got no immediate answer. Despite now knowing with absolute certainty that these beings were not human, he felt strangely compelled to follow them. It wasn't exactly mind control, he would explain later on, but more like this overwhelming sense of trust that he just could not resist. And so he glanced back at his truck where his phone was sitting in the cup holder, and he thought briefly about making a run for it, but come on, who's he gonna call? And every time he hesitated about following them, that calm would just intensify, and it would almost kind of drown out his thoughts. And so he just followed them toward the doorway of the strange craft, and as he approached the doorway, he realized it functioned like some kind of elevator, that the floor beneath him began rising smoothly upward into the sphere. And there was no mechanical sound at all, just this smooth upward movement. Once he was inside, he noticed that the temperature was perfectly comfortable, neither hot nor cold, It was a pretty stark contrast to the scorching Queensland heat that he'd just been standing in. The light inside seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. There were no visible light fixtures, but the entire interior was bathed in this soft white glow. He also noticed a faint smell in the air, like rain hitting hot pavement. And so, he's looking around and he saw that the walls looked like burnt glass or obsidian, black but somehow translucent at the same time. The floor was made of the same material but felt completely solid under his feet. There were no visible seams or joints anywhere that he could see. Everything kind of just flowed together perfectly in one piece. He couldn't see any obvious technology either. There were no buttons, screens, or controls of any kind. The room was perfectly circular with a domed ceiling above. Inside, there were also several other beings present, both male and female figures, all wearing the same skin-tight blue uniforms. The females had extremely long hair and were strikingly beautiful. Two of them were standing at what appeared to be some kind of control panel, though it had no buttons or switches that James could see. Three others were studying what looked like star charts that seemed to be projected to the wall itself. You had two more who were standing in conversation, though James noticed their mouths weren't moving either. He noticed that these beings could almost pass for humans, if not for some subtle differences. Their proportions were slightly off. They had longer limbs and narrower waists than normal humans, and their movements were too precise and efficient, like they'd been carefully choreographed. And they all had those same bright blue eyes. There wasn't a single visible imperfection on any of their skin. A female figure approached him carrying what looked like folded blue material. Through that same telepathic communication, she had asked James to remove his clothing and put on this uniform. Under normal circumstances, James would have been self-conscious about undressing in front of strangers, but he felt strangely willing to comply. He noticed that every time he went along with their requests, that calming sensation would intensify, almost like a reward. One of the male figures came over and helped James into the uniform. It was a single piece that covered him from his toe all the way to his head. The material felt like nothing on Earth. It was somewhere between silk and rubber. And as soon as he had it on, it seemed to shrink, conforming perfectly to his body. The male demonstrated something about the uniform's neck protection by pressing against it, which, when James watched in amazement, the material instantly hardened when pressure was applied. Technology that was unlike anything he'd ever seen. After James was dressed in this strange uniform, a bench-like seat formed right out of the wall. The female who had given him the uniform sat down and gestured for him to join her. At this point, James decided to just be direct. He asked who they were and what they wanted with him. The female simply introduced herself as Lisa, though James doubted this was her real name. Her voice in his mind was gentle, but had this odd resonance to it, like hearing someone speak through water. And Lisa explained to James that they weren't from Earth. She told him that they came from another galaxy far, far away. See what I did there? That humans hadn't even discovered yet. On their home planet, they were the third from their sun, just like Earth is in our solar system. And she explained that they were harvesting people from Earth-like planets across different galaxies. So you can imagine how surprised James was when she mentioned that people were chosen completely at random, that he had not been specifically targeted for any reason. Then, Lisa made an unexpected offer. She explained that James was being invited to help colonize new planets. She told him they discover about 20 habitable planets daily, and thousands more were in what she called transitional phases. They needed humans to populate these worlds, and James would be sent with others to start a new civilization. So as James sat there just trying to process this information, Lisa launched into what seemed like a rehearsed explanation about planetary evolution. She explained their view that Mercury was once Earth-like before moving too close to the sun. Venus was once in Earth's position. Eventually, Earth would become uninhabitable like Venus, and Mars would move into the habitable zone and become the new Earth. Now, according to Lisa, this cycle happens throughout the entire universe. She explained that the terms of this invitation came with a critical warning. That James would be sent to a mostly barren planet, but he wouldn't be alone. There would be others from Earth that would join him. They would be provided with limited tools, but there would be no modern comforts like what we're all used to here on Earth. And then came the most important part of the warning. If James accepted their offer, he would never see his loved ones again. On Earth, he would simply become another missing person. People would look for him for a while, but eventually they would give up and life would go on without him. After explaining all of this, Lisa offered James a choice: go with them or return to Earth. If he chose to return, his memory of the entire encounter would be erased. James just told her that he needed time to think about such a massive decision. Lisa seemed to understand and just told him that he had one day while they collected more Earthlings. He would be moved to another sector of the craft while he considered his options. And so James spent hours thinking about Lisa's offer. It was tempting in some ways, the chance to see other planets, to be a part of building a new civilization, but then he thought about his family and even his daughter. Her birthday was coming up, and he thought about all the birthdays he would end up missing out on, all the moments in his life and her life that he would never get to see. And eventually, James made his decision. He couldn't leave his family behind no matter how incredible of an opportunity this was. So when Lisa returned, he just told her he wanted to go back to Earth. She didn't seem surprised or disappointed. It was like she had expected this answer all along. So they led him to what appeared to be a changing area. James changed back into his regular clothing. His work shirt was still damp from sweat from earlier in the day. And as he handed back the blue uniform, he asked about the memory erasing process, wondering if it would hurt. Lisa just explained that he wouldn't feel anything, and she led him to the center of a completely different room, and so he stood there, and the floor beneath him began to soften. It was like standing in wet sand that was slowly giving way, and he sank down until only his head remained above floor level, the strange material molding around his body and holding him firmly in place. A male figure approached, holding a device that resembled an electric razor. There were no blades on it, just a smooth metallic surface that gave off a slight humming sound. And he waved this device directly over James's head, kind of moving around in a circular pattern. Everything went dark. The next thing James knew, he was standing exactly where he had been before, right next to the fence line on his property. The sphere was gone, the landscape around him was unchanged, his tools were still on the ground, his truck was still parked where he'd left it. But something was wrong. He remembered everything. Immediate panic set in, and James spun around, looking up at the sky, searching for any sign of the sphere. Would they realize their mistake and come back for him? What would they do when they uncovered that he still had all his memories? Now his heart was beating out of control, and the artificial calm that had overcome him was gone. So he ran to his truck, fumbled with his keys, desperate to just get away from the area. And once he got the truck started, he began driving off, and he kept checking his rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red sphere following him. And suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. James was no longer in his truck. He was actually lying flat on his back on some kind of stretcher. He was completely naked and could not move his arms or legs at all. The strange thing was, there were no visible restraints holding him down. He simply couldn't move, like his body wasn't responding to his brain's commands. And out of the gloom, or blurriness, whatever you want to call it, 3 humanoids appeared and were moving him down a long hallway. The walls, ceiling, and floor all appeared to be made of that same dark glass material that he'd seen inside the sphere. He tried to speak, to ask what was happening, but his mouth would not open. He could only move his eyes, just taking in his surroundings as they wheeled him along. The stretcher glided down the hallway until they reached an oval-shaped room. And once inside, the stretcher itself began to change shape. It molded into this upright position so that James was now partially sitting up, though still unable to move. Lisa appeared in the room holding James's clothing neatly folded. She placed them on a surface that had formed out of the wall next to the stretcher. Through that same telepathic communication, she explained that they had been unable to safely erase his memory. Apparently, this happened with some humans, and they didn't understand why. And he realized they must have recaptured him almost immediately after dropping him back on his property. He had no idea how much time had passed. It could have been minutes or days, and Lisa moved closer, placed her hand near James's head. Not quite touching him, suddenly, he could move again. The paralysis that had been holding him completely still was gone. James immediately sat up, reaching for his clothing and frantically putting them on while Lisa watched with that same unnerving calmness. Once he was dressed, Lisa explained that they wanted to study him to solve this memory problem. She told him that they would return him to Earth for now, but they wanted his permission for periodic testing. In exchange for his cooperation, they offered to take him on journeys across galaxies and to other planets, places no human had ever seen before. They promised he wouldn't be harmed during any of these tests or journeys, and James asked how often they would want to take him. She just explained it would be random, sometimes weeks between visits, sometimes months. They would simply appear and take him, and then return him at the exact moment they had removed him from Earth. To everyone else, it would be like he had never left at all. James never revealed whether he accepted Lisa's offer or not. When he finished telling Albert Rosales his story, he simply just looked off in the distance for a moment and then said what he had shared was only a small portion of the entire experience. The experience I just shared with you was originally shared with author and researcher Albert Rosales, where it was featured in his 2010 to 2015 Humanoids Encounters database. James went on to further explain that there are things he's seen that he can't talk about, places that would be impossible to describe using our English language, because some experiences just don't translate to words. The truth, as James says, might be too extraordinary for most people to believe, or perhaps too disturbing. Either way, he seems content with his role as the man who remembers what others forgot. Folks, his entire story, his experiences, the sphere, the people, Lisa, it all remains a mystery. In the spring of 1980, a 20-year-old girl, Stephanie, was sitting in her family's kitchen in Phoenix, Arizona. It was a Sunday afternoon, circa March or April, around 5 o'clock. Stephanie was at the kitchen table with her dad and baby brother, who was only a few months old. Her father was catching up on some paperwork from work, and her baby brother was sitting in one of those portable car seats that had been placed on the kitchen table. She was sitting there, keeping an eye on her little brother while her dad worked. The rest of the family was at Mass. It was just the three of them at home. The Salazar family lived in a neighborhood called Maryville, which at the time was on the western edge of Phoenix in Arizona. Beyond their neighborhood were just farms and orange groves and cotton fields, and their house sat at the top of a T intersection, so it was visible from 3 different streets. The family had actually moved there in 1972 when they realized they needed a bigger house as the family was growing. It was a relatively boring afternoon though, because not much was really happening, and Stephanie was waiting for her family to get back from church. Without any warning whatsoever, there was this tremendous explosion-like sound, and it seemed to be coming from the other side of the kitchen wall. The sound was so loud that it was deafening. The walls of the kitchen and dining room were physically shaking. The baby immediately started crying. The dad jumped to his feet, and Stephanie just froze and looked around, expecting to see debris falling or something. And just as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. For a moment, nobody said anything. The kitchen was still and silent, and except for the baby crying. And she looked at her dad and asked, "What was that?" And of course, the dad's looking really concerned, and he began to quickly move over to the walls and was studying them and intently looking for cracks or damage. He was deep in concentration for several brief moments before he even responded to Stephanie asking what happened. He kind of just backed away and turned to her and explained that it sounded like a mortar shell. And he would know because he had served in the Army 3 different times. They were both thinking the same thing. Something must be damaged somewhere. So the dad put down his paperwork and said they should check outside. The dad grabbed the baby from the car seat and they all headed outside to the side of the house where the kitchen was. Stephanie expected to see a damaged wall, maybe even a hole or something because of the sound of the blast, but there's nothing. The exterior walls looked normal. There wasn't even a crack in the dining room window. They checked the entire yard, looked at the shed, even looked up at the roof. Nothing was out of place. Even their dog in the backyard was acting normal, not even remotely startled. And so nobody could figure it out. They went back inside and searched room by room. There were no fallen pictures, no broken glass, no cracks, nothing that would explain this tremendous sound they had just heard. And she was thinking maybe a car crashed nearby. Her dad was thinking about a possible gas explosion, but their home was all electric. No gas lines that could explode. But the confusion was mounting with every normal thing they found. And as they stood in the living room just trying to figure out what had happened, something caught the father's attention through the front window. Stephanie, who was now looking in the direction of her father, saw it too and walked to where her dad was standing. People were walking toward their house from all directions. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 neighbors, it was dozens of people. They were coming from all 3 streets that formed the T intersection where their house sat. Some were running, others were pointing at the Salazar house. Everyone looked concerned or frightened. Stephanie and her father quickly rushed outside and stepped onto the front lawn. Neighbors kept coming, all heading straight for their house. "Is everyone okay? We heard the explosion. We thought your house might have blown up," they just explained to them. And it became very clear that everyone within blocks had heard the same mysterious explosion. They all thought it had come from the Salazar house. But the strange thing was, the house was completely undamaged. As perplexing as the situation was, this entire mob was now ready to get to the bottom of it. Many of them joined in on the search. They checked under the house, they looked in the attic, they examined the electrical box, they looked for signs of an impact in the yard, but folks, nothing unusual was found anywhere. Everybody was baffled by this, and gradually, neighbors began to disperse, all of them confused and unsure what had happened. Eventually, Stephanie and her father had to come to terms with the fact that there appeared to be no physical signs of where this sound had come from. They both went back inside, and the father just returned to his paperwork. Stephanie was now getting kind of hungry and heated up some leftovers, so the rest of the day proved uneventful. Now, when the rest of the family returned from Mass, Stephanie and her father explained to them what had happened, but nobody had an explanation, and so life just returned to normal. Moving ahead to December of 1997, so 17 years later, just a few days before Christmas, Stephanie was at the Metro Center Mall in North Phoenix with her 3 small children and a close friend. If you guys know anything about how crazy malls get during the holidays, well, this was that. Just packed with holiday shoppers, and you had Christmas music blasting through the speakers overhead. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. Total overstimulation. And, visually, the entire place is just decorated with massive Christmas trees and giant ornaments hanging from the ceiling. And so Stephanie had invited her friend along specifically to help her manage the kids while she tried to finish up her Christmas shopping. With 3 young children, shopping anywhere was challenging, but during the holiday season at one of the biggest malls in Phoenix, well, it was practically impossible to do it alone. And so when they first arrived at the mall, Stephanie had paid a few dollars to rent one of the mall's strollers. It was just a standard metal-framed stroller with a plastic seat that wasn't particularly comfortable, but it did the job. Stephanie and her friend had spent several hours going from store to store, up and down levels of this massive 2-story mall. They'd bought gifts, the kids had seen Santa, and now everyone was getting pretty tired. Stephanie's youngest was fussing in the stroller, and her other children were dragging their feet, asking when they could go home. Stephanie decided it was finally time to wrap up their shopping, and the group headed toward one of the mall exits on the second floor where there was a stroller return area. From where they stood, Stephanie could see a sports store directly behind the stroller return. She could see the cashier working at the register, ringing up customers. And there was a man walking on the opposite side of the open mall area, and plenty of other shoppers moving about. Stephanie approached the stroller return mechanism, ready to slide the stroller back into place and head home. She knew exactly what to expect, right? The familiar metallic click as the locking mechanism engaged, and it's really not that loud. But when Stephanie slid the stroller into that return mechanism, instead of hearing that metallic click, there was this absolutely deafening explosion. It was so loud, Stephanie could literally feel the sound waves passing through her body. It seemed to come directly from the stroller return device right in front of her. She was momentarily disoriented, her ears ringing, and the time around her just kind of slowed down. Her very first instinct was to immediately check on her children. Were they okay? Had they been hurt? And her children were just as startled. They were crying, clearly shaken from the noise. And Stephanie looked up and met her friend's eyes, who was also filled with the exact same shock and confusion that Stephanie was feeling. But there was also visible fear in her friend's expression. Both women were frantically looking around, trying to understand what had just happened. Was that a gun? Is someone shooting in the mall? What is going on? And as they're checking their surroundings, both women could plainly see that they weren't the only ones who had heard it. The cashier in the sports store directly behind them had instantly ducked behind the counter. He was looking under his register as if searching for the source of the sound. The man walking across the open mall area had stopped dead in his tracks and turned back toward where the sound had come from. And some shoppers nearby had completely frozen in place. Others had begun running away from the area, panicking, thinking there was a shooting. But strangely, some people just continued their shopping as if nothing had happened, which made the whole scene even more confusing. Now, the weirdest part was that there was no visible source for this explosion. There was no smoke. The stroller return mechanism showed no damage. Nothing had been visibly disturbed. There was no announcement coming over the mall's PA system, and no security personnel were rushing to the scene. So Stephanie just looked at her friend and asked her if she had heard that, and she immediately confirmed that yes, she had. And it sounded exactly like a gunshot. Completely unnerved by all of this and not knowing what else to do, she quickly gathered her children, grabbing her youngest from the stroller, and the entire group hurried toward the nearest exit. And as they walked, Stephanie kept looking back over her shoulder, kind of just scanning for any signs of danger or an explanation for what had just happened. She kind of expected something to happen at any given second, but nothing did. In fact, the mall seemed to be operating normally. There was nothing to indicate that anything unusual had occurred. It was as if only certain people had experienced whatever that sound was, while others had been completely unaffected. And when they finally reached Stephanie's car in the parking lot, they all piled in, and Stephanie locked the doors immediately. As she started the car, she and her friend just exchanged looks. Neither of them could make sense of what had just happened. Both were certain of what they'd heard. And so later that evening, Stephanie had gotten all her children fed, bathed, and tucked into bed, and she still couldn't stop thinking about the incident. Deciding that she needed to get down to the bottom of this, she called the mall's security office because someone there must know what had happened. Maybe there had been some kind of mechanical failure with the stroller return that caused the explosive sound, or maybe there had been some kind of security incident that was quickly contained. We don't know. Whatever it was, she just wanted an explanation. So when the security office answered, she explained calmly and matter-of-factly exactly where she had been in the mall and what time the incident had occurred. She described the incredibly loud gunshot-like sound and how there were multiple people who had reacted, but the security officer's response left Stephanie even more confused. He simply told her that there had been no incidents reported anywhere in the mall that day. No emergency calls had been received, and there was no record of any disturbance of any kind. He just suggested to her that, "Lady, perhaps you just heard some construction noise from somewhere else in the mall." It was just one loud, incredible bang. It didn't sound anything like construction or equipment or anything like that. But he just maintained his stance, and she never did get closure. Now, to this day, Stephanie still can't explain what happened with the strange explosions. Was it some kind of supernatural event, a glitch in reality, an acoustic anomaly unique to that building, or maybe something else entirely? She doesn't know, and I don't either, and she probably never will. Makes you think that, how do you wrestle with these things in your mind when they don't leave any physical evidence? Unfortunately, the events that happened to her will remain a mystery. And because you made it to the end, I want you to all comment below you're not crazy. So that way, I know who made it to the end of the video and who didn't. And if you guys enjoy storytelling like this, where we dive into strange cases of the mysterious and supernatural in a cinematic storytelling fashion, what are you waiting for? Smack that like and subscribe button right now for more content just like this. As always, never forget, I love you all, keep an open mind, and I'll see you all in the very next episode.